game changers.
It's about competition,
Pure happiness.
It's like a crazy experience.
We're making history.
It means so much to us.
It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
many teams that we play, I watch them play and there's a certain rhythm to how they play. And our team, there's no rhythm. It's like we can do something completely different in one match and play a completely different way in the next match. It's like trying to prepare for an enigma. You cannot.
E tá aí, 4K no round, ponto da Envy.
Cara, a sensação da gente que tá assistindo é que tá fácil pra Envy, né?
TSS, I think they're a very strong team, and they're doing something that we do, which is just make a completely different comp.
Vem na mira dele, vai pra cima, vai tomando! Dgzin! Uma máquina!
Que quando eu entro em um servidor, mano, eu só penso que eu vou destruir todo mundo por conta da minha confiança, por conta de constância na minha rotina, por conta do meu time. Então, tipo assim, são vários fatores externos que acabam ajudando. E aquilo, mano, se pegar em dia que tá a rapaziada toda com muita mira, realmente fica muito difícil, porque é um time que tem muita coragem de jogar o jogo. Eu, a cada dia que passa, estou me dedicando mais incansavelmente para conquistar esse título com esses moleques. Então, acho que o maior adversário é a gente mesmo.
Agora vai ter que fazer esse 1v3. O primeiro ele buscou o seguro também. Olha o Bora o que faz! 3K e clutch dele!
I think it's hard to beat TSM because all 5 of us are capable of shooting and taking over games. We all have different archetypes of what we can do. Like I can clutch, Tim can just take over games, Johan's a solid shooter, and everyone on our team can just take over a match, and we're also consistent and we love playing together.
Muito difícil a situação do jogador! Cliff! No triplo abate!
The fact that we are in playoffs, I don't think anybody would have predicted that. I remember looking at like Twitter threads, VLR, whatever, and I was like, oh, Winthrop's not going to make it out of play-ins. You know, everyone thought we were going to be bad, and then we make it out of Swiss, and now we're in playoffs. I think people just can expect the exact same thing. We're a really resilient team. We have our identity. We figured it out.
Consegue essa eliminação! Infiltrator!
Keep doubting us. I think, you know, we wake up every day. Like, these guys don't want to see us here. They don't want to play us, and, you know, we keep winning, and we got a lot to prove, and I think we will.
A whole year of Valorant, the Swiss stage, and now playoffs. Only 4 teams remain, all one step closer to vying their way into VCT Americas. Welcome, everyone, to VCT Ascension Americas, where the competition has been stacked, and our analyst desk is even more stacked. I am Sierra Dawn, joined here by Roy and Dan. Dan, we're in playoffs already. One of these 4 teams is about to be the newest team into VCT Americas. This is such an exciting time.
It's a lot of days that the guys have been there in Sao Paulo playing, and it's crazy to think about. You know, the main topic of conversation that we have 3 of the North American teams making it to the stage of playoffs, and in that top 4, that is already just insane to think about. And also you just add all the matches that they've had to play, all the days that they've been in Brazil, the 13-0s that have happened. It's just been an insane ascension.
We've had a little bit of everything, Roy. We go from a 6 overtimes the last day to all of a sudden the 2 13-0s Dan is talking about. And in the end, yeah, 3 North American teams that have made their way into the playoffs, eyeing up the bracket and everything else. I mean, yeah, you got to hear it in the little hype reel beforehand. Winthrop University, a team that was kind of doubted going into this, now finding themselves in playoffs. A couple of the favorite teams coming out from Brazil and LATAM. We don't have a single LATAM representative here, and it's 2nd seed instead coming out on top in here. So there's a lot of ways that this is shaken up, and at this point, I just don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I mean, this is shaping up to be one of the most interesting Ascension tournaments ever, guys. We started with 8 teams from all over the Americas, but now we're down to 1 Brazilian team and 3 NA teams. It's all reset, guys. 4 teams now in a double elimination bracket. The level of play that we're seeing, it continues to elevate, and so do the stakes as we start the final stretch to find out who gets to ascend into VCT.
And if there wasn't mistakes to be made before, you definitely can't make it one now. You are just within reach of making your way into VCT Americas. And this will be a really interesting bracket for a variety of reasons, Dan. I mean, going into this, for Team Solid, it being the one Brazilian team, they haven't necessarily faced off against these teams quite as much. Whereas on the opposing end, for the 3 North American teams, we've seen these rivalries evolve throughout the entire year.
Yeah, 2-3 times that all of these North American teams had to play each other throughout the year. And you look at Team Solid, that, like you're saying, they haven't had to do that as much. They are the only team that we have in the top 4 that is not from North America. And so that Brazilian squad, I feel like they can use that to their advantage a lot. I mean, we just saw the videos as well of the players saying what is kind of the advantage that they have compared to all the other teams. And I feel like for Team Solid, this is absolutely one of them. They haven't revealed as much when they're playing these matches, and it is a perfect opportunity for them to potentially win against MV and move forward.
For Team Solid, we'll get a chance to see them later going up against Envy. But for our first match of the day, it's TSM going up against Winthrop University. A matchup that we've seen quite a few times at this point. It was a win up against TSM, Roy, where the beginning of the year, way back in stage 1, is where the conversation started to shift around Winthrop and what they're capable of. TSM on the opposing end, a team that, especially in stage 3, has ramped up to a level that I didn't think we thought was possible.
Yeah, I mean, this is a TSM core that's consistently qualified to Ascensions, but they've never really been able to complete the run. I mean, they haven't even found their groove this entire year until the very end when they bring in some new guns and they seem to have found their ultimate form, right? Whereas Winthrop University, it's a team that has been criminally underrated pretty much the entire year. And now we consider them a powerhouse. People are not really sleeping on them anymore. And I think the deep history between these two teams, the fact that they've played against each other so many times this year alone, and now they're looking to battle it out in this high stakes game, is going to be a very, very interesting matchup.
Just like Roy is saying to you, this TSM squad, even if they made it to Ascension last year with that core of GMD and 7, this is the year where we've seen the most improvement for this squad. And it's not only what we saw from stage 1 to all the way in playoffs in North America, but the improvement that they continue to have in the 2 matches that they've had in Ascension so far. They are such an impressive team. I feel like they're absolutely led by Timo Tuno and how incredible he is individually as that duelist. But everybody else doing their part, everybody else is solid in the squad, and that's what, you know, makes them the favorite, and that's why they were the first team to make it to playoffs.
I'm just gonna say it, guys. TSM looks like the best team in this tournament right now. It feels like this team has been on the edge of a breakthrough for almost the entire year, right? And then now the individual talent, the team identity, it feels like it's all coming together at like the perfect time. But for me, what makes TSM honestly look like the best team here is just how dynamic they are. It feels like every player on this roster can carry a huge load when it comes to when it comes to taking over responsibility of carrying the games, right? Whether it's from the duelist to the support players, the IGL, the lurker. It's like I'm looking into outer space, guys. There's stars everywhere on this team.
And on top of that, you have really good mentality for this TSM squad. We look at that match against Envy. We thought and we knew that it was going to be a close series, but they lose a 9-3 lead in the map 1. That for other teams, they get shattered after a loss like that, after a comeback for the other side that turns out to be effective, and they turn it, they're able to close it out. But for TSM, they lose that map, they reset, and they talk about it in the interview. Yeah, we made those mistakes. It didn't really go our way for map 1, but it doesn't matter. We're going to close it out in 2 and 3, and that is exactly what they did. The confidence and the trust that they have in each other is incredible.
And when you look at TSM's Ascension run last year, they were the underdog in a team that a lot of people doubted and got knocked out. But there was a couple people that got to play on that stage then and get to play on it now, with just such an improvement over the year. 7, one of those core members of TSM, has been somebody that for a long time, even throughout any struggles that TSM has had when they were trying to figure out this roster, everything else, Dan, 7 has been a person that has constantly been on top of the list for the praise, and someone who, again, when it matters the most, has been stepping up for the team.
I know this is going to sound crazy, but in terms of flexibility for a player, I put him up there with Forsaken. And it's just because 7 is just that good. He's willing to play whatever the team needs, and he always does it to such a high level. It's really impressive. Currently, we've seen the team find themselves playing sometimes as Sage in a few of these maps, and 7 is doing it to perfection. Not only, adding the same things that the other teams have been adding in a map like Sunset, for example, with the Sage, but also going one step above and trying to do something else, trying to be different, trying to answer those questions a bit more creatively when the rounds get a little bit messy. And that's what makes him so good. That's what makes him one of the best flex players that we have in the tournament for sure.
I think what kind of puts things in perspective is the fact that he's the third highest statted player in the tournament so far. And he's playing so many different roles that are like, whether it's the Sage, whether it's the KO, whether it's the flex agents, like no matter what he's playing, it feels like he has so much impact. And he's third statted to number 1, Dgzin, number 2, Timotino. I mean, I don't know what that means, but that's a pretty insane fact, to be honest.
And to have the third highest stats and the second highest stats on the same team for TSM spells greatness for them. Timotino was someone throughout the year because he's only joined here to TSM in Stage 3. But before that, Stan, this is someone who we had our eyes on a lot because he was always just such a strong player. And to see him now on this TSM core as well, he has just been so amazing for the team and a really big part of why they were able to turn things around the way they have.
Right?
So insanely good. He's 100% the reason why TSM were able to close that last map of Abyss against Envy with all those openings that he was getting going into that first half, having a really strong lead, and also having a player that when you listen to him, he's so chill. He doesn't have an ego. He's so nice, and it's the perfect combination that you can have for a teammate and for a team to continue to move forward.
Yeah, I think for me, he's been the most standout player this entire year, honestly, and he continues it at this event. Like, he's been the most consistent duelist by far, in my opinion. It feels like he's also like a really nice mix of like zoomer mechanics, but he also has like that boomer-esque playstyle where he's able to play slow, he's able to hunt for picks with the operator or with the outlaw, and at the same time, he has the judge, he has the jet knives, he's breaking wrists left and right. Feels like he's the kind of the complete package, and the fact that he's such a consistent performer for this roster is exactly what TSM has been lacking for so long now that they found it.
It took 2 stages to find Timotino, but I mean, some things are just worth waiting for, right? So Timotino has just been such a boon for the squad, and something too that we've gotten to see. TSM, this has been the most consistent I think that they've ever looked throughout Stage 3. These stand-ins have been phenomenal, and you've really been able to see that all come to life with their Ascension run. It's one that hasn't necessarily been free. They still had to work for it, but it's been a fun one to watch. And before today's match, we got words from Vora about their previous matchup.
I think a map like that would cause other teams to tilt and crumble, but for a team like us who's just also passionate and loves playing the game, and like coming to an event like this where it's like once a year, we're all so excited. Like a little loss, like even if it's like up that much, like they put a good fight, they played a good game, but we're here to play a good game too, and we showed that in the other 2 maps. And yeah, I think our mental staying together is just because we are such like we love playing with each other, we love the game, we're excited to be here, and we're grateful for the opportunity, and we want to show the best that we can, and it showed that in the comeback.
We talked about how just like humble, down to earth Timotino is, and to hear from Vora just be like, we're just grateful to be here for this opportunity, everything else. This version of TSM, they just got such a good head on their shoulders. And I mean, a good mental means so much in Valorant. On the opposing end, though, they definitely have opponents for today that have been through the ringer themselves and have those head on their shoulders too. Talk about Winthrop University. Again, one of the most underrated teams at the beginning of the year, Dan. A team that made us rethink expectations now in the playoffs of Ascension.
It all started in Stage 1 when they got that top 3, and we started to realize that Winthrop University was not the same, maybe consistent, but still trying to get to the top Winthrop University that we saw, last year compared to what they are today. They are incredible. They've made so many improvements. They are very flexible, and on top of that, I just think it's so impressive that only in this Ascension they've played more than double the matches that everybody else has been playing here. I mean, TSM, for example, you look at them, they played 2 matches total in Ascension because they went undefeated. They went 2-0, but for Winthrop University, they played 5. They had to play the Plains where they had 2 extra matches as well. So it's just it's insane that that level of experience can continue to allow them to take an advantage in a series like this one.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, there's no doubt about any of the individual talent on this team, right? But they haven't quite looked like the complete package at certain times as a unit. I mean, this team has had their struggles for sure, but I feel like the revitalization of this team has kind of come with this identity change that we're seeing, right? Their shift into this chamber stage composition. It feels like it's the Winthrop University style, right? It's allowed them to be versatile. It's allowed every player to express themselves individually or as a team. And I feel like on an individual level, this team is on par, bar for bar, player for player. This team can combat anyone in this tournament easily.
I really like the mentality they have as well. Of course, that series against Team Solid didn't really go their way, but even into that map of 9, or that series of 9Z, they 13-0 that first map, and going into the second one, the statement that they had after the series was, we could have had an even more one-sided sunset, even if it was that 13-1, 13-9. It's you know, they're always pushing themselves, and that is the mentality that everybody in Ascension has been having of, yeah, sure, we won, but we know that we can do better. And there's no team right now that is satisfied with the way that they're playing, even if it's an undefeated TSM. They always know that there's something else that they can do it, and for Winthrop University, I feel like that is what they have to prove today.
I mean, when they did take that loss to, it was Ali to speak about, yeah, they just knew they could do better, right? It's not going to be a bad on the mental, because they just knew that it could have been better and it should have been better, right? It's Winthrop University that has the confidence, they have the belief, and they back it up in the server as well. Talking about Ali, I mean, it was him entering onto this team as a player as opposed to a coach is when the Winthrop University stocks really started to go up. And through those identity changes that the team has had, Roy, it's always been Ali, no matter what the role is. Back when we saw him just instantly with the Clove all the time, now into the Sage, etc. Always been able to stand up no matter what.
I'm just glad to see this player finally getting his flowers, guys, because I feel like, again, he's been underrated for so long. I'm going to keep saying that until this year's over. I feel like he almost doesn't get enough credit to how flexible he is, and I feel like his flexibility and the level of performance that he brings to this team, no matter what role he's on, has allowed this team to have these evolutions in their identity, right? Like, it's players like Ali who allow these changes and kind of radical things to happen within the team while still maintaining super high performance in high-stakes environments, right? But for me, the other thing about Ali that kind of goes under the radar often is I feel like he brings in an insane work ethic to this team. Like he talks a lot about his prep work. He talks a lot about how he humanizes a lot of these teams. He's very grounded with his approach. I feel like that level of prep, that level of team play, that not only is he performing extremely well on the server, but he's also a very good teammate, is probably, I don't even want to say probably, this is a huge asset to any team.
Yeah, someone who has been there from the beginning for this team when we look at their challengers run. But as we said, Winthrop University have had a couple of different identities throughout the year, as well as switching around players. And Dan, where we got to see that identity switch just a little bit more was with Governor joining the team. Of course, someone that if you're looking at that wealth of experience, it definitely at a higher level, this is someone to really bring that to the team, which I think is just invaluable in moments like this.
Absolutely. The career the governor has had, you know, since he joined VALORANT is just incredible to think about. And I feel like it would be so poetic for him to make it all the way to VCT with this squad after the journey that he has had. We think about when he was part of Nearest Airport. We think about Turtle Troop and all the hype around that team. Obviously, we think about Talon, Apex, and it's just ups and downs that he's had in his career. But now he finds himself surrounded by amazing teammates that are, you know, having the positive energy when things are going wrong, that know that they can push forward and know that they can go that step forward. And he individually is obviously so good. With this initiator role, he's been able to support the rest of the squad over and over again. It seems like that experience really allows him to know exactly what the team needs in that specific moment and be able to close out rounds that way.
And just to see Winthrop University, when they have someone like Ali to be a difference maker in terms of the mental, you have Governor to just really have that wealth of experience to be able to draw on, and you see just how cool he could be in the server when it comes to those high pressure situations. For Winthrop, it seems like they found a core of 5 individuals that just worked out so well for them. A team that has been fighting to just not be those underdogs. They fought through the play-ins, fought through Swiss, and then out here in the playoffs, even if they were doubted along the way. Of course, though, we got to hear from the players, and we had a little sit-down interview with Moobs about their previous matchup as well.
Yeah, I think we walked into the first map, you know, we knew that our backs were against the wall, that if we lose, we're out. So we just came out absolutely swinging. Like, every shot was being hit, every strat was working perfectly, and honestly, the other team looked really deflated. Like, they felt like they knew that they were going home. Map 2, you know, our coaches told us, like, don't give, like, it's 0-0, like, keep playing like it's 0-0. And, you know, I think we let some rounds slip. It was like 1-6, and then we closed out the half 6-6, and we didn't lose a round after that. You know, I think Connor, Glyph's calling has just been impeccable. All my teammates are shooting so well, and they're trusting me to contain the lurks and whatever. And, you know, I can't believe we're here, but, you know, we'll keep playing.
I love that in that interview as well that he talks about Glyph's call-in and just how strong it's been, and want this moment to then talk about the IGLs, not just for Winthrop University, but for both of the teams, because I love to hear that Glyph is getting his flowers and really getting those props. And Vora is someone on the side of TSM since he joined the roster and took on that role of IGL, Roy, is someone how there's been a lot of praise for.
I think for me, what makes this head-to-head really interesting, guys, is the fact that these two players are probably the least experienced in this tournament, like among the least experienced at least, right? But you have these two players who are incredibly talented, now in leadership positions, and the fact that they are calling at the highest stake matches of their lives, they're playing insanely consistently, it deserves so much praise and so much credit. Like, people do not understand how hard it is to carry that much mental load, that much mental tax when it comes to, you know, being a leader emotionally, strategically, and trying to perform and trying to like keep up with players like Dgzin and Timotino who are popping off. Like, it's so insanely, I just respect it. I respect it. That's really all I can say about this head-to-head.
And this is going to be such a great battle of the minds as well going into today, because again, TSM and Winthrop University, Dan, have matched up quite a few times over the Challenger stage, most notably too, most recently, it was a TSM win up against Winthrop University. So there's a lot of tape on these other two teams. They've had a lot of firsthand experience, and then going into the tournament where the stakes are higher than ever, I'm so curious to see what these two have learned from the other team and how this calling is going to be.
TSM and Winthrop University, like you're saying, they faced each other a few times, not only this year, but also last year. And you kind of never really know who's going to win it. It feels like in a lot of those moments where Winthrop were getting those wins, especially those early one-sided wins last year, was when they were finding TSM in the weakest state. So now that both of them are kind of the strongest, as strong as they can get into this Ascension, I'm excited to see how close it can get. That 2-0 that happened in that lower round, what that we saw most recently, it felt like Winthrop just was not playing like themselves, and I feel like we also saw that just a few days ago against Team Solid. So now that they go through that, they go through the struggles of losing one of the series, and they're able to reset, find what was going wrong, I feel like it should be a really strong Winthrop University today.
It's a team that definitely shows that they're capable of just like dust off the shoulders, maybe something didn't go quite as planned, but they're capable of bouncing back. So I'm curious with how it's going to go today. And as you said, between these two teams, you never know who's going to come out on top. And going into our official predictions, it was difficult for exactly that reason, because I look back at it and these two teams, they've been neck and neck for a long time. I do.
I don't want to
like, no, but like, yeah, all right, just call me out first off. But like, realistically, if we see what we expect of Winthrop University, I think this is going to be an incredibly close match. And I think enough of that underdog factor and just that X factor for Winthrop to take it. If Winthrop stumble and get in their heads, I'm going to start getting a little bit worried, because I think TSM, Roy, has just been on this next level of consistency, and I'm not expecting that little stumble on their end.
Definitely. I feel like this is probably the most normal prediction we've ever had. Like, this makes, when I look at this, it kind of makes sense. Like, there is a split on the desk. There's a slight edge to TSM, I feel like, in my eyes at least. I feel like this is a perfect representation of kind of the odds for this match. I feel like this is going to be a very close match. I would personally give this slight edge to TSM just as a recency bias. The recent form has just looked impeccable. I feel like they're firing on all cylinders right now. And if they bring that form today, these predictions make sense to me.
Yeah, even if we're talking about that positive mentality that Winthrop University has when things were going wrong against Team Solid, I am still honestly a little bit worried of them showing that form today. It felt like against Team Solid, they were a bit overwhelmed. Like they couldn't really find any answer into those rounds. And even if they did towards that second half of Ascent, it was just a little too late. They were never really comfortable in that series. So if TSM is able to make that same thing happen of making Winthrop uncomfortable from the beginning, it should be a dominant TSM win, to be honest. They are the favorites. They are the everybody's a bit biased because of how good they've been looking recently, but I just feel like it's fair. TSM are amazing right now.
See, I gotta hit you guys with the biggest fact of all, though, right? And this is why me and Marks are cooking for today.
Is it the back and forth?
Dan, she's in my head, dude. She's in my
head.
Yeah, Dan, get out of here. But no, in the 5 times these two teams have matched up, mind you, with different rosters, like different players throughout when you get into their older matches, but it has been the most insane back and forth. TSM Winthrop, TSM Winthrop, TSM. So like, I'm just...
So Winthrop.
It's Winthrop's time. It just simply
It's valid. I
it's
saw
in the
that too,
source.
and I was like, wait a minute. But no.
Have you guys heard the saying like previous patterns don't predict future results or something like that? Like something along the lines. You guys heard that one before? I'm feeling that today. I feel like the vibe shift has happened. TSM looks great. I think this match will be interesting. I'll just say that. I will just say that.
Yeah.
It will be interesting. I think as long as Winthrop, we get to see what we saw out of them last series. We get to see that confident version of themselves. I think it's going to be an extremely close series, and one that might even just come down to the simple factors of like where we go for the map picks and bans and etc. Especially too, given that there is a lot of tape on both these teams back from stage 3, etc. And the fact that Winthrop University, as you called, Dan, has played twice as many maps. So it might just be something we get the best form of both teams today that Dan can just maybe come down to the slimmest of margins of maybe just winning out that veto.
It's a bit tough in that position for Winthrop University because you can, maybe get a little bit more experience on those maps that you're strong at into the, like playing on stage. But also, there's a lot more info there that TSM can look at. One thing that, doesn't make me too worried about that situation is that all of the teams have talked about how much they're focusing on themselves more than anything else. And it feels like once teams are fully comfortable in themselves in the game plan that they have, then they can start countering a little bit more. So I'm just wondering if TSM is at that step already, or they're just going to be doing the same thing that they did in the 2 matches that they played and really play to their strengths more than anything else.
Something I want to note as well, that for TSM, they have been winning throughout this, right? But they have been decently close matches, and we have seen it come down to those 2-1s, right? Where Winthrop University, maybe we got a bad series and we got 0-2'd, right? But the confidence in their last series, I think, speaks confidence. Going into this as well, Winthrop University had previously said that this new environment kind of threw them off a little bit. They had talked about the pressures of the crowd rooting against them. Now, going up against another North American team, it's going to be an even playing field, and Roy, just coming down to what they can provide in the server today.
And what fans they can bribe into the access to this arena, because I feel like Winthrop University has been buying their fans, so that who knows, maybe they have the paid actors on their side this time. Maybe the crowd will actually be a Winthrop University. But one thing I can say for sure is that both of these teams have very interesting storylines, guys. It's very different, but also very inspiring. They're all very young players. Their careers they're going to have very long careers in this game. I feel like, but the one thing they have in common is both of these teams seem to be relaxed. They're having a great time here. They're taking in the experience. I do feel like Winthrop University's had a little bit more, time to settle on the stage and on the environment, physically on the desks, kind of just get used to and get accustomed to things. But I mean, TSM, they haven't really been blown out on any map so far in this tournament. One of their only map losses that they've had was a very close series. And then the other one was an 11-13 versus Envy. So the 2 maps that they lost was one in OT and one was a 13-11. So TSM looks very consistent when it comes to, their losses, but their wins have also been very sweeping as well. So their floor has been raised significantly.
All right, heading into the map picks and bans for the series ahead, Dan, you had talked about how they're looking to play their own game, and going into the very first map of the series, it's going to be Ascent picked up from TSM.
I am a bit surprised that we're starting with Ascent. TSM in their opening series, this is a map that they decided to pick, but going into that match against Envy, this was actually their second ban because, when they were playing it in that opening, this is a map that they lost. So now I don't know if it's because of what we were talking about, of doing a little bit more of countering of that Winthrop University double sentinel that was struggling quite a bit into that first half, or if it's something else. But even going into Abyss, I would favor TSM here.
I feel like the TSM pick on Ascent makes sense, despite their recent loss on that map. I still don't feel like fundamentally they're playing it incorrectly, but I feel like the kind of the plan, if you will, the footprint is already laid out by TSS, right? By Team Solid, right? Like Dgzin's, the way he dismantled Winthrop University is very easily replicatable by a player like Timotino. So I feel like the lack of information in their composition that Winthrop picked last time, it could be a huge problem for them. And I feel like if TSM, they copy that kind of idea, they get the operator online as quickly as possible, starve, Winthrop University of map space or information, depending on which side they're on. I feel like it could be a pretty nice, clean win here for TSM if they can get enough rounds on that attack side.
I mean, looking over the map pool as a whole, Lotus as the decider as well. When we were talking on the predictions, Roy, you were talking about how, yeah, it was TSM leaning for a reason. Now that we have the map picks and bans, do you feel like overall it's still TSM leaning, or how do you feel about Winthrop heading into this?
I feel like this is a really good, I still feel like this is kind of TSM sided, to be honest. They've shown a very good Abyss. I feel like their Ascent looked good despite their only loss on it. And Lotus is going to be very interesting if we get there. I feel like that's a great map for both of these teams. I'm giving a slight edge to TSM here, guys, but I feel like this could be a very close match. It could go in any way.
All right, Dan, thoughts heading into this as well, now that we've seen a lot of these maps, for all three of these maps, from both these teams. I think my one biggest worry with is we've seen Winthrop kind of switch things up. TSM have seemed solid, but do you think we're getting into a map 3?
I don't know. I think if TSM gets this first map, they can close it in 2, to be honest. But even going into this agent select for Ascent, this is what I wanted to look at. If there was going to be any sort of change, and there does seem to be a slight change for Winthrop University. For moves, instead of playing that Vice, is going to be with that Cypher instead. And I'm assuming Ellie is going to continue playing this Sage. So we talked about the struggles that this double Sentinel had, especially because Winthrop University, once again, they decide to start on the attack side. So this slight change, I want to see how much it can do for the squad, and also how much were they able to learn from what happened against Team Solid, and how controlled they were over and over again by Dgzin and what the rest of the squad was doing there.
Yeah, I was wondering why Winthrop University would choose attack with their old composition, but I was sort of suspecting that there would be a compositional change, guys. I feel like the Cypher over the Vice is a huge buff on that attack side. The layers of cages, the layers of cameras give so much more information. It's a lot easier to not get farmed by the operator if Timotino gets going on this defensive side. Overall, I like the change for Winthrop University. I'm curious to see how many rounds they're going to get on the attack side. You don't want TSM to get that economy rolling. You do not want Timotino to get that operator online, and you most certainly do not want him to be feeling it. Let the games begin.
I mean, definitely starting at the attack half will be an interesting one, but for Winthrop University, they've talked about the confidence. We've seen the resiliency, and it's time to see, heading into the series, our first game of the playoffs, who is going to take the first mark here on Ascent between TSM and Winthrop University. It's time to head into the map and find out with your casters, Marks and Tenric.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Yeah, recent losses to Brazil's best, blemishing both of these teams' records, but now here, North America's over and underdog have come together on Ascent. As the desk mentioned, Marks, that switch from moves onto the Cypher is definitely the highlights, going to give Winthrop a whole lot more comfort on the attack side.
And also, I just want to point out here, I think every single time we've seen Ali play so far, he's picked Sage, because we're seeing the Sage come back out here on Ascent. And obviously, yeah, there's so many storylines that we can kind of pull out between these two squads. But of course, with how hot Winthrop University has been looking, but on the flip side, how consistently good TSM is looking, honestly, it is so hard to predict how each of these teams are going to come out of this one. And well, there's only one way to find out as we start to get loaded into the server.
Certainly a lot of tension with this match, with so much history behind it, but also you saw so much cordiality when these guys walked out on the stage. They were all excited to play each other coming into this tournament. Glad to see them get to do it here. Big meetup on the startup of B main, as both sides just going to throw a couple of logs into the fire, get things started up, and then divvy their resources.
A little bit of just a poke and a prod. Seven, the only person on that A side, but right now, I think that this is just Winthrop University gauging how much space they can take, while TSM more interested in claiming a lot of space on middle, as the Winthrop mob slowly makes its way towards A. They should have a pretty easy time breaking into this. There is a little bit of stuff that can kind of slow them down, but honestly speaking, they should be able to get that plant off. My big eye right now is on moves.
This is a great guess by Timotino, recognizing after his hyperextension into mid, there's only one spot moves could be lurking. And that presence by him was definitely the contentious point against Team Solid. We'll see if his Cypher pick will do any more damage in the coming rounds. Until then, WU's got 4 on the site, and Infiltrator's got upstairs, gets 2. And from there, TSM have to re-crunch from the glass. GMD and 7 able to recuperate and make things a 2v2. Ollie finally going to use that barrier orbits. Quickly going to get burned away, though. And 7, on that bigger health pool, is going to force Ali to overuse the resources first as that spike starts ticking away. Wow, great wall for wall out from 7 to really make this angle a tough one. But Glyph has managed to skirt it and turns it quickly into a 2v after Guimon has elected to go for the tree. Now just gonna smoke on top of himself. First tap, has to beckon forward one, and he will. Glyph, right-clicked. Just one more click is all it takes, but Ali has so many options to play with this, and he's gonna take the goofiest one. Winthrop takes the pistol, and he is cheesing.
Oh, man. You know, he just looked across the stage at TSM just like, yeah, that's how we're starting this one out here. Once again, like you said, like both these teams walking out with the biggest grins on their faces, a little bit of NA respect being shown to both sides there. And for this round to come down to exactly how we kind of pointed it out here, down to the wire, down to a knife. I mean, I feel like that is really setting the stage for how crazy this game is going to be. But regardless of the university, they're going to be able to take that pistol.
Oh, Ali, he's a nice guy. I'll tell you what.
You know, he didn't like stand up or gloat or anything,
no,
so you got to give it to him.
He was so mischievous about it. He was like, I got you. I'll do it again. So immediately we'll head back to mid here with Winthrop University now boasting the far better guns. They want to decondition Timatino getting as braggadocious as he did as quickly as possible. And Timo will accept that graciously. He'll just hang around the back. His infiltrator will start to creep around in this market. We're just seeing what we can get away with to start and then going to springboard off of it, I assume.
Yeah, good protocols all the way around. Just kind of watching a lot closer, a lot of these angles of entry that Winthrop University might take. A bit of information is gone. Vora looking for that first one, but Infiltrator finds the Marshall kill. And so that makes it a lot more pressure on Alvin Boy to perform.
Yeah, I appreciate the approach by Vora. That's a good place to stick yourself in that situation. Tough for them to do anything other than dry contact you, but Infiltrator does it, and is able to one-tap. Hey, okay. He'll still get a cool kill this round, too. Fun times. So, keeping 4 stable, if all goes well here. I mean, 7 will grab a Bulldog, so I imagine he'll probably just hang out. Oh, especially now that he's been found by the trap wire.
Yeah, all the information given up, so 7 just going to take that and try and run away as far as he can. I mean, honestly, a really good round from Winthrop University. They split up. They play it pretty classically how you would want them to play this attack. No funky business, just no snowballs, nothing like that. Just spread out and then take over. And of course, like the isolated timings, it works out perfectly. Winthrop University go in, they clean house, and as a result, it should be a nice and easy bonus round. Only dropping 1, mind you, and it was Governor who was all the way alone in it.
7's gonna try and throw off the mental a little bit here by approaching at the end of the day. So TSM will opt for that full-blown bonus. I mean, I gotta say, Winthrop already sort of trying to clean up the spots that opened them up to Team Solid in the previous matchup. I mean, they said it when going into their final round of the Swiss. They just were not playing like themselves in that matchup against the only Brazilian team that's left in this bracket. And they want to prove that they can hold a candle here. TSM is the perfect team to do it. They've been the winningest so far this tournament. They look the cleanest, the most consistent. Timatino has looked the most activated out of all of the activated duelists here. This is the blueprint for you to prove yourself once and for all. Ooh, that's so good, Ali. Getting the call by Glyph. Let's go for it, bucko.
And this is one of the things that I've been super impressed about from Winthrop University. Since seeing them come to the Ascension stage, they've been so creative. Obviously, Ali, I think using the walls at the most opportune times are the easiest way to point it out, but it just goes to show that they are trying new little fun strategies out that are catching the teams off guard, but most importantly, giving them an advantage very early on in some of these rounds. And so, you know, sure, it's just a barrier orb over there, but who knows where it's going to be next round.
And outside of that, they've completely waited, bit off everything intel-wise until Timatino decides to get greedy again, and then Ali wins the damage trade as well. So many more steps to this getting optimized in the most crucial round to do it potentially this entire half. Alvin Boy still able to stand down with the help of those cyber cages. Will get cut short, but Ali cannot meet the threat. Infiltrator able to switch off to the sidearm and take care of that last bit of pool. So WU do have the B site, but not everybody there. Governor has taken the long road to make sure there's no cutoff men, and that leads to a full-blown 2v2 with TSM still holding on to the better guns. So they'll get on a tad bit early. Timatino, once again, trying to find the drop with this 10 HP he's got left. Meanwhile, WU just trying to establish what little presence they can left now that they've had to stick to the spike. Imon has made his way back, as has Governor. Fully blown 3v3, still better guns going the way of TSM. And up we crawl. Timatino trying to find an optimized angle after the paranoia, but Infiltrator steps up to it and grabs a second on the way. Minimizes so much of the other responsibility, but Vora still takes this to a 1v1, able to spray it down. Glyph! Style points onto that last Guardian tap, but it's a clean third by Winthrop.
And I know that we've been talking about Glyph's calling has been sharp as ever, but if you've been watching some of the Winthrop University matches, Glyph has low-key been just kind of carrying the kill feed. Honestly, in a lot of these scenarios, post-plant positions, retakes, all of that type of stuff, Glyph has been ever so consistent when he's kind of left with not much on his team side. When it comes down to those final engagements, it always feels like Glyph has just been shooting on a dime and just finding those kills necessary. An excellent round from Winthrop University, and once again, we're seeing a lot of their shenanigans just kind of play off. This is one of the more studied teams. This is the team that is putting a little bit more time when it comes to some of the strategic depth. But when you're going up against players like TSM, you always got to be watching over your shoulders for little picks like that.
Moobs is always the first one you notice when you're reviewing those VODs. He's always the one that's the outlier, and so Timotino has cracked him as the easiest one to read. After that Cyber Cage extension, he just takes a couple pot shots, gets rewarded for his trouble, and Moobs continues to have to play a little extra terrified. Ollie is also going to have to play for the entirety of the slowdown this time around. TSM's best shot at a round in a hot minute. And 7 looking to try to get that next moment down, but will get caught by the dimensional drift, so has to take that next checkpoint backwards, and the paranoia is chasing him down to the point where Infiltrator is able to get the intel on GMD's position and kill him too. Timotino making the rest of the noise on Tree and able to drop the spike, but only momentarily. Winthrop has turned back and cleared him too, and turned this back into a 2v2. What a drift by Infiltrator, man. That was insane. And then the paranoia by Glyph, again, so well called for such a crazy amount of space gain. The TP cancel by Glyph to grab that spike back without having to extra check, but TSM is here to meet this, and the flank is being checked first. Glyph jumps up! How does he do that on his own? Oh, Glyph is on one today, y'all.
Now, I'm not saying I called it, Tenrek,
but
something
you did.
like that.
But like, you kind of did.
That is just a pure confidence play coming through from Glyph, and he makes it look easy. Like, I was gonna say, this is not looking good. We see the second player on Winthrop University just kind of fly off, check in main, and then you hear the spike plant, the smoke comes down. TSM are like, this is our time, we're gonna go in there. They have no idea, and then Glyph just walks away with a beautiful spray transfer. Doesn't even know what's going on, hands up. Now that is, if I've ever seen it on stage. Winthrop University are starting this one out really hot, which, if I'm being honest with you, I think that if they do win map number 1, this could potentially be a 2-0 sweep for Winthrop.
Dude, a timeout called by TSM 4 rounds in. This is the closest I've ever seen NBS to sweating this tournament. I can see that. I can see the condensation forming. Winthrop is still, again, and it's like they're so still playing to their style. Like, a lot of the time, it's so easy to expect what they're gonna do. They just do it so freaking well. Like, you know, Infiltrator's gonna hunt you down. You know he's gonna try and push you into the most confined space possible. You just don't know what he's gonna be able to do off of that. And then Glyph hits that freaking paranoia and guarantees the 2 space. And then Infiltrator is able to kill off of that. Such a an insane carryout of such a crazy play that nets them all they need to turn the round back. What do you, I mean, how do you adapt here? Because TSM, they have the read on the moves. They understand Infiltrator's intention. They understand how capable Glyph is of making space with this still really long paranoia. Don't worry, that's going to get fixed soon. But just, this activation is insane so far, Marks.
No, it's looking so clean from Winthrop University. And yes, I do think that TSM did a really good job at reading Moobs' positioning. But in these most recent matches, Moobs honestly has been not really doing a lot of the heavy lifting, more or less serving as just kind of the first pick to go down and then the go signal for Winthrop University to flood in onto the site. I think Roy used the word dynamic for Winthrop University on the desk, and honestly, like, every single round that we've seen them kind of play so far has looked really clean from them. But Timotino looking for a round here, not going to be able to find that second kill, but Governor does go down there, so it at least guarantees a bit of space, and Winthrop should know A is open for the taking.
It's a good ambush that grants TSM a couple guns going into this 3v3 retake. And 7 close, but the door's going to get hit on him, so can't set up an immediate trap. He'll just get the healing orb on a Timo. Reset once again for Winthrop's A site. Ollie with the Outlaw, very starkly planted. So gonna leave the flank watching to Infiltrator, and he is prepped for it. Again, optimized as can be. You just gotta complete, and Bora is, breathe on him, he's dead. Just Heaven left. And 7, oh, poor guy still has a pistol. That's kind of tragic.
One enemy remaining.
Give him 2. Nah. All right. Okay, 7. Now he's got the rifle. See, you should have given him one from the start. Now he can barrier his way to half, right? Because you have the Outlaw only able to burn the way through one block. So Seven get toying with this a little bit. First tap, Infiltrator's walking up. You gotta give yourself away. And yeah, Ollie's gonna be able to find the clean shot after Infiltrator gets up. 5-0 for Winthrop here. I think that was a very solidly taken pistol. Like you bamboozled the B push, but yeah, you weren't able to seesaw it all the way.
Yeah, and once again, like, just to highlight the level of coordination of utility that's kind of coming out there. Like, you can see where Glyph gets set up, and then the rest of the squad is hanging back there because they know they're probably going to come from heaven. The paranoias have consistently been finding massive value, but of course, Ali with the Outlaw this time around has just been so impactful, finding the first kill and then cleaning up the very end there. Honestly, with players like Seven, totally possible that could have spun back around for TSM in that 1v2 scenario, but on Winthrop University have just been once again playing as sharp as ever, working so well off one another. Moves again challenged and taken down. Moves consistently falling at the start of these rounds.
It's like the third time that TSM have gotten to do this, and yet still big old goose egg on the scoreboard. So a little more has to come from that. Timotino now on the operator too, and they're gonna just put him on the island off rip for this potential lurk set up by Glyph. A lot of tools for TSM to get their own momentum going on the defensive half.
Look at this, without Governor, or sorry, Governor leading the charge on that B side. Glyph just on the other side, trying to keep things a little bit honest here. So aware that someone might be hanging out in line, and the last couple of rounds, they haven't exactly executed off of the L drone, and so there is a bit of question and doubt, but once that Resurrect comes online, it should be pretty obvious where Winthrop University are.
And so, surely at some point, Timotino will be asked to leave. But Glyph is not going to stick around for this, as sees the issue is too pertinent. Ollie getting that opening kill onto the back. That's so impressive. Alvin Boy, I mean, his util is gone. B-side is free, and TSM have to turn away. And Glyph is still holding off the cutoff in mid.
I'm just saying, Tenrek, that was the barrier orb wall up in window, being able to find that cheeky little kill, and it's so impactful every round.
For the res as well, Ali just huge dividends with this Sage. Timo is back to the market and can find the first frag, so TSM gonna try and blunderbuss their way through. Have a big presence, and Timo, wow, peeking out, able to find a third here. Woo, yeah, see? That operator, that's all you need. And TSM will clear the wave, get on the board.
Oh, another Timotino round. Just put that sniper rifle in his hand, no matter.
Gotta do.
Doesn't even matter if you're close by. Doesn't matter. That operator's still gonna find immense value, and we're seeing some of that zoomer aim on display. Is like you said, they just gotta force their way through here. I think so far, TSM have been doing an excellent job at keeping the flankers in check, whether or not that's Governor, whether or not that has been Moobs. And Winthrop University, like the core of it has been extremely consistent at trying to hold that post plant. But when it comes down to just like the raw individual talent, once again, you're facing some of the statistically best players in Ascension. And TSM, they're just going to bulldoze out for you if you give them the opportunity. So a very needed first round for TSM to start to stabilize here, as Winthrop are still up 5-1.
So now Winthrop surely can't feel as comfortable making the same consistent mistakes that they were able to get away with up until this point. Oops, gonna start fighting for the mid presence now with the help of the drone instead of this B-lurk. Alvin Boy catching some different prey after Infiltrator goes for the TP. Shock Dart will help escort moves a little bit forward, but again, so noisy from the Eagles. So you gotta give a couple more people to it in order for it to make any headway, especially in the 4v5. Gimon, gonna spook him a little bit with the smoke being thrown, but WU again, unfettered. Just hopping their way into the B site. Again, less Cypher until the breakthrough thanks to the market presence, but the Cage is still gonna let GMD get a proper vantage and a free kill onto the Ditto. Now the 3v5 is Winthrop. Yeah, this is a bit of an uncomfortable space maker this time. You gotta use the barrier orb to guarantee that next space, and Alvin Boy, staunch as ever. Great stuff. So Winthrop, gotta try and recondense the fight. And TSM does get a little greedy, but very confident. And that will persist. 7 and Vora finalizing the kill feed, give it TSM 2.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like these rounds where we get to see TSM just kind of play more defensively on the site, have Winthrop University push into them, then they're a little bit more successful. When they try and take that aggression against Winthrop, when they're just kind of like hitting heads against one another, it does feel like Winthrop just are a little bit one step ahead of TSM. And this time around, it just comes down to a little bit more patience, waiting out some of that stuff, more excellent recon dart to spot out some of the original players that were on that site already for Winthrop University, giving that very key information, makes it a much more doable round. So that was, once again, we're starting to see the stabilization come through from TSM. They know that they're not just going to let Winthrop University walk away for free.
7 with the trap is killed, but Timatino with the refrag, and GMD here to help recycle the smoke.
Oh.
That's a little unfortunate. They were trying to give that away so that you saw the stack, but I mean, everyone's here anyway. So, yeah, there's Wkin. Ali alone with this spike on the market perch. Oh, what? Alvin, boy! Come on now, give him another. Wow!
Oh, jeez.
Okay, TSM is here to play, folks.
Took a couple of rounds. Took a couple of rounds for them to regain some of that confidence in what we expect to see from them. This time around, it's just Alvin boy hanging out in the back here, stepping out, finding a headshot, finding a couple, and then just closing it out onto a Winthrop University that looked a little bit scattered, if I'm being honest with you. That time around, it didn't feel like there was really any cohesive strategy. They just had a general idea, but there was no like smokes, no support of utility to kind of clear through there. I mean, I get that you're trying to be a little bit sneaky and it is just a pistol round, but what they're giving up is momentum to TSM, and TSM right now are really starting to heat up. All of their individual players are really slowly getting that momentum behind them and feeling confident about their swings, and that's where things will start to look really dangerous for Winthrop.
Yeah, if it crumbles right here off the bat, then the momentum will very quickly swing TSM's way. We've seen that all it takes is just one player from TSM to really get the ball rolling, like Timo or Alvin. And the thing we've seen from WU that keeps them in something like this is that any of the players on the team have the propensity to do that. We've seen Governor have life rounds, we've seen Moobs have life rounds, we've seen Glyph have so many life rounds.
Oh yeah.
Anybody on this team has the capability to kind of pull one out, but unfortunately, it feels like a lot of the other bits of the round, as you said, there's just a little too much static involved, and you have to be so much more perfect against a team as practiced as TSM.
And when they do come out practice, when they do come out showing that they've got an idea on how they want to play things, like Winthrop University, some of those executions in the earlier parts of this map were absolutely flawless. It was fantastic, just communication back and forth, letting each other know, I need this smoke here, I need this flash here, I'm moving in, I need this support, and it was looking really good. But when those kind of wrenches get tossed into the system a little bit more, it's a little bit less, rehearsed. Then we're really seeing the consistency of TSM just kind of come out on top.
Oh, Glyph will catch the aggression, but a res from 7 will let TSM continue through unscathed. And yet again, WU, telegraphed as ever, Ali still able to find the kill before the blind fully drops. But a checkpoint will completely stop them here. And 7 creating a fun little bit of geometry with the help of that barrier orb against the W key from the tree to make it so much easier.
And honestly, that was just such a heads-up play coming through from 7 on that round. You got the Resurrect online. All right, cool. Go in there. Bait them out so that I can trade you right away. And, of course,
the opposite of what Ali does.
Yeah, exactly that. And then the Resurrection can come online. They've got more than enough people here. 7 and GMD, 2 players on the TSM roster for such a long time now. You know that they're like an army of 2 when they kind of go into those scenarios, and they're able to just shut things down on Winthrop University. The comeback has been crazy. TSM now 1 round away from tying things up here. Glyph, the only one bringing a Guardian into this. The rest of them have Sheriffs. A slew of ultimates online, though, for Winthrop University. I want to see them maybe use this to get active and start to stabilize their own positioning a little more, because it's very clearly falling towards TSM's favor.
Defensive half, the puzzle pieces coming together. And I mean, a 7-5, I don't even think TSM are necessarily satisfied with that, but it's what they're on the path to come away with pretty easily here, if their clock keeps ticking. Moves will beat Timatino in the creep up 1v1, and Timatino had that read like a book so hard. So TSM have got to get a little more proactive. They'll spray through the smoke on the opener for A and get a free kill off of that onto Infiltrator, and Ali and Moves individually are also sprayed down. So Ollie's just gonna have to heal orb himself with how separated Moobs is. But the TP over from Glyph to the B site with such a short time window has allowed the site to be opened up pretty quickly by the Eagles. Hunter's Fury to intercept though. Vora's gonna try and take this now. And after the tap from Glyph, he's caught by Tix of the Hunter's Fury. Vora will find it. And WU's position completely reset. GMD having enough time to come down the catwalk and kill 2. It's all strung together by TSM, who keep 4 standing by the end of that round. Look to get a little scrappy, but it still comes away so clean.
I'm not gonna lie there, that might have been a bit of an overcook coming through from Glyph. Feeling so hot coming into this matchup. Obviously things don't go well. An excellent trade from Neural Thefts just to make sure that they can kind of deny the rest of the information onto A site, and then it calls for that mid-round push over to the B side. But unfortunately, I just don't know whether or not that was enough information that Moves had gotten to guarantee that that was going to be a free site. And you can see there's hesitation on the side of Winthrop University, allowing for that cutoff to be perfectly executed by TSM. And yeah, Timatino's got that operator, can simply not be stopped as Infiltrator goes down right off rip.
Doesn't matter who TSM's facing, you always gotta wonder when Timo is gonna enter God mode. As soon as I say that, he whiffs his shot against Moves. Ah, dang it. Whatever. He'll get another chance. He's gonna get reset by Vora. They can shuffle up their positions, do another tango, get their way to 6-5 pretty easily here. Winthrop, they're gonna continue to have to pound on the door. They're gonna have to continue to give themselves away. And so the dueling means so much. TSM is so damn good at dueling, aren't they?
You will not.
Oh, yeah. Escort Timatino on in there. Ali with the res. It's immediately counteracted. That's the kind of res Ali gets. Normally he baits a kill out of it with a barrier orb set up by 7 after. That allows him to get another kill. And Timatino's up to 4. He can get an ace out of this. Ali just gives himself over. The Lord knows he wants to do that. He's going to come up close quarters and bamboozle him. 1v2, full HP for Ali. The barrier orb set up along the back hall. And you could get doubled up here, but instead Alvin Boy will rotate back. Slow orb toss, so Ali gets a free plant. GMD with the TP available. Second checkpoint set up after the step. So GMD can get ahead. Will he circle close quarters too? Take the same page out of the book. Now Alvin Boy will just win it on his own.
Wow, that was insane. But Timatino heated up now. Operator in hand. That was crazy. Yeah, you're right. Almost caught the ace as well. Of course, there was a resurrection in there, but just with the sniper rifle alone, able to keep the entirety of Winthrop University at bay. And you could see the scramble kind of happening. They realize what's kind of going on here, but just dipping back a little bit more, a little bit here, find a couple of kills, walk away, reset, and then leave 7 to find a couple of cheeky kills as well. I mean, once again, just TSM, the individual prowess coming out from these players. Sometimes you just simply cannot be stopped. That jet with the operator is dangerous as ever.
TSM have still greater tools. Infiltrator having to use his dimensional drift to try and get a side swipe with this stinger. Timatino remains confident. Just full tanks of blind. And we'll get almost rewarded. How did he miss that? Wow, okay.
I thought for sure that was going to be a hit. I'm not going to lie to you.
That
it looked like the crosshair was there.
Yeah. Well, he'll get healed back up to at least 100 effective. And once again, chauffeured into a proper position. He might have wanted to get raised by that. Potentially unfortunate, but 7 is going to take the full bearing with this Odin. Could they expect this? Certainly, right? Even though he's going to just whip it out this last round. Okay, there's the dimensional drift. And so they'll have to double up on the peaks. Exit out from the cubby will quickly kill GMD, and 7, yeah, will get swarmed eventually. Timatino, world on his shoulders with these knives in his pocket. And now the Hunter's Fury available from Governor to just continue to discombobulate. They're able to make it sequential enough. I will say TSM perhaps dropped the ball a little bit position-wise for this round, but with the University, no slouches to mistakes. An Infiltrator will rise to the occasion again on his own operator. Vora versus Fora. Wow, okay. Op City these last 2 rounds, but twin streaks take us to 6-6.
You got me there, Tenric. You got me there. The Vora to Fora. That is
Vansilia's gonna love that one.
Oh yeah, I can hear it already. He's gonna be using that for the rest of the tournament. But yeah, like you said, I think positionally, a little bit of a blunder coming through from TSM. I would have loved to see 7 get a little bit more impact. We've seen how deadly some of these Odin sprays can be, and especially with everything that was kind of going on. I think the big thing was honestly, just Timatino missing that first sniper rifle shot into Infiltrator, and then that allows Infiltrator to be alive in the midst of all of this chaos. And with that operator, I mean, Infiltrator is no one to sneeze at either. Obviously, there's a lot of praise going towards Timatino for just being absolutely insane. But if you know Infiltrator, he's more than capable of just running in there and handling things himself, especially in some of those more chaotic situations. Now, we go to the halftime, 6-6. I'm gonna lie to you, thought this would have been a little bit more one-sided towards TSM. But once again, that Winthrop heat up, the practice, the studying that has gone into this is still keeping them in check.
Well, the conversation, I think, once again, has to shift to moves a tad bit as well, because we spoke about how the Cypher pick switching off of the Vice affected his attack primarily, got him a little bit more ability with the cam. Unfortunately, tough to get his feet off the ground for a majority of that half. But now you switch back to that defense, you wonder how he's going to be able to shift his presence with this universal util on the Cypher as opposed to the Vice on, I assume, more often than not the B site. Obviously, his lurking has been kind of heads or tails. There's been times where he's just walked bare bones up to Timatino and dipped him without taking a crumb of health, and there's been other times where he's dead within the first 2 seconds of the round. So a lot of the conversation probably about that fifth prong that is moves, where he's going to end up a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, and not to be like that, but I'd be so curious to see kind of that like first blood ratio that moves kind of has there, because I imagine it doesn't look really good. And I think that Moobs has had a very stellar performance when it comes to the Ascension tournament at the start of it. But what that has resulted in is a lot of teams being so aware of what Moobs is going to be doing, and so they're so ready to counter out what that Sentinel lurk can kind of provide. So now that Moobs is going to be a little bit more stable on this defense, that is just one less thing I guess Winthrop University can really worry about. Another player too that was kind of highlighted, Governor, also very lurky, also very, ready to take the back line, ready to take those battles himself, but hasn't been doing too successfully thus far in this map. But once we swap over to defense, there is a lot more opportunity to just kind of play that more grounded game, just rely on some of those raw aim mechanics, and hopefully stop the flood here, because it's going to be TSM. Based on the pings on the map, it's going to be a fast hit onto B.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to zone out the heat map for WU, see how quickly the Tendrils could get back to support whatever's on the B side. And the answer is pretty damn quickly, thanks to Infiltrator's TP and Glyph's immediate step back. Infiltrator stepped forward, and a big old Groot gives Infiltrator a bear hug. That's worth a 1-for-1 trade. 7 having a self-heal as the Swarm will make their way through the market. That Paranoia is going to do quite a bit in it. Having a counter Paranoia it, and they'll extend it to the back. Ollie caught off guard. Nice dink on a Timo, though. Another 7 by the looks of it. Glyph re-steps out into the smoke, plays keep away, and moves on the back stab. This is where he shines. No! Timo wins after the step out, and ace side is TSM's.
And a very unconventional push here, as Glyph's still watching. Alvin Boy on the other side. This fight's going to be pivotal here, and actually looks like Glyph is able to win that one out, so there is a bit more ground right now for Winthrop University to potentially pull this one back.
Both of these lurking Cyphers just not matching up when it came to the raw pistol shots. And it gives both of these teams an extra inch, an extra chance. But the clock is running dry for WU, and they're still so far out. Governor having this recon, having this shock dart, could again box out or even kill 7 early, but Timatino watching, and so damn clean. Glyph has got to go for the drop to condense, and he'll immediately get met by a pot shot on the drop. 7 can wait to peek this and make things so easy for TSM. They'll take the pistol and make it 7-6.
Yeah, a great pathing round from TSM there. Like, you see the pathing, they go through middle, they go into the back of B, and then immediately just kind of rush their way out into the spawn, catching so many people off guard. It's just so strange to see kind of that push through come through from TSM, and that honestly grants them so much room on the site. They've more or less isolated the players on Winthrop University into 2 corners, and then as soon as that pick on a Moobs comes through, it's like, oh yeah, this is so obvious where we're going to end up. We've got more than enough time. We've stalled them out. It was just a well thought out execution coming through to get TSM that pistol round.
Here's the momentum, where the momentum really needs to start for TSM. Make sure that WU cannot get their feet off the ground. Make sure Infiltrator has as few rounds as possible to farm up that operator. Make sure that Moobs can't get too comfortable starting to take those plant positions, and for that matter, neither can Glyph, because he loves sitting in those cubbies. He loves hanging out in wine.
triple stack is going to be tough for Infiltrator to deal with here. And Governor not even aware of it either.
Those quarters owl drone, but there's too much in front of it, so Infiltrator opts not to peek it. And will instead take a shock dart to the face. That'll eat the healing orb from Ali.
And ironically, it was really just the owl drone coming through from TSM that gave that position away, gave Infiltrator another chance at life, because if TSM decided to push in there, they would have found a free kill onto the Yoru.
Yeah, potentially a free side off of it, but WU have to maintain the presence on the A side that TSM have chased them down to, and that gun diff permeates pretty quickly. Ali, the last bit of butter to meet this hot knife, as TSM will just negate every possibility of Ali not having to make noise. Attempt number 2 at the jump. There you go.
Gets it. Yeah.
Question is, who do you have greed this? Obviously, I think 7 is the answer. He's going to get the spike drop. Okay, Vora will get the kill. So 7's going to be 1 orb away from the res.
Yeah, and once again, just another great understanding of how TSM are going. Like, you take a look at the map throughout some of these rounds. As soon as they get a little bit of information, they fall back onto another protocol. They know exactly what they want to do. They rush in and clean things up. Obviously, this time, the gun diff really just making a very clear statement there, because obviously, if, you know, the Winthrop University, they all just kind of hop down with pistols, you're going to outshoot them with SMGs. But still, the fact that TSM were able to go so deep kind of goes back into the strategy book, and honestly, just Vora's calling thus far. They've been doing an excellent job at reading this defense, which has resulted in TSM finding these 2 rounds. But Winthrop University, they've now got the buy up here. Timatino, though, still has a Phantom in hand. Well, with how this map has been going for Timatino, you know that this is still going to be a point of pressure. This is not a free round for Winthrop University by any stretches of the imagination.
Notice GMD went for that tiny drop smoke on Ali's position too. Almost mocking Glyph, but I mean, he's been onto something consistently with those drops. So I wonder how often GMD is going to go for that too against the very team that's been selling it a lot. Another close meetup. Infiltrator's been so close to this. Keen to fight. With Ali cleared early, he's going to meet an entire stack. And yeah, that TP's so late, man.
Definitely thought he could probably walk away with a little bit more here. Governor, though, gets spotted out, and that's going to be big information for Alpha Boy.
Yeah, he can stick around as long as he wants to for this, and TSM can maintain a clean 3v2 on the site with comfort. Glyph caught out by this owl drone. Oh, Alvin Boy moves, has found the position, plants his feet, flips this back, and now they can go for their own crunch. Interesting of Alvin Boy to take that corner without knowing the tree is cleared. Nice ricochet. That's so much time wasted for Governor to have to stay back. Glyph on 4 HP on the other side of this drop, and he gets distracted by the recon. Governor has to get another life round, but 7 didn't even have to move that round, and he got everything he needed for TSM to carry that bonus away.
And you got to be impressed with TSM as soon as that spike goes down, right? Because you look at them, they just go into their positions and they're so ready for it. Like, they don't really move around once they kind of get their feet grounded. And it's just using that stall utility, exactly like you said, pushing things out a little bit more, giving us a little bit more time, and then it's just easy pickings all the way around onto the site. I mean, Vora with the recon dart just kind of getting the distraction so that everyone has to kind of look up at it, guarantees another couple of clean kills from TSM. And this is when that micro is also really shining between these characters, as Timatino gets tagged up here, but once again, Winthrop University back onto the save round yet again. Moves going exploring, though, looking for something cheeky.
Oh, after Timatino holds that orb without any control or coverage, and the slow orb walls away the rest. A fantastic start. That does require quite a bit of commitment from WU, but there's no lurker for TSM this round, so they don't get punished for it. Instead, Tim will just get rezzed, and we'll start this over again.
I was just about to say, given the fact that 7 has that Resurrect online, you know, sure, it was a little bit different, but no worries whatsoever. Back to a full 5-man squad. At this point, Winthrop University is so aware of where this could potentially be going, but then we're seeing that rotation again. TSM so ready to commit to this, and I'm going to be honest with you. At this point, like, Winthrop University have to go exploring, which is exactly what they do.
Oh, Recon catching Vora, and he's a bit alone. WU trying to go for the crunch punish, but they can't manage the angle in time, and Vora with the shock dart is going to keep them away. All the meanwhile, TSM have made their way through the woods over to the A site.
30 seconds left.
Where only Glyph is waiting, and he's been smoked out already by the door. He hit it early here. gonna quick advantage, but yeah, they'll just strike that back. Surely no commitment mid-plant, right? No, they're gonna wait it out. Oh, Governor's just gonna take a free shot!
Okay.
Timo! Yeah, no stepping up just yet, my friend.
5v4 onto this retake, but weaponry, not necessarily that good. Not a whole ton of resources, but now they're gonna be marching in.
Searching for another freebie. Hunter's Fury will do a lot of stalling, and Seven will do a lot of killing. He's still on top of the barrier.
Yeah.
He's stayed in this corner of the site for the past 2 straight rounds, and he's gotten like 8 kills.
If I had to summarize a good old TSM round on Ascent so far, it's start on B, okay? We're gonna be making a lot of pressure here. Surely they think that we're going to attack it. And then as soon as we get some of the utility out, run all the way back over to that A site. Get the spike down, everything's nice and cool. Put 7 up on that barrier orb. We are big chilling. Things have been so consistent from TSM on these couple of rounds here. And the amount of value that they've been getting at just kind of flushing out some of the utility and honestly playing with the misread on the side of Winthrop University, where they're like, surely this has to be B this time. This has to be B this time, leaving that A side wide open. It allows TSM to just walk in so easily to be able to take that site. And on top of that too, like, you know, that time around, I did like what Winthrop did. They chased them down outside of B. They were like, listen, we think they're going for that rotation. Let's get that confirmation. We got nothing to lose. We're just pistols right now. They walk out there, and then Vora just uses some of that utility to keep them at bay so that all of that information doesn't necessarily result into any kills. The advantage that Winthrop University were looking for is completely lost. Right now, TSM have just been running Winthrop University around the map, and their attack so far has looked flawless, honestly.
Yeah, Winthrop in quite the slump since we've swapped sides. TSM have won 10 of the last 11 rounds.
Wow.
So to maintain the streak here would really set the precedent for the kind of favoritism that TSM want to maintain against the 3 seed of North America. This is what a lot of people wanted to expect out of TSM. This is what I think TSM fans should be expecting if they want TSM to be the team that ascends, to be the team that is that far above. They need to still be at that dominant stage, at least to some degree, on a map as well known as Ascent. This is where they can find their footing. TSM picked this map for a reason. They've got to feel comfortable on it despite the switch from Winthrop University. But Infiltrator has held close for quite some time with this operator and will actually get a pick off of it after TPing out of the logs for free. TSM's timing a little bit off, but Ali punished for that barrier extension. Timotino just holding the lane with these knives, catches an elbow of Glyph, but not a face. Waiting for that. Infiltrator slowed down with the barrier orb immediately by 7, giving away that operator. And he takes the weaker angle that's been not smoked out. Timotino taking the close angle and reducing it to just a dry fire from 7, who has a 1v1 against Glyph. Has one more shrouded step. He's giving himself away noise-wise. Typical Winthrop. Tapping that spike and just holding the position. And flicks on the 7. Winthrop University, stop the bleeding for now.
Yeah, they're finally able to get around here, and honestly, it's looking like these sides have completely swapped, and I know that's exactly kind of what happened, but Winthrop having the massive lead at the start of the round, start of the map, sorry, and then suddenly TSM start to pull their way back in. It was looking so TSM heavy dominant here, and now we're seeing a lot of that trap setup come to full fruition. The one thing that I think kind of slipped through the cracks was Timotino, but in the end, Winthrop University are still able to walk away with the round. Obviously, the economy is stretched a little bit thin here, but they're able to walk away to get all the weaponry needed. But that is the trap that they consistently wanted to spring onto that B site. The issue was TSM were just simply not interested in B site, and so that just allowed them to completely circumvent it up until that round.
And now having to eye that real estate again.
My camera is destroyed.
Or at least sell that they're doing so. Alvin Boy gonna take up that responsibility. And check out where Glyph has gone. Huh. Weird. No doubt that drone's gonna catch him, right? Or is going to check it. Yep. Okay. And the whole Glyph sticks around! Gets a freebie! Smokes his way out, and he faked TPs out of line. 7 with the red, so it's still a 5v5. But are they gonna recheck Glyph? No. Feels like they're just gonna double out. They don't want to take that chance.
That's unbelievable, Glyph. Once again, the drop smoke that time almost securing the duelist in Timatino, but thankfully Seven, once again, has been getting so many kills. Has another resurrection online here. And yeah, TSM, whenever they get a little bit of noise, they immediately decide to just back things out. They know that it's not in their favor. They'd rather not play Winthrop University's game, so it will be another avenue here. Ali is going to be the one tested.
Yeah, A still looks pretty juicy with Governor having to hold court with this Odin from mid. TSM feel like maybe they can cause that pressure on Tree. Spike is still hanging around it, and yeah, that's why you don't poke in a mid. Infiltrator, 3 uphill on Devora, and so TSM just have to try and full send it, but the trap wire catching Timo. Barrier Orb will get used to blockade, but WU have all the space they need. TSM just have to outfrag, and GMD has made his way from the shadows to create such a sudden presence on this B site. What a flip from TSM. Glyph standing alone yet again, and TSM just have enough time, barely, to get this spike down and turn it to a 3v1. That's an insane juke out from TSM.
Oh, yeah.
I am vividly impressed by that round.
Oh yeah, I mean, one of the things that, you know, we highlighted on the desk for all of these TSM players is they've got the individual prowess, they've got the individual skill to kind of pull things forwards. And something that I've been noticing on quite a few of these rounds is, you know, we see the flashy plays, we see, you know, a couple of players go for crazy things, but then what you don't notice is kind of the backline just walking in and just walking in nice and confidently, cleaning everything up while all of the attention is kind of focused on those flashier players. It's that consistent backline that has honestly really helped TSM as well. And some of the plays that you don't necessarily see coming, just finding a couple of kills, catching Winthrop off guard, and honestly, this is looking like it's more and more over as Timo finds moves right off rip. And yeah, there's nothing to be gained there for Governor, who has to just kind of back off or play his life to try and find a cheeky kill before eventually the TSM storm will hit.
Continuously good reads on the moves in these eco rounds. And Halfin Boy's gonna stick around for lurk number 2. Governor gets caught. Yeah, might as well. Just make your way to 12. Winthrop's minds may already be on Abyss.
Oh, not like this. I mean, Glyph, though, still alive in the midst of all of this, and TSM, very patient. That's one thing that I really have to commend their attack with. They're extremely patient, wait for those opportunities for Winthrop University to kind of push them. And then they just kind of find them here, there, or everywhere. The storm now flying in on Glyph.
Oh, Timatino trying to posterize. You're a little too far away for that. And so is Glyph for a second. So it's a little bit dicey, but we'll make it work.
I think that was a total of 4 shorty bullets trying to hit Glyph from long distance, and so
long.
Bringing him down. Yeah, bringing him down to like 5 HP, and then yeah, just the proper rifle spray coming through, and you know, they're just kind of like, all right, come on guys, let's clean this up here. But yeah, it's honestly just TSM waiting for all of this aggressive defense coming through from the side of Winthrop University. And sure, moves is the easy one to kind of point to as being that person who gets caught off guard pretty often, but I do think that Winthrop University, they're all kind of doing it. They're hoping to find that first duel, first kill to try and snowball the rest of their way forwards. The only issue is the rounds where they found those first kill, well, if I'm being honest, 7 has usually got to resurrect, and 7 is only 1 away from having that ultimate back online.
Jeez.
7 has been on fire this map.
Yeah, unbelievable value out of this Sage. And Ali, unfortunately, has not been able to kind of meet that pace at this stage. Been more silly mode for him on the attack, and then defense, the barrier, you'll see so much responsibility placed on him to kind of solo the front line for A site. And yeah, Seven's just responded to that with the Odin. Oh, Ali, yeah, take the initiative again. Getting in front. Yeah. Oh, and GMD just punishes TSM, just finding all the easy picks and still have plenty of time left on the clock. Timatino, that feels like another shot he totally should have hit, but whatever. 7, hey, there's his own silly barrier play. He wants to get in on the fun too.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Oh man, I feel like it's almost at this point, whoever's doing the silly barrier play is gonna win the round.
Feels pretty pivotal, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh, Governor, nice angle, but Timo will get insta-rezzed on the drop down, so Governor's gonna have to try and either chase it down or just elect to go against another 2v4. He'll re-kill Timatino, but 7 is just gonna spray it down. Yeah, sure, and with a kill like that, why not? And so TSM come from a 0-5 deficit to a 13-7 stomping. A very sudden shift in momentum that TSM looked to carry into the winners finals and beyond.
Yeah, once these players really started to heat up, it seemed like there was just no stopping TSM, period. Timotino kind of being that first person to find all those necessary kills, find the crazy moments there, and honestly inspiring the rest of the team to follow suit. And then we just see an unbelievable amount of prowess come through from Seven. And honestly, all the rest of the team. Honestly, I want to give the biggest shout out right now to Vora, because I think Vora was just calling this game immaculately. It always felt like TSM were one step ahead of Winthrop University once the wheels started clicking. And Glyph had a pop off first couple of rounds there, but unfortunately it gets silenced out as TSM, they win their map pick pretty dominantly by the end.
Yeah, great to see. And great to see the TSM fans show out in the Sao Paulo arena as well. They've been building out quite the fan base. Could show well going forward in the tournament. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, it's map 2, Abyss, Winthrop's pick, coming soon.
Spike down, B. One enemy remaining.
I'm back.
One enemy remaining. Spike down, B. One enemy remaining.
I hate
Down A. One enemy remaining.
You will not kill my ally.
3. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One player remaining.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience.
We're making history.
It means so much to us.
It's good to be back. I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
And I'm ready to go.
Exactly what Core needs to do. And then there was trust into Aya.
What do you think?
Heading into the very first map of the series, Ascent. Questions about Winthrop picking the attack side. They do a strong job at first, but then TSM wake up a little bit, get familiar with the stage. I don't know. Lightning in a bottle. TSM just go crazy. And from there, Dan, able to close out a very, very strong first map of the series. I mean, it seemed like once TSM warmed up, they really could just do no wrong. Like, this was just impeccable form coming through.
They really, once they warmed up, they really warmed up. There was nothing else that you can do against TSM. And it is incredible to think about the way that this map started for Winthrop University with this 5-0 lead on the attack side. It almost felt like no matter what, they already had enough rounds going into the defense with this change in the composition that we talked about. With TSM, they were just so good, whether it was anchoring the side to Oven Boy, as you get to see in this replay, or it was finding those openings as well for Timotino on the defense. Just everything was going according to plan, and then you see it in the player cam. You see how excited they get. You see how confident they are in the way that they played. And once again, for Winthrop University, it's a game where they cannot get hold and any sort of control of how they want to play this.
They had control in the beginning of this map. I mean, you start 5-0 on the attack side. I mean, that's, or sorry, 4-0 on the attack side. It's insane, right? Then you get the 5th round on the board as well. That's the first official gun round. You're at 5-0. That's the best start you could possibly ask for. And I think that speaks not just to the talent for Winthrop University, but the resilience for TSM, their ability to remain locked in no matter how tough of starts that that happen to them. But I feel like when you have this bad hack on the defense side of Ascent, guys, it's easy to kind of get unlocked a little bit, right? Because that's supposed to be the hack where you get a lot of rounds. But historically speaking, TSM has shown us time and time again that their attack sides on this map are dangerous. They have an identity, and despite them running a double sentinel setup, they're very explosive and they're very dynamic with the pacing that they're willing to play this map at, which makes them very unpredictable. And when you have a TSM that is just busting open on these sites, trading out perfectly, perfect setups for Timotino, Seven's kind of doing this thing as well. It's a very, very dangerous recipe for TSM.
I mean, you talk about the double sentinel. It helps so much when one of those sentinels is 7. And with the amount of times they had the resurrected, it just kind of seemed like it was constantly a 6-man squad that Winthrop University had to go up against. And this is even just crazy to look at too, because Roy, looking at just how the map shook up, Winthrop University leading the first kills, just unable to convert.
12-8 is crazy. I mean, they have so many opportunities to close out maps. I'm thinking back to that one 3v5 that TSM was able to close out. Like, that should have been around for Winthrop University. It's really, there was no lack of opportunities for Winthrop. They had ample opportunities to try to at least make this a lot more of a close finish. But I think for me, the TSM, their ability to heat up despite them not having a hot start here, the fact that 7 is 28-10, the fact that Timotino is also popping off with the operator. Again, we saw what Dgzin did against Winthrop University. It was kind of the same thing, right? Just slow grind with the operator, get all those picks. That helped so much here for the TSM side. But I feel like, what's crazy is even when you're looking at Alvin Boy, GMD, and Vora, despite them not really having like a lot of stats, it felt like every person came up big on very important rounds. And I feel like that really was kind of the difference maker, on top of the fact that, Seven's having a standout game, Timotino's having an average Timotino game. It makes it a really compelling victory here for TSM.
I mean, when I start to think about things really started to turn in this matchup, the first thing was Alvin Boy and some of these holds over on the B side and just these multi-kills. Alvin was on one. But then the next thing I think about is Timotino and this op. As soon as TSM finally were in the position financially to start getting this op, even just on these retakes, he was crazy. And then, Dan, we get in later parts of the game and a 7 that just, again, cannot do any wrong. Like, this is, what are they feeding this kid over there?
These were the stars of the show for this map of Ascent. 7 was incredible, and it was just a game plan around these two that worked so well on the defense. When you see 7 being able to wall around tree and constantly forcing the side of Winthrop University on the attack to go and attempt for these extremities that don't work out because 7 is slowing it down. On the other side is going to be Timotino, whether he's going to be wine or main, or both of the players are going to be pushing. And then when you force Winthrop University to go towards mid, you end up pinching them. There was really no answer after those 5 rounds that Winthrop University couldn't find, and it was because of these two. The utility was incredible. When they wanted to push a main as well, it was not only Timotino and 7, but it was also usually GMD as well, trying to help a little bit of this push. I mean, everything was going exactly the way that TSM wanted to at 163 coming back.
Timotino and 7, the way they were playing was like kind of like Shaq and Kobe, where there's so many set plays that they were doing together, right? Like, there's so many plays where it felt like Timotino was getting active and 7's right there kind of just holding his hand. They're doing these plays off each other. They're walling off. They have Timotino playing on the edge of heaven. As soon as he dies, boom, instant reds, no hesitation. Like these are all set plays. And the fact that they're doing these things in combination and somehow still finding all of the kills is crazy. And how many reses did Seven get? Like 6, 7 of them? I don't even know how many he got, but it was wild.
There is nothing more dangerous than a Jett and Sage duo, and TSM just proved that in spades on the first map of the series. Now, though, we're heading into Abyss. This is Winthrop University's map pick of choice. But again, looking into this, Roy, this is one that seems quite strong for both the teams. And again, on a day where it looks like TSM can do no wrong, even if this is Winthrop's map pick, there's still worry here.
There's a lot of worries, guys. This is Winthrop University's map pick, but if you're looking statistically on TSM's performance in this last time they played Abyss, they were able to close out 67% of their rounds. That's 7 rounds or 8 rounds. My math is really horrible, but somewhere along those lines, they had a fantastic attack half, and now they're getting to start on that attack half once again. The KO, the double initiator, excuse me, the setup composition that TSM has it looked phenomenal. Seven has looked great on the KO on that map as well. Timotino's looked fantastic on the Jett. They're feeling hot after an insane comeback, a very dominant first map performance, and now they're going on to a half that they're very comfortable. I feel like this is going to be a very hard battle here on Winthrop University's map pick. Hopefully they have game planned very well, because they're going to need to execute very well against TSM to bring this to a third map.
It makes sense still for Winthrop University to go with this map. I mean, we recently saw them 13-0 9C here on Abyss, but they started on the attack side, and this is what Roy's talking about. That attack side for Winthrop University, it was incredible for those 12 rounds, but that's not where they're going to be starting first. TSM, they decide to pick this attack side too. That is really, really strong. This is a team that is coming very confident after that map of Ascent. And once again, as I mentioned, for TSM, if they won that first map, I felt to me that they could close this map of Abyss, but Winthrop University, maybe they can make a statement the way that they did it with 9C.
I mean, for Winthrop University, about shaking off that first map in the series, shaking off the fact they had that lead into TSM to come back, and now heading into the second map, I'm just looking at Timotino back on this Jett, TSM playing with what we've known to see from them. And again, Timotino was just activated on that first map, Roy. So how is Winthrop with this double senti gonna slow him down?
I feel like for me, I'm eyeing the moves, guys, on this chamber. I feel like he's been a kind of a big piece for them on that chamber, especially with the operator, especially with the headhunter on a lot of those rounds. He was able to open up so many rounds previously for them. I feel like for the defensive side of Winthrop University, you want that aggression with Infiltrator. You want those lines with chamber, right? Try to push them into the Astra setup. Try to push them into Ali's Sage. I feel like that will be the key victory here for Winthrop on this first half. And as soon as you get on that second half, guys, Winthrop University, keep an eye out on those pulse plans where Ali likes to get up close and personal. Playing off the walls, playing off the slows, a ton of pulse plant utility. So I feel like for TSM on that defensive, when it comes to the defensive side, they're going to need to be very disruptive. Try not to let Winthrop University settle in on those sides, because we've seen how dangerous Winthrop can be in those pulse plants.
I mean, TSM definitely were destructive on the very first map of the series. Up 1 in our very first playoffs map. It's time to see if they can close this out 2-0, or if this is where Winthrop is going to bounce back. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Abyss, and to send it to your caster, Marks and Tenric.
Thanks, Sierra. Yeah, TSM one map away from being able to take themselves to the winners finals after a pretty dominant rolling in the finality of the previous map. But Marks, as they just mentioned, Winthrop have a lot of great game plans, especially on this map of Abyss, coming off of a pretty fun 13-0 against 9Z. They'll definitely still have to bring a lot of staunch game planning into this TSM squad that is so well practiced. Luckily, it seems like they're able to set up a very sequential nature to their attack from both sides with their composition, with the double smoke, with the Sage that Ollie has, that, as Roy mentioned, he loves to play on top of when he goes for those post plants. WU have a lot of gas in the tank to be able to run TSM dry.
I do think that they have a lot of gas in their tank, and I do think that they've got what it takes. This has honestly been a stellar map from them in the Ascension tournament thus far. But once again, this is TSM, and one of the players I'm going to be really watching right now is going to be Moobs. I think that Moobs really has to kind of step it up here if Winthrop University want to make this happen, because a lot of the game plan on Abyss is very dependent on how that chamber performs.
Yeah, very unfortunate performance where he just got so disabled so consistently in those 1-for-1s. He's got to step up his dueling game if he wants WU to get themselves to map 3. Taking a bit of time, making sure that they can go for the full activated crunch, but such a great flash timing out the gate here by 7 on that flash drive. That just lets TSM repace everything, and every member has their lineups. The only guy to lose his life is Iman for that pistol round.
And wow, yeah, look at the momentum building on the side of TSM. Both these teams walked in with smiles. Both of them were feeling nice and confident, seeing each other just across the stage. And now only TSM are the ones still laughing and having a ball. Of course, this was only round number 1, but even then it felt very clean from TSM. It felt very decisive. They weren't afraid to just kind of play off these angles, let Winthrop kind of flood in. And Winthrop University just didn't really have an answer for what TSM had set up in their post plant, which felt very true on that previous map. So let's see how this goes. Move's going to be tested yet again here, as the Headhunter will be taken off the table just for a second, thanks to the KO 0 point.
A KO pick from 7 after such a great fragging performance from him on the previous map. You wonder how willing he still is to go for the setups for his friends like Timatino, and how much he's going to start feeling himself on the front lines. Still though, Timo also had a fantastic performance, so he will continue to be that spear tip until the cows come home. Winthrop are already kind of turning tail to this. Yeah. Wow. Okay. You know, if you ask me, I have a lot of really tough thoughts about this particular practice in the game, but okay. I won't expand upon those.
You don't want to challenge anybody's perception on how they want to play Abyss on round 2?
It's just so mean.
Oh man, I can't wait to see the twit longer later. Is that still a thing? I don't even know if that's still a thing, but yeah, can't wait to read that one. But honestly, like at this point, like Winthrop University has been touted to be one of those very heavy like momentum based teams, right? And I think that a lot of that comes through from some of the more creative plays that we like to see them go for. We highlighted it before, the desk was talking about it, some of those crazy walls to enable Ali to get into these positions, but that kind of injects momentum back into Winthrop University where they can feel more confident about taking some of these fights. And right now, like all of that confidence just doesn't seem like it's there just quite yet. And meanwhile, TSM, like, they're just playing completely confidently. They know exactly what's going on. This is a very similar look to how they played their attack last time. Wait for Winthrop University to overextend, punish it, and then depending on what information you've got, attack the site that you think is easier.
Yeah. Alvin Boy is taking his time with this mid checkpoint as TSM will start making their way forward. Flash into Timatino's dash, and Timatino able to counterfrag moves as he once again cannot line up his shots. That's 2 big 0-3-0s on the scoreboard. Ali able to linchpin mid. Alvin Boy will finally get punished as he sticks around for that entire stacks rotation. That also lets TSM know that they don't really need to worry too heavy about the flank watch. Even still, Florida's going to stick around for just a moment to make sure. As we enter from the books, Timatino is good for a 3rd on top of the flash entry. Unreal stuff from this kid. Ali setting up shop with the barrier orb. That's a great wall to at least get your way to half. The fragment is gonna force him off and into an easy bonus round by TSM.
And once again, it's just Timatino, you know, so dangerous if let loose. Flies right back into the site there, and you can tell how pivotal this chamber is in moves to try and find a little bit of value right off the rip. In the best case scenario, Moves walks away with a couple of kills and gets out, but unfortunately doesn't get a single kill. And then the flood through from TSM is just going to be guaranteed at that point. Some of that stopping power just gets completely ripped away from Winthrop University. And then the rest of it is just nice and easy. TSM still honestly just kind of dipping Winthrop University at this point with the prowess, and they've got the coordination there too. So things are honestly just firing on all cylinders for this squad at the moment.
Here.
I'm saying this now almost because I don't want it to happen, but wouldn't it be insane if the very next time Winthrop went to Abyss after getting a 13-0, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I'm saying it because I don't want it to, because I love these guys.
Oh yeah, okay.
I'm bringing it up now just because.
Let's get that horse out of this room.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man.
The elephant's been addressed. And now we can move forward with life.
Personally, I don't think it'll happen, but once again, if Winthrop University can't even kind of get some of these things online, then, you know, it's totally possible. But Moves very extended outside of B at this point to get a little bit more information. Alvin Boy, though, on the Cypher, this utility has been extremely impressive at keeping things in check, and Alvin Boy as well has just been kind of winning that flank duel every single time.
Yeah, now he's going to be able to continue having that presence, and WU going to be even more discouraged to meet at this time, especially with the pistols. You've got to go for the stack fights, and they are able to at least get one up. Ollie, nice corner. He sets up the barrier again, but the rest of TSM is up and kicking just fine. Glyph will finally make his way over after Alvin Boy's noise has been made.
Spike planted.
And yet he'll still be the first one to meet him, right? Ooh, nice shot, Glyph. Hey, you got some stars here. You can toy with this a bit.
Taking that back.
Yeah, that's another drop from GMT. He's like, anything you can do, I can do better. That's 3 for the Omen.
Oh, man. Yeah, TSM. It's putting on an absolute showcase right now of how to run Abyss. I think a lot of the teams that may have faced Winthrop before, they just weren't as prepared coming up against some of the strategies that Winthrop do, especially because they were going for something different here. But at this point, like, TSM, they look well rehearsed, they look well studied. It feels like they've always got their fingers on the pulse for a lot of this. It's honestly not even like these flashy executions that kind of happen on site or anything. They can just very confidently march forwards, know where to peek their guns, know that they're going to be swinging off one another, and clean house. Like, it's just very textbook coming through from TSM thus far.
Nothing to really write home about. And so with that kind of lack of direction, lack of resources to kind of spin this on your own, you got to call the timeout. Yet again, 4 rounds in. This is the very same way that TSM started out Ascent, down 0-5. They called the timeout right here, and eventually they were able to spin it back. Yet it feels so much tougher to ask that of Winthrop University when they're starting from the deficit, when it feels like Alvin Boy's lurking is so much more effective than Moobs is right now, and it feels like this this flash into dash from Seven's KO on top of Timo's jet is just too consistent of a spear tip to guarantee you're fighting against it off rip. So you almost kind of have to play for retakes.
Yeah.
There's a laundry list that Winthrop needs to get through if they want to be able to hold it down this half.
Yeah, and I feel like the style that Winthrop University leans into is their defense is very frag forwards, right? Like, they want to make sure that they're getting a couple of kills before they kind of back off.
Yeah.
They're getting a couple of kills before TSM could really take that space. But I think at this point, it's pretty clear that you're not winning those duels at this moment. So I want to see them lean a little bit more into their utility. You've got those shock bolts, you've got the gravity wells, you've got the flashes. Use some of those to at least slow TSM down so that it gives them an opportunity to take a moment and set up some of these trap plays, because when it comes just down to the raw aim duel, TSM right now can do no wrong.
Ollie's early slower, if anything, convinces TSM to just press forward, and they're not met by any secondary threat, so they get this insight for free. That being said, Winthrop University, perhaps they want to play into that with the bevy of resources that they now have at their disposal to purely play for that retake.
This is going to be a tough one to walk into. Not a ton of utility. They do have the resurrect if things go awry, but Winthrop University, they need to start moving fast.
Trader is going to head back from heaven around to the backside. GMD is already policing that first lineup. Ollie holding it down, able to get the res on the Governor as well, so you still have the Swarm entering from the backside, and Moves not hitting a shot from heaven. TSM lay waste! Vora cracking 3 on that?
Man,
run it back,
it was
run it back.
Like, oh no. You can see it on their vision. They're like, wow, that was over really fast. And it was over in a snap. Like, at that point, TSM just individually picked off all the members of Winthrop University in a matter of seconds. It's kind of crazy to see if you're just kind of focusing on some of the main site there. But once again, just holding down these long angles, knowing exactly where to look, as Vora found a double. And sure, Vora gets the highlight there, but at the same time, like, all the other players on TSM were individually watching their angles and able to find multi-kills. Like, it's all just coming up good for TSM.
They were still in. They just couldn't be fully broken. They could only be just pushed against. And this time, Winthrop gonna get committal on both lane entries, see if they can get away with lurks, and nothing comes up. A very strong-looking 6-0. Marks, you know that thing I talked about a couple rounds ago?
No.
Where, like...
Stop it.
Oh, would be historic.
It would be insane if we retreated to that again. But Let's see how this one goes. At the same time, TSM, like, they're building up their ultimates as well. Timatino using the knives, but has the outlaw, finds a kill onto Glyph, and that just leaves everything up to Governor. And honestly, Alvin Boy has been just doing a fantastic job at outflanking the flankers for Winthrop University. Usually Governor, usually Moobs. Alvin Boy has kept both of them in check. And honestly, those two players taking so much room onto the map was a main reason we saw the 13-0 from Winthrop University against 9Z.
Yeah, you could tell 9Z was really scared by this point in the game against Winthrop University, kind of giving away a lot of easy corners, kind of exposing themselves a lot more often than a team of that caliber should. You're seeing a couple echoes of that from WU here. As always, they are noisy, they are relatively obvious, but they are consistent more often than not. Moobs is not on the board. Governor is not on the board.
Yeah.
Take flight.
And once, like, I don't want to beat it at horse here, but hey, there we go. Moobs on the board. You've spoken into existence. Alvin Boy loses that one out, and so that guarantees at least that space on mid. But TSM have already taken that B site.
Yeah, this is as dominant as ever, and the main channel is all TSM really cared about in the end. Hunter's Fury, a little early here from Bora, but it's going to be able to just take every channel. How does he get a second off of that? TSM weren't even pressuring it like that, bro.
I'm flabbergasted. I'm at a loss for words right now. I was gonna say, like, finally Moob's able to find something. Maybe they can make it happen, but it's just such an intelligent play from TSM that round. Ali, yeah, now gonna just be running for the hills. Timatino gonna try and take it, able to win that duel as well. And just off of the Hunter's Fury in some of those tight corridors, Timatino perfectly navigates around and watching all of the players from Winthrop University ducking and dodging out of the way. And suddenly there's two alpha threats they have to deal with. One of them being a duelist, the other, this giant laser beam that's being shot all the way down from B side. And so, unbelievable stuff coming through from TSM. They're still looking sharp as ever, and this blade has not been dulled a single bit.
Treating every round like 0-0. What you like to see. And just continuous punishment of WU's ideas here. Ollie used this slow up once or twice now, but Moobs has not gotten in front of it with a TDF and not been that aggressive before. Timatino will get stuck, and that's the best reflexes we've seen from Moobs this entire match, I dare say.
And I think that also comes down to just unconventional positioning. Infiltrator demonstrates it again. Alvin Boy just walking in front of that bullet, and suddenly, this is looking like Winthrop University might be able to win the round. It's still got two ultimates alongside that two in the forest. As Ali finds two.
That's gonna happen on the eco, bro. Of course. Too early meets into dry contact. A great angle taken by Ali. And Gimond. Come on, buddy. Make it happen. Keep it going. For history.
No.
Do it for the legacy.
Pride on the line. This is
Do it for the
NA
bit.
teams, Tenrek. Too much ego, too much pride.
Oh, this round could get super North American super quick. 30 seconds. Glyph. Okay, all right. We're chilling, and we're on the board. So Winthrop University can put a stopper in things. That was some punished aggression by TSM that time around, I will say.
Yes.
And also Infiltrator catching the lurk instead of Moobs. So the game plan does have to deepen a little bit, but it can be by Winthrop.
Yeah, and hey, the curse is broken. Woohoo, we're free, ladies and gentlemen. None of that 13-0 business here. Winthrop University, thank you for making that happen. But once again, when it comes to Winthrop University, one of the big things that had really worked against them were some of those trickier plays, right? That time around, no utility really to do that one. Just positioning that was unexpected that allowed TSM to just kind of slip, especially as that confidence continues to build, and Winthrop are able to capitalize on it. Is that enough to be a stability round? I'm not necessarily sure about that one, but still, this is a much better start than what we've seen on the previous rounds.
You all ready? A little bit extra intimidation. And much further stepping back. I love Infiltrator's patience at the moment. Just willing to hold it down until that intel's fully given, because that TP can come through pretty quick. Gotta be red soon here. The barrier orb is luckily gonna force TSM to make the call to either give Ollie a free glimpse or give the stack away a tad bit early.
This choke has been so dangerous. On top of that too, Governor really close by, has the Hunter's Fury online. A little bit of information might be the call here for Winthrop University, and that could do massive damage.
And 0.06 the front line, so they have to just kind of... Oh wow, dry contact barrage. Ali is only good for one after flash out.
Exactly where
Infiltrator will use that drift now that he's back in. Set up some targets for the Hunter's Fury from Governor. And that will tag Timo and set up the kills for the rest of Winthrop here. Still though, TSM have sight. And one in front. Vora got the lineup before. Blindside will stick him. Well met by Infiltrator. Solo's the next. Timo meets it. Moves on Heaven. Able to get the remainder of the crunch. And Winthrop escapes Brazil swinging. It's 2-7.
Yeah, not a lot of value bought off that Hunter's Fury, but that time around it's just a good, clean retake coming in from Winthrop University.
Yeah.
It almost felt like a stutter step coming through from moves there. You know, let the rest of the squad just kind of move in there, just play off of those trades. Thankfully, Ali's able to get one just on entry, and they punish the over-aggression from GMD, but then it's just slow as ever, allowing enough time for moves to walk in, get comfortable in position, and then find that timing. That is a lot more what we expect to see from Winthrop University. We know their swings are clean. We know they play well together as a squad. I'm wondering whether or not the last map against 9Z kind of made them feel like they could get let off the leash a little bit too much. But a squad like TSM are gonna keep them honest round after round, and they have to fall back into some of that very rehearsed practice that we've seen during stage 3.
Couple creeps up the different main lines for Winthrop to start this round, and Alvin Boy is going to be able to punish the latter of them, and then meanwhile B-side is completely unoccupied, so Winthrop have to play for the 4v, never mind, 5v5 retakes. Okay, never mind, 4v5. So the rest from Ali will reset the stack all the way to the backside, play from Heaven, play from the library. Smokes are going to be reset. Glyph does have a Cosmic Divide, and Timo is cleared early. So you've got to feel capable taking this back, surely. TSM, yeah, they'll already box themselves out a little bit, but also to give Alvin Boy a little extra time to rotate in silence. Now that Cosmic Divide is set by Glyph, so Winthrop can try and box this away quickly. But in the meantime, Alvin Boy still making his way back. Okay, Governor, nice lineup, and now it's just Alvin Boy left. Terrible position to be in. Still can crack Glyph for a third this round before, yeah, Ali has more than enough of an audience to get the third on the board. The streak is going up the other way on the defensive side. No less, Winthrop are starting to look dangerous here.
Yeah, they're being a lot more disciplined, which is exactly what we really needed to see them there. The retake capacity coming through from this team is extremely good. Sure, there were still a couple of mishaps there. Thankfully, there was a resurrection to even out the numbers a little bit, but then it just feels almost surgical when they are moving in onto this site. They're moving together, clearing each other's corners, using the utility to be as annoying as possible. And so, they've now got 3 rounds in a row. Some of the linchpins in this composition starting to heat up a bit. Ali, though, very far forwards.
Yeah, he's been doing this round after round on top of his slow orbs as well. And this time, I think he'll do exactly what he wanted to, which is get rid of at least one of those pieces of the KO kit. Now 7 down to just one of those flash drives. And Ali can set up a barrier orb for that next one. Slow orb after a little bit of dry fire to make sure that TSM can't get a guaranteed send-off through the main. With him still so alone. I mean, look how far stacked Winthrop is on top of the cliff. Infiltrator's on the cliff at the moment.
Oh,
they're ready for a TSM rotation. Ali, ballsy barrier orb to try and get a free pick off, but he'll duck away after the knives and the guns are popped. But Governor is also here to meet this, so they do at least have a little bit of extra support. Timatino, fun wide angle to make sure that side isn't occupied, but they're so ready for it. The recon into Ali's bullet, decapitating Timo. And giving TSM just a 4v5 on the side as Winthrop comes back to meet the threat fully armed.
Going to be grouping up. Keep in mind as well, Moob's getting set up on the flank here. Trap, though, will give TSM information.
Yeah, delays against the drone and the decoy. GMD with another drop smoke. I love that they're both doing it now. Both shock darts tossed out by Vora in the now. Oh, and then just sprays through the smoke. Yeah, process of elimination. And Ali is the next on the chopping block. Moobs has finally made that lurk known. And Governor with the re-entry. Now sticking the recon bolt on Zavora. Oh, you got a little something on your face, buddy. And 7 has to take the wide swing, and it's guarded by Governor. Winthrop keeps the streak going and this game interesting.
You know, we were really worried that this was going to be a little bit of an easy one for TSM to just kind of win out here. And for a moment there, it really felt like that was going to be the case. But Winthrop University have now risen to the occasion. They are starting to fire back and they're starting to look really good. I'm still very impressed with how they want to play this retake here. It's been looking good every single time, despite the fact that there are a couple of mishaps happening. This time around, it's all of that pressure from up here. And honestly, Governor, with these recon bolts, has been so deadly. That time around, 2 very impactful pings and leading to kills, meaning that Timotino can't get those knives online. Different look this time from TSM as they're getting ready to punish any aggression outside of B. Keep that lurker in check because Moves has started to go a little bit crazy with it.
Yeah, there wasn't necessarily any intel onto this close B stack, but TSM being here to meet it so early may punish because Infiltrators, again, already on the cliff, already ready to throw that blind sight, and we've seen so many teams go for this kind of thing. Oh, but they crunch Moves first, and he catches the sightline on the Operator, a second as well, as Infiltrator makes his case, but Timotino is already online and has made his way through with a double kill on the shorty before he gets fully crunched away. Winthrop, though, they're able to quickly take care of that round. They get a 5-7 half after, once again, twin streaks capping off this first bit of regulation. And Moves is already like, let's go for it, guys. You already know what I want. You all saw it. I'm not dumb.
Man, like it's really heating up on Winthrop's side, and that time around it was a crazy kind of trap setup being done there. And at this point, like, the issue is when TSM get onto the site, right? Like they bulldoze the people onto the site. Hey, let's just play so far forwards. Let's take the initiation against them and let's win this round back before it can even get started. A beautiful little adjustment being done by Winthrop University to hemorrhage a lot of the bleeding that honestly TSM felt like they were just ripping them to shreds. Like you said, 7-5 here, as we have a little bit of an
universitário também. Quero saber deles como que é jogar pelo time, obviamente a motivação de ter time universitário jogando o Ascension também. So I'm here joined by 2 more players from CAP, a college ape team from Brazil. Então, mano, primeiramente, Lopes, como é que é ver os caras jogando aí? Saber que você pode chegar aqui também, eventualmente, um dia.
É um sonho, porque a gente, desde o primeiro campeonato que a gente joga universitário mesmo, a gente quer participar da final aqui. Então, jogar o Ascension, então, é uma honra e um sonho.
Well, I asked him, like, how is it to watch these guys playing here? What's the motivation behind it? And he said, of course, it's a dream to play Ascension. And since the first championship that we've been playing, we really wanted to be here. So it's such a dream. It's such an honor to be here as well. E agora eu quero saber aqui do Pedro, que é coach. Como é que é aguentar essa molecada estudando e dando trabalho e jogando e o caramba, mano?
Olha, é bem estressante às vezes, mas no final é muito satisfatório poder ajudar eles tanto no jogo como na faculdade. E é isso.
So I asked him, what is it like to take care of these children, of these students, like at the university playing and studying at the same time? And he said, it's very satisfactory, like it's very good. It's really nice for me to be able to help them both in game and of course at the university as well. So it's a huge honor for him to be able to do that. É isso, tamo junto. Acaba agora a TSM, ou nada a ver?
Não, mano, o Winthrop vai ganhar aqui.
Tá vendo? Os caras estão pela Winthrop. They're supporting Winthrop. Of course, they're doing that. Vambora, vamos ver se dá pra voltar nesse jogo, se a TSM consegue fechar o 2-0.
Some love between collegiate teams being shown to Winthrop University as they make their climb back here on Abyss. Marks, after that 5-round comeback here in the first half, they'll be the ones that can get active. TSM going to be forced to kind of play to their pacing just a tad bit more.
Yeah, and I think like TSM still as cool as ever. They know what's kind of going in front. They didn't expect this to be a free win. The players on Winthrop University starting to heat up. A lot of that teamwork and cohesion finally starting to click. And so let's see what they've got for us as TSM very aggressive on mid already, which is huge information. But it will be this rush on this B site from Winthrop University that may or may not happen pretty quickly.
This double slow or make sure that the rest can be zoned out quite a bit, and Moves patrolling the flank watch has gotten the first, and 7 is toyed with him until they've kind of traded equal amounts of HP. Infiltrator already taking the high ground as well after that jump up. And Alvin Boy's setup, unfortunately, didn't really get to catch anybody in the middle of that, so they're hoping that maybe they can set up a trap on the fight after the fact. But the barrier orb lets everybody take a bit of a keen angle. Infiltrator, the keenest of them all, and Vor is going to be able to shut that down quite quickly. So now 4v4, but Move's now confidently watching Heaven after the flank has been completely vacated. They can all focus on that front line. No purchase found just yet. Ollie found out by the recon. He's going to get crunched. Paranoia used up on him, and now the double swing on the high-low will take care of him without any debts, but some damage still done. 7 now in the middle of it, on the front with this Sheriff. Gets 2 down and makes it pretty easy for the rest of TSM. Not too much health left between them, but they will grab the pistol and prevent us from silly round score.
Thank you, TSM.
Thanks, TSM.
But of course, oh man, and Roy made the joke on desk. But still, like, this round, first of all, Moves really starting to heat up, which is excellent coming through, especially if you're a Winthrop University fan here. But then when it really just comes down to these raw gun duels, TSM are always going to be walking away on top of it. It feels like Winthrop University, a little bit more of an opportunistic team. You find a little bit of a weak point, then they love to apply pressure in there and then just kind of get that to snowball forwards. But when you're just going tit for tat, blow for blow, TSM will be more or less coming out on top of things. Still though, let's see how this goes now. It's going to be the buy up for TSM. The Outlaw in the hands of Timatino, looking to just go crazy with it yet again. But Winthrop University, they really just bide their time and play things a lot more patiently.
Timo finding moves on that first approach. And he's gonna stick around with no punishment. 7 holding close. Oh, and Timo's gonna get 2 before he even reveals himself. Yeah, that's so easy now that he has the paranoia on top of it too.
Flawless.
Any thoughts on that one, Tenrek? There it is.
How dare he? He had a chance.
Oh, yeah, you know. That's basically, well, I guess not, because they're on attack. It was just like, oh, they could just die to the spike, and it's like, oh no, that isn't a thing when you're on attack and on the save here. But once again, Timatino just kind of going crazy. Outlaw in hand, finds 3 kills, but at the same time, like, you could see these protocols being set up. 7 was just around the corner, Stinger as well, so a couple of those shots get missed, or there's a lot more people than they're anticipating. Then 7's ready to clean up just in case. And it's these little micro adjustments that we've seen from TSM set up these little plays that honestly look so damn good, especially with these players that, once again, are extremely talented in this video game.
Timo on his island with his Outlaw. Both shots used, nothing gained. Tailwind expended, mid-handed away. WU not still that confident on it, because Zavor is drowned.
A little bit of a rotation around here. Keep in mind, Winthrop University, they actually like using Governor as bait. We've seen this time and time again.
Oh, sure,
where,
yeah, that's what they say.
Oh, yep, caught me out there. But yeah, I think TSM understand that this is how it's going to happen, so they're ready for this.
Yeah, he will sponge a lot of that attention, and so WU is able to get a little less trouble on the B site, but Avora is sticking around. Okay, Ollie. There's the barrier play. You were wondering when he was going to pull that out. He uses it on himself this time around. And will get a plant on top of it too, so he has the res in case of emergency. Oh, no, not in case of emergency, in case of now. Good thing too, because Moves has already been found on the flank a tad bit early. That barrier orb kind of restricts them to one channel of a fight, and TSM get to control which one happens first. So a lot of this is on the extension from that outside of the flash, and Infiltrator can't make any headway. Timatino is locked with this Outlaw. Now gets a dry peek. Ali holds that down. The close quarters from 7 and GMD make the rest of this easy. And 10-5 in their direction.
Yeah, I mean, it just looked easy on that retake. I did see Winthrop University introducing quite a few wrenches in the game plan of TSM. They were being so annoying as ever. And once again, like, sure, Governor on the other side uses the Owl Drone. Oh yeah, they're probably attacking here, but TSM were still ready for it. They just kind of played the patient game, let Alvin Boy stay alive. Alvin Boy's able to find Infiltrator, which is a massive pick, and then it's just the takeover that we see from TSM. Sure, we're seeing a couple of little cool plays come through from Winthrop University in order to find a couple of opportunistic kills, but when it comes down to it, TSM still just more consistent with pushing together and winning out those gun duels. Double digits now, and they look like they are ready to finish this series and advance to winners final.
Very few things left in their way. Winthrop gonna try their hand here at mid again. An Infiltrator has already been sprayed down so much. Healing Room has to be used out the gate as they'll circle this checkpoint. Seven has a peek, but not the proper shot, so you'll give away one hallway at least. Winthrop might just want to pressure that out so they can guarantee themselves a better stack fight. Yeah, moves after that first shot with the Headhunter. Opens up the rest of this. That's a crazy TP back to allow himself immediate coverage of the window. I like that little connection that he has set up. Seven's at least able to deal with Ali quickly, so TSM can kind of speed run the rest of this clearing. But the flank is everything here for GMD. How many can you get rid of? Infiltrator already so close to this, and GMD has to set up proper before TSM can execute on the other prongs of this. Rush in from Timo on top of the smoke, drops down with this Outlaw, and Seven will open things up from heaven. Tough timing on the smoke there from Timo as GMD is trying to find his own timing with the flank, but it'll only catch Infiltrator before he's the only one standing. Seven getting hit down. Oh, Governor gonna get pressured quickly. Glyph still suppressed by this null command that Seven's corpse is fading on. GMD, nice fake with the TP on top of the smoke, but still doesn't get the kill. And that may be the final opportunity he had left. Indeed, Glyph is able to silence that and grab a thrifty for Winthrop University, keeping them in this game.
That time around, it's not Winthrop University trying to play for the kills, it's just trying to play to stay alive. And Glyph, right now, has been kind of that anchor for Winthrop University. Obviously making the calls, had a heat-up game last map despite the loss. And yeah, it's this unconventional pathing that catches TSM off by surprise, that allows Winthrop to get into the site, but there's a couple of gaps that just kind of go through. Thankfully, a couple of players still alive from Winthrop. Make sure that that can make its way through. So, they get up to 6, still have 4 rounds to kind of close out here. TSM still kind of rolling things forwards, getting close to a couple of ultimates on their side as well, as Moobs will have this operator. And so far, Moobs has started to heat up as well, winning some of the duels against Timotino. That would be an excellent kill if Moobs is able to lock that down quick.
Would be crucial, but also a tough drop if he loses this duel again. Or if somebody else posts their head out and Timotino gets away with something scot-free and then just hands mid over willingly like TSM has done 1,000 times so far this game. But Winthrop will actually kind of take their foot off the gas for the majority here. It's down to just Moobs, and it doesn't seem like he's going to move off of this viewpoint of B connector. Oh, a lot of moving to it. Oh,
yeah,
and he beats
Timo
him!
wins that one out. Oh boy.
That's so major. At W, you have to kind of speed it up. That's another drop smoke from Glyph, but GMD actually wins out against... Oh no, he set it up. Of course he did. Again, so much better than Glyph already at what he's been doing. And TSM mow things down on the main site. Seven continuously locked in. Oh, not like this. Oh, not like this. Glyph clutches up with the timing. Timo Shorty instead is going to be able to find it. So TSM, yeah, regains stability kind of quickly here. 2 rounds out from taking this match.
It really just looks like they have all of the opportunities on their side. Like, you know, step out. Oh, perfect timing. The smokes are going down. Everything is fantastic from TSM thus far. And yeah, sure, Moves not able to win that one out. And I think that that's kind of like, you could just feel the pressure mounting onto Winthrop University. They feel like they have to rush in. They have to make this happen. And that just kind of allows Seven to just freely walk around the site and guarantee that round. So second time out being called for Winthrop University, as it's looking closer and closer to TSM taking this series.
Of course, once again, Winthrop would not be out of Ascension if they were to lose this series. They just get sent down to the loser semis, where they'd have to fight against the loser between Team Solid and Envy. So obviously, no tough path, or no easy path here for Winthrop. As, I mean, the remaining 3 opponents in this tournament are arguably the 3 toughest demons for Winthrop University across this entire year. Envy and TSM, the teams that have most consistently been able to defeat them across the entire season. And Team Solid being the team that sort of was able to catch Winthrop on that off day and slip them into that survival match in the Swiss stage. So, a lot of revenge matches that the Eagles are on a warpath towards today. And the demon may be the one that continues to slay in this series as TSM look to have their finger on the pulse more often than not.
Yep. And, you know, like, when it comes down to how Winthrop University have kind of made this run, it's been a lot of I don't want to call it lack of preparation, but just surprising their opponent. Especially now that we're in kind of like this playoff bracket where so many of these NA teams are, and like you said, Team Solid, the one team that was able to actually take Winthrop down. I think that really opens up a lot of the gaps that Winthrop University have in just their play style, and even this kind of novelty of how they've changed things up with this double sentinel composition, the unconventionalist. At this point, TSM have adapted to it and are ready to take some of these fights.
Dimensional drift right on top of Timo's body as he holds close with the knives, and he's going to get chased down. This is how Winthrop likes to fare with these dimensional drifts. Just pressure out the solo, and Ali, that Guardian shot is so clean on top of the cloud burst. So once again, Winthrop University, blister onto his site, slightly lesser guns. Be stupid to win 2 thrifties in a row to maintain your survival on this map, but it'd also be so Winthrop University. Infiltrator yet again on Heaven. Nobody peeking for a hot minute here. TSM are ready to full send it down the link. Ali, what advantage! Almost the ace on his lonesome with the help of that barrier. And Alvin Boy has got to clutch things up. Has some time to do it, but is gonna opt to save after TSM's economy is starting to run a little shoddy with these spotty rounds. Winthrop is up to 7 after a super insane kill streak from Ali.
Man, Ali just on the wall. Tail is on his time on a miss at this point. Just catching everybody off by surprise. Like, everyone was not expecting the Sage to be up there and just walking away with 3 kills. But they talked about it on the desk. The amount of prep work, the amount of practice that some of these players have kind of done, specifically Ali, who has just been grinding out this Sage for this tournament. It's unconventional, but it still is going to win you a couple of rounds. The big question is, can they continue to win them the rounds? Because TSM, once again, still very consistent in their play style. You slip up once, that's okay. They're going to learn from their mistakes and then make sure that they can pull you back to counter it. I'm going to be honest with you. It looks like lately they've started to become more aware of these walls. That time Ali busts out a new one, but this time you know that TSM are going to be ready for it.
Yeah, they might not even choose to interact with it if they so choose. Instead, yeah, they'll start poking at Vora, who is getting heavily pressured thanks to this smoke fork. And Moves is going to catch him on the rotation. He's not even facilitated by a flash from 7, even though it looks like he threw one out. They caught the timing.
Big gap being opened up by mid here. Alvin Boy feeling the pressure, but once again, it's just that information game. Winthrop University opting to go to this A side, and this is going to be as dangerous as ever. They've got to deal with the juggernaut that is Timotino, 7, and GMD if they want to make this work.
Close cut off. Infiltrator does have 1 flash left, and he's not even going to use it. He just contacts Timotino, so ready for his plant. GMD drops smoke to catch an extra, but WU's already ahead of it and turns it into a 3v1. Does Alvin Boy even choose to approach this? Infiltrator is kind of low. You'd love to at least get rid of one of the ultimates, right? Like force Glyph to divide or Ollie to res, but yeah, there's just so much in front of you. I'll see if he gets an overextender in from there. It's another cooked round. Winthrop University may have found the formula, and it is 8-11.
That's crazy. Like, the fact that they just kind of go in there, sure, they use a smoke, but relatively speaking, they just kind of dry swing it and hope for the best, and they're able to win out their duels individually against the members of TSM. And yeah, you don't see that too often when these two teams have kind of faced each other in those gun duels. And yeah, Ali, I was going to say, as a preventative measure, could have gone for that resurrection just to make sure that everything was going to be great. But given the economy on the side of TSM, they're more than happy to just keep Alvin Boy alive, keep that rifle forwards. And yeah, right now, not as many smiles on the side of Winthrop University, but they are slowly pulling themselves up one ladder at a time.
Still certainly a ways to go to survive in this match, but WU look to have enough of a stepladder to make these rounds work. So a timeout called by TSM after it seems like they've kind of been isolated a little more often than not. Feels like that midweek point has been heat checked maybe 3 times now this half. So a lot of first bloods that Winthrop is continuing to get away with, despite once again being so obvious with their pre-plans by the looks of it. It's just so easy to tell what they're gonna do, and yet they're just so good at doing it that it doesn't matter. Infiltrator, I think, is also so tuned at that, like, he's warm, he's whatever you want him to be at this point. So you can't really slack on that front line anymore. You have to worry about every present threat, every danger that could come your way, and you can tell TSM have slightly adjusted their tempo because of that.
Yeah, and once again, like Winthrop University, better on the attack by a mile, according to the statistics here. But of course, that also factors in that 12-0 half that they had against 9Z. But even when they faced 6 Karma, they had a very dominant attacking half. So this is really where Winthrop feel comfortable and at home. And of course, that's probably why TSM decided to take the attacking round to get enough rounds so you've got that kind of padding and don't let Winthrop University kind of get started here. But now we're really seeing the attacking prowess from Winthrop University. And honestly, even on the defense there, they were able to string together 5 rounds. And this comeback is feeling more and more possible as we get closer and closer to the end of this map.
One way or the other. And, I mean, with this eco from TSM, it feels like they'll be playing for the long haul here. Ollie continues to kind of play his own little solo quest in the first, like, 15 seconds on A main. Just seeing what util he can kind of goad out of him. Fake TP out from Infiltrator with no one watching mid, so WU have already sold so much presence. Vora is going to be stuck on this B connector. And TSM is just going to sell the A backline. They'll just get forward. But this could be such an easy pile drive onto just 2 if you have enough on your plate and you check this. You check this. Come on, guys. Okay. Well circled. Well done, boys. Oh, GMD still gets 1. Okay. Now you got to bum rush it. You don't necessarily know how many people are on this site now already, but it's very likely that TSM... the rest of these players with the eco round have kind of placed all their chips on the other side. So WU, yeah, W key.
Spike planted.
We're Timatino and Alvin Boy. Timo does have the rifle here. Looks like the attempt will be made as Vora finds moves right off the bat.
That's so early, and he drones after the fact to let the other members get chauffeured in. Ali can at least get it.
Oh, smart.
Res onto Glyph active. Drone's gonna catch Infiltrator, and they can, yeah, very easily get the hammer dropped on him. Now you can do a lot of stalling here against the spike, and the gravity well is going to force away TSM momentarily. Ollie getting the kill from main as well, so TSM have to go for the frontline fight, and it's open season for Winthrop University against the lesser guns. An ult is tossed in there at the end of the day, or 2, but it's what gets Winthrop over the line, and that's what matters right now.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Winthrop University that time around. I mean, you know, you take a look at how they play that post plant. You know the bulldoze from TSM is going to be incoming. You got to watch out for the cement truck, but they do exactly that. They back off. I think the res was so smart to bring Glyph back into the fight, especially to enable a lot of those stall utility. So then that way that allows Governor just a bit more time to use that Hunter's Fury just in case things get dicey. Obviously, you're really digging into the pockets there, but it's still a very important round for them to win. As a TSM, they will have weapons this time, and they've got a slew of ultimates to work off of as well. Alvin Boy just 1 orb away from having the neural theft available too.
Drone. Just once again abandoning mid, assuming that WU is not going to commit to it, and if they do, they'll just take the later checkpoint and bear that burden until they can clear the crowd. Like maybe you want to go for an early punish play on the A crunch with the double flash, and then TSM can kind of cradle the B take for the retake with that double flash. The latter is probably what they'll have to settle on. WU staying static until TSM gives a member over, but it doesn't look like that's what they're going to do. With 40 seconds to go, you got to make the call.
Oops.
You are divided.
Oh no, that gives bad information. And with Cosmic Divide, this is completely sold.
Dude, that's so nasty. And Timatino alone for a crucial moment. Not shredded fully yet though, and he'll get out with that operator, but still. The Cosmic Divide bluff for a crucial couple seconds is all Winthrop needs to get the site for free. Hunter's Fury to intercept though. Ollie's already on top. Alvin Boy with the shorty ready for that. And they need to get this spike down with just 10 seconds to go. Infiltrator has gotten inside to heaven and negated that immediate presence so they can get the spike down. But with 33 HP to go, he's got to stay proactive on top of the barrier getting burned. And Timo can easily get rid of his pool. Now back on that rifle. And Glyph is the one that has to rise to the occasion. Now in a 1v3 after taking care of Vora. Circling the boat. And Timo is able to find the shot. TSM will get 3 rounds of match point to play with here on Abyss.
The mind games going on. Once again, you look at the map, you see what Winthrop are going for. Oh, Governor is all the way alone, gonna be trying something, and then they toss in the Cosmic Divide in addition to it. Once again, they were just trying to hoodwink TSM so hard. And to be fair, they were able to get away with getting the site more or less for free. The issue came through though that when TSM came back, they were playing grouped up, and they were just precision when they came in onto the site. So ready for every single little angle being held and just walking all over it. It felt a little bit discombobulated, Seven having to use the ult there, but I think that that was more than worth it to get yourselves onto map point. Winthrop University do still have guns here, but TSM now look to close this out.
Yeah, here and now. Make sure that WU can't get the ult cycle going again. Infiltrator 2 orbs away from that dimensional drift, and off of the flash, Timotino is trapped and caught. Could be an operator on the ground that Infiltrator could kind of take up. They want to play for the A take, but doesn't look like that's what they'll do. Big mid presence from TSM this round as well. See if they can try and catch somebody, but the thing is WU, I mean, they haven't really had people over here, so they've just sold that people have been over here. Big stack moving up.
I was gonna say, and they have the information that someone was just on the other side of it. Moves though, able to find Alvin Boy. Still Winthrop University, they're just kind of playing things slow for the time being.
Yeah.
Might be able to actually catch these flankers.
This is so weird. Oh, but
no.
they hear everything instead. Seven hears everything. And Infiltrator. Okay. Wow.
No.
Panic mode for a hot second there. And Vora has already been pre-fired too, almost as if Winthrop are definitely more aware now that they've been caught off guard once. Iman, hanging out in heaven, at least gets away with one. Feels like that's all he'll get away with though. As Winthrop will very certainly take. Feels like maybe a little bit of an overcook again, unfortunately, from TSM. That worked with a little bit of bare bones when they made it all the way down to spawn, but I respect the hustle, man.
Oh my god, if Infiltrator did not find that kill, it would have, all of the spaghetti would have been on the floor at that point. Like, that is just, oh my goodness. The fact that that goes unchecked as well, Infiltrator could have gone down as well. Like, you see, pulls up the utility, and then Seven just doesn't look the right way. And so that flank being set up by TSM with all of that mid presence gets absolutely no value. Nice little flick to close out the round. Winthrop University now at double digits themselves. 10-12. The first half was very streaky, and now this half is very back and forth.
WU must continue to surge forth if they want a chance at those winners finals. Alvin Boy, once again, steady, but the only long-range buy TSM had this round, and it'll get reversed, or its impact rather, will get reversed by the res. Does take the barrier orb though, crucially. So Winthrop University's setup is gonna be far less tasty. Of course, a lot of the setup is happening in T at the moment. Look at Glyph, hanging out in the forum.
Biden time, and this time around there's no overextensions from TSM. No tricky flanks being put online here. You can hear a pin drop in the server. Everyone just waiting for the other team to make a move as the clock slowly ticks down. Winthrop University, though, with the dimensional drift, will now enter in.
Yeah, classically the first to make that noise. Infiltrator has been looking for a target this whole time, and Timotino will step out and be that voluntarily. Quickly dealt with. Governor only taking a lick of health. Vora
planted.
daring to press on the books, just a tad. Stuck out, went for it, finds the intel onto Infiltrator, but we've already hyperextended back to the flank watch where the rest of TSM is hanging.
Out of charges.
Seems like we're just gonna play for some quick flank picks here, nothing more.
Way.
Wow, Seven has gotten away with at least one. And that should be it. Yeah, GMD gonna try and get a cheeky one too. Oh, you will.
Oh yeah. Oh my.
Woo. Yeah, almost got clipped, but we're chill.
Oh.
Hey.
There we go.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, Winthrop University, I mean, they're one away from potentially forcing OT. Of course, that still was just a little bit of a bad buy coming through from TSM. This time around, they will have their full arsenal ready to go. But yeah, it's just looking really clean for these engagements from Winthrop University. They look really good on their attack. They always have on this map, and they're just continuing to fly as they want this map number 3 in this series and let the world know that they are not out of this, as TSM are going to be using a timeout here to try and pull back this final round.
A lot to discuss about what you have to potentially be ready for on these set plays that Winthrop have just sitting in the playbook for scenarios exactly like this one. I'm wondering if Timo is gonna try and commit himself very quickly this round, because that feels like it's been a lot of what's decided the mid plants is whether or not he's going to try to stand his ground a la Alvin Boy and try and get some stuff on the way down, or if he's going to play for the retake. Tough debate over the rhythm you have to have against a team like Winthrop when they're playing so close to the clock as well.
Yeah, and you know, it's so funny because like you look at the composition from Winthrop and you're like, oh yeah, these guys will be good on defense, and yet here they are just flying ahead on their attack. Now they've collected in total 6 rounds on this half, looking to make this overtime happen. Timotino buying the operator, gonna go for that big scary sniper rifle, and we've seen the impact that Timo can have. A couple of missed shots on this map so far, but Timo was able to turn it up yet again. That could be the final nail in the coffin for Winthrop University in this series.
Yeah. A comeback is very Winthrop University. A fake comeback is also very Winthrop University.
All of the above.
You can only expect the unexpected with a matchup like this. Winthrop entering on top of the cages. Vora stuck in the pocket. Easy 2-piece with the help of Alvin Boy. And Glyph finally able to silence that and actually doesn't trade too much of the damage pool. So Winthrop University can repace. But TSM, the remainder of their resources have already trolloped down mid. Timotino with these knives. Gonna clear out the B site that they assume Winthrop University have already kind of rotated to. But instead, they'll give themselves away on the A site here, set up shop. They don't necessarily know how many people are immediately here, so Moobs, yeah, really playing it safe.
Went away as well from getting the tour de force online. I play spoiler to Timotino, but everybody from TSM splits up.
That trademark, did he updraft? No, he didn't. Okay, feels like he was able to avoid that trademark. And then, yeah, the flash out here. Yeah, they don't expect Timo! He floated above the trademark and it didn't catch him. Gets a free 2-piece with the blades. And just like that, the efforts of Winthrop are wasted. TSM is in the winners finals of America's Ascension.
The fact that the trap did not get pinged just completely opened up the backside of Winthrop University there, and TSM was looking sketchy for a second here, but this team is so good right now, and they're absolutely on fire. They consistently putting up really strong performances, but on the flip side, Winthrop University, like, you know, they're no slouches either. It was looking like it should have been a very one-sided map, and then overtime was a real possibility for this team. Regardless, though, TSM having some fans in the crowd this time, holding up their flag, and yeah, they're gonna win this match out pretty decisively in this 2-0 fashion as they now get their way into the winter finals.
Yeah, TSM is playing to have certainly a hell of a lot more fans behind them going forward in this tournament. And yeah, NBS coming out absolutely deserved. He's continued to just set these guys up for stardom and keep them disciplined despite having so many new young guns on the team. Just the process that TSM has gone through this entire year, it feels like it is all coming together here and now in Sao Paulo, just 2 matches away from being able to make their way into VCT.
Yeah, they are so close. And I'm going to be honest with you, when I was looking at how this bracket was kind of lining up, I thought that this was going to be the match really to determine who was going to be one of the finals here. And so I do genuinely think that TSM, this is their year. I don't want to call it too early, but I think that they might do it despite the fact that their label is TSM, and we kind of know how that one plays out. But I genuinely love what I'm seeing from this team.
Yeah, certainly more to talk about. We'll let the desk handle that before we get to our second match of the night. Guys, take it away.
Thanks so much, you two. I mean, incredible series coming out from TSM here. Winthrop University definitely make it close. I mean, Roy, from the beginning of that map with the runway TSM was having to where Winthrop took it, you definitely have to be giving them their props. But TSM, they calm themselves in the end. They close off a really, really strong round. And yeah, 2-0 into this upper finals.
Yeah, what a streaky second map we just watched between these two teams. I mean, we've seen TSM do it all at this point, guys. We've seen them have streaks. We've seen hot starts, bad starts, comebacks, composures. We've seen pretty much the entire package for TSM. I feel like they've been tested on almost every single level at this point. In my eyes, this is just a continuation of what TSM looks like to be reaching their final peak, guys. This is a great form. They continue to do it. A 2-0 victory over Winthrop University is most certainly a great sign for them as this TSM core attempts to finally ascend.
I really like this version of TSM that we're seeing. Like Roy was mentioning, sometimes they have really good, really strong starts. Sometimes it's a little bit slower, but no matter what, they're always able to close out these series. They continue to be undefeated in Ascension right now. And even when things start to go wrong a little bit into those last few rounds of the first half, or even trying to close it out, there's always an answer. There's always something else that they're willing to try to make it happen. It's a TSM that, you know, they're not trying to be perfect. They're just trying to make sure that what they're doing is going to be enough, that preparation is going to pay off, and they continue to do so.
Yeah, I mean, to just think that this iteration of TSM only came about within stage 3, but to see the level of coordination and everything else in the server has been incredible. Looking back to the Ascent with the Sage and this Jet and just playing off of each other, and just how well Timatino and Alvin Boy have just integrated into this roster, Roy. To hit this sort of stride at this time is amazing. Again, as Dan said, undefeated so far here in Ascension, and there's no reason to think at this point that they aren't going to be the team ascending.
And this isn't even the most experienced, like the additions are not the most experienced players in the league, right? Like if you brought in like players like Dgzin, for example, and like you kind of expect this team to click immediately, right? Because of the level of experience. But you bring in these young guns, you bring in players like Vora, he's calling perfectly in the highest pressure moments of his career. They're playing extremely well. You bring in Alvin Boy, who's popping off, holding things down for his team as well. Like it feels like TSM has the entire recipe, whether it's the experienced players who are popping off, whether it's GMD, whether it's Seven, whether it's the young gun Timotino, whether you need clutchers and anchors, you have that in Alvin Boy. It really does feel like TSM has everything, and it feels like everything's aligning perfectly for them in this Ascension's run.
It's also such a game changer to have an IGL that is not only making amazing calls when things start to go wrong, also to get the grip back on the game, but also a fragger. And that is what we've seen from Vora from the beginning of Ascension, and obviously in Challengers North America. He has been incredible leading this team and making sure that, again, when they have those slow starts like it happened today, or like it happened in the last series, they act like nothing happened. They're able to reset and go again. It's just like Roy is saying, it's a team that has everything to win it all.
And it's just incredible too to just see that it is that core of GMD and Seven that are returning to the Ascension stage, and two players that are still so young, but like for Seven especially, just have so much wealth of experience to be able to draw on. And then you see how young the rest of the team is, Roy, just in comparison, even with just their experience at a tier 2 level, let alone more, right? And I think it's really incredible to see how well everyone has meshed.
Absolutely. Now, I want to bring our eyes to something, guys. Alvin Boy has 13 kills, right? But 6 of those 13 kills are first bloods. He only got first death one time. His ratios, his anchoring is absolutely on point. And this is just a perfect example of numbers, don't tell the full story sometimes. It's important to draw attention to the fact that, and to continue the narrative, that this team has no slouches. There's no weakness, it feels like. It feels at least that every player on this team is capable of, like we said before, carrying the pressure, carrying the load that they need to kind of win rounds, especially when they're not in advantages, or to even secure rounds where they are in advantages. And I think that speaks to the power that TSM has coming into this event and continue to show us here in Ascensions.
The way that Alvin Boy has been anchoring, I mean, it's very similar to some of the plays that we see as well from Inspire, but Alvin Boy here in this map really got the chance to shine. Also for Winthrop University, that's a bit unfortunate because they had a good opportunity into that first map, and even here to try to make a comeback and close it out in Abyss, but it's just a few steps that are needed. And one of the things that was working out for them when they were winning those rounds, especially on the defense, was when moves were having the operator. We talked about a little bit how that was a win condition for them. That first round that they were able to win after losing 7 in a row was because Moves had an operator catches this 4-1 and that Cypher off guard for Oven Boy, and then there's a game plan that changes a little bit for TSM around it. So even though there's some great ideas for Winthrop and they understand what they need to do to win these maps, they're just one step behind what TSM is doing right now.
I mean, it's the favorites of Ascension in TSM going up against a Winthrop that's had a couple of up and downs throughout the tournament. But for Winthrop, their Ascension journey isn't over quite yet. They'll be heading into the lower bracket to be fighting off against the loser of Team Solid and Envy. And not going to be an easy feat whatsoever. We have 4 very talented teams here in playoffs, but they still have this opportunity to try and make that run and get that rematch, especially to, again, when you are looking at maps where Roy, there was like these moments of possibility, etc.
Yeah.
You got to see their great start over on Ascent. You get to see that they did make this comeback. I mean, it's kudos to them for being able to have those drives. And again, massive kudos to CSM for being able to quail that.
And I think we've seen Winthrop University bounce back from these kind of harsh losses, right? Like, and I wouldn't even call this a harsh loss, to be honest. This was kind of close. They had opportunities to close out both maps, if I'm being completely honest. Obviously, TSM's composure, their talent, that shine in this specific example. But we can't really sleep on Winthrop University's like composure and their ability to bounce back in these moments. We saw them get swept in one match, come in looking like a team that looks like the top dog in this tournament. It's very possible. I have definitely not given up on them. I think that team is extremely talented. I feel like this lower bracket is going to be an absolute battle as well. No matter who's down there, no matter what happens, these 4 teams are all incredibly capable, and the level of valor that they're showing is inspiring.
Yeah, the level of these matches has been top notch, so I cannot wait to see more. We're still gonna have another match on the day, but for now, an interview with Seven, who is standing by. I have to say, Seven, big congratulations here. I hope that you can hear me as I hop over to interview. There we go. Big congratulations. 2-0 victory. You're in the upper finals of Ascension. Tell me what's going through your mind right now. Can you hear me, guys? Oh, no. I don't know if you can hear me, guys. All right, we're gonna, you know, troubleshoot this one over here. All good things are worth waiting for, guys. All right,
all good.
You know, I feel like that sometimes, Dan. I'll answer on his behalf. I'll say, you know
Sierra,
what,
that is my biggest nightmare, and I'm glad I'm not hosting today. That's all I have to.
Well, I mean, what can you do, right? Like, I don't know, Canada to Brazil? Like, sometimes that internet just don't be like that, right? It's not nearly as, at least I know he can't hear me. The worst is when the player is talking and I can't hear them, and then that is when it's, let me tell you, chat, that is the worst of all time.
Wait,
I'm not gonna lie.
Dan, was it Winthrop University that were having issues hearing their IGL? Was it them that were saying?
No, that was that was Glyph. Yeah.
You're just getting the Winthrop University experience right now. They just can't hear the host. That's all it is. It does the stage is too loud.
It'd be like that some days, guys. It really do. I mean, everyone is just stuck with here. Oh, are we good now? I'm getting word from a production that we have the interview up and ready for realsy now. So we're gonna tentatively head over to the interview. Seven, can you hear me?
Yes, hello. Hi.
Perfect. Awesome. First off, congratulations. 2-0 victory. Not only that, you're in the upper finals of Ascension playoffs. Tell me what's going through your mind right now.
Feeling good. I mean, there's not much thoughts, you know, it's still like a long way for us, for me to be like actually happy with, you know, like everything. So it's just, you know, this is the first step and we still got hella more to go.
There is not too many people that have gotten to play on this stage twice. We got to see TSM with you and GMD last year go on this Ascension run, and unfortunately one that didn't quite pan out. This year, with different teammates, it has been a completely different script. So I want to know how you felt going into this Ascension, if you felt nervous because of how last year went, and how to just like kind of move on forward, like your own experience with this.
Yeah, well, I mean, I mentioned in a previous interview back when we had online matches that making Ascension for me is like the baseline, you know, like I was already here before and like, you know, making Ascension again is like the bare minimum for me to, you know, say that I have improved or say that I like deserve this. And you know, I wasn't really expecting much when I came here. It's more just like I play the game and I don't really think about, you know, winning. I don't really think about losing. I just think about showing up today on the match day and just playing my heart out with the boys. And it's gotten me pretty far, and you know, we have gotten success with it, so it makes me pretty happy.
I mean, you've definitely put in this work and it showed. And I want to talk then too about you with this team, especially with Timotino, because that Ascent, we get to see like the Jet Sage, and it just seemed like you two together just played so well. Considering that it hasn't really been that long, is that something more practice? Was it just like he was a natural fit onto the team? Like, talk to me about that.
Definitely a bit of both. I think when it comes to, you know, figuring out why our team is getting the success that they are, I think it's many different things. I think one, he's just an incredible player. Two, I think the system that we have set in place for him suits him very well, and because of that, like, you know, he was able to just naturally slot in. And honestly, the guy's a monster. You know, even if I feel like we weren't playing at 100%, that guy would always be pushing it 110%, 120%. He's a great teammate, and you know, I'm very lucky to have him on the team.
I mean, being able to watch him and Alvin Boy integrate into this roster with you guys has just been so nice to see. Last but not least, I mean, it's only a playoff bracket of 4. You've taken down Winthrop University, eyeing up a team Envy and a team Solid on the opposing end. Is there someone that you would like to go up against in this upper finals, or is it just one match at the time? We'll take whoever comes.
I mean, I think maybe before I would have said Envy, but honestly, like, I think I'd be very happy playing both teams. I don't think like one team is necessarily harder to play against or better than the other. I think they're both great teams, and you know, like I keep saying, taking it step at a time. So no matter who we play, who we're up against, we're gonna give it our all.
I'm so glad to hear that, Seven. The run has been phenomenal to watch so far, one step at a time. But congratulations again on this win. Thanks for chatting, and best of luck in the upper finals. As for us, back over to the desk.
Thank you.
Thank you. We love that land delay, everybody. All right, welcome back to the desk, everyone. No break for us, because we got another series to start hopping into, because we got to see one team secure their stuff in the upper finals. And now, Roy, it's going to be between Team Solid and Envy, two very capable teams, again, with different stories coming into this, but one that you know is going to be electric once we get in game.
And we just recently saw Envy dismantle the Brazilian first seed in Stella Gaming, right? Now we get to see them try it again against Team Solid, a team that I consider to be the Brazilian final boss. For me, the difference between Stella and Team Solid is pretty stark. When Stella plays, they look a lot like Envy, right? They're very brawly, they're very fighty, but I feel like Team Solid is on a whole is a whole different beast, right? Where they're experienced, they're strategic, they have players who are not gonna back down from gunfights, and with their recent form and how they've looked in this tournament so far, I feel like this match is gonna be a completely different movie.
They look really impressive, to be honest. And coming into this tournament of Ascension, we didn't really know what to expect for these teams. We talked about how hard it was to predict, but the more that we saw Team Solid, the more comfortable we got in making those predictions for them, especially in that last series against Winthrop University. I think that was a day that we all predicted Winthrop, and it was a 2-0 for Team Solid. They looked incredible, and the reason why is because of how good the individuals have been looking. We talked about this team and the experience that they have playing VCT Americas, playing international events, but they were struggling, and they're separate different teams that were struggling individually. So now the fact that they're able to step it up and look so much better in a team that is simply meshing together, it's great. And Team Solid is one of the favorites for sure to win it all.
Yeah, when they needed to step up, they sure did. And it's been really impressive to see. I mean, there has been absolute standouts. And I love, too, that it's just such a coordinated effort. I mean, Dgzin has just been lights out, and Dan, a lot of support going around him as well with some really talented players.
Again, I'm so impressed by what this team is doing, and Dgzin is one of the biggest reasons why. We always knew this guy when he was playing for Furia, when he was playing for Loud, how good he was with the operator, how good he was with the Jet, how good he was at those a bit more standard maps where he was comfortable. But now he's taken a step further and just looking great on that Neon. what we saw in Corrode, what we've seen in Sunset, is something that I never really saw from Dgzin with this agent. So the fact that not only his mechanics that have always been good continue to look good and even better, but also his movement with different agents too. You just have everything that you can dream of for a duelist that for some rounds, if he has to get 2-3 kills to make sure that the team is going to win it, he's going to do it every time.
And I feel like when this player is feeling it, he's the type of player that is like kind of always in these forward positions, right? He's always in your face where like you get caught off by like these off angles or by him being a lot closer than you might anticipate him to be. And he's also the type of player that when he's feeling it with the operator, he's completely dismantling you. And I feel like when Dgzin's in the server, you almost have to respect the fact that he's on the other side, right? He could be opping, he could be passive opping, he could be aggressive, whether it's set plays, getting into angles like we're seeing right now, multi-fragging. The player brings a lot to this team, and that confidence, that in the moment playstyle, and his experience and his ability to find advantageous angles is definitely going to be a problem for Envy.
The stats speak for themselves. You look at him, he's the best rated player that we have in Ascension right now. But also, you just look at the way that he's playing, and it's just incredibly confident, like Roy is saying. It just every single play is, you know that Dgzin is going to get that kill. You know he's going to get the opening, and it's not only the way that he's doing it, but also the way that everybody else in that team is setting him up for success.
There's not many players where I watch them play this game and it seems like I'm watching them in 2x speed because of just, I don't know, his movement is just crazy out there. And I think for any team to go up against, he is, I mean, Roy, you talked about like this team being like Brazil final boss. I feel like he is the final boss of them all. It was a great series to come off of last time. And after that series, it was none other than Dgzin to have a couple of words.
Cara, eu acho que essa vitória foi muito importante pra gente, porque, querendo ou não, também já era uma vitória para ir para os playoffs. Tem a vibe do nosso time, que é ganhar tempo no campeonato para ir consertando alguns erros que a gente acaba cometendo na partida, ou criar coisas novas e testar no campeonato. Então, é muito importante essa vitória. Pô, e estar aqui com todo mundo torcendo, sempre gritando o nosso nome, apoiando. É algo que eu tenho me sentido muito em casa, muito feliz também de estar competindo aqui no Brasil por causa disso. Tem minha família perto, minha mulher chegou hoje também para acompanhar, tá a menina dos moleques todo do time, então acho que essa energia assim de estar se sentindo seguro e ter rapaziada que apoia o nosso trabalho é muito importante também.
We keep highlighting how much of a demon Dgzin is in the server. So definitely a tough task for Envy to take down. But 1-2, if you're talking about final bosses, they have tried to be that throughout the year. Looking at this Envy roster, Roy, even if it's been ups and downs throughout Ascension, it is still a roster you cannot count out.
Definitely. And I feel like aside from their loss to TSM, this team has looked stone cold, right? It seems like they're settling into the pressure. They're returning to their normal selves with every single match. And that is a scary prospect when you think back on how dominant they were regionally. I'm sure they're also feeling great after their win versus Stella Gaming. It was a great performance coming out of them. But for me, the only like kind of question mark is kind of their map pool. It's a little concerning, but I feel like they have the individual talent to patch up some of the flaws and then kind of cover their weaknesses with how strong they are individually and how good they are with the micro.
That last series that we saw from them against Stella was the most insane series of all time, by the way. In case you didn't watch it or you forgot, it started with an overtime that Stella closed 19-17, where Exter, by the way, he gets 36 kills and is not able to close it out. And then when it goes all the way to that decider of bind, is a 13-0 for Envy. We really got all versions of VALORANT in one single series, and it is just incredible for Envy to make a comeback like that happen. When teams and when players say that they struggle the most to reset is when you have these matches that are very close, when it goes to overtime, when you know it's just one round, 1v1, they could have been the difference maker, but then they just make it like nothing happened, and once again they come really confident today.
And I mean, we talk about the final boss over on the side of Team Solid. You want to talk about the Yoru final boss? This stride that Eggster has taken in Ascension has been incredible. Again, when we look at this double duelist that Envy normally run, Eggster has not been the highlight of the conversation throughout a lot of the year. But Roy, that conversation's drastically shifted. He's the only person we're talking about now, not because the other people aren't stepping up, but because he's just been a cut above.
Yeah, I remember the entire year we talked about Kainzera, we talked about Ion. We almost never talked about Exeter. He was a lot more in the supportive role, but towards the end of regionals, towards now this tournament as well, Exeter has definitely stepped up for this team. He's playing incredibly well. He's also added the operator into his gameplay, which I feel like is going to be a huge factor against Dgzin, who we know loves to op. So I think that head-to-head between these two players is going to be very interesting to watch, and I feel like the battle with the duelist as well as Kainzera in the mix as well is going to make for some very interesting Valorant for us here, guys.
It definitely will, and it was interesting Valorant last time around. So, of course, a couple of words from the previous series now.
Map 1 was absolutely crazy. I mean, there were just so many clutches and so many like hero moments and so many mistakes from both teams. And I think that that's like what really made me confident in the next couple maps, is because I know only we can lose to ourselves. Overall, we're going to be better than this team. With the amount of mistakes we're making over and over and over and over again, and to have the game that close, it really made me confident for the next maps. And especially the way we were losing these rounds. Like me letting 4 people pass, thought it was Shroud, and I just killed nobody. And that was like, honestly, I was just laughing the whole time. We were all in high spirits. No one was down or anything like that. And we're all confident players. So even when we lost that map, we're still extremely confident for the next 2, and we know our capabilities. So yeah, we would perform.
Love to hear about the high spirits for the team. The Shroud for Walk By call out is a pretty funny one as well. But even with the series where like there was, mistakes in anything else, like IGL still like making sure there's high spirits all around and the team is in check. And I think too, going into today's series when there is an absolute demon on the other end, that's going to be so necessary. And I'm very intrigued with this IGL head-to-head in the series and how this calling is going to be, because I feel like too there is going to be a lot here. There's going to be 2 very capable teams, Roy, hitting the stage with powerhouse players. So a lot for the IGLs to be able to adapt on the fly.
Yeah, the interesting thing with this match, guys, is the fact that there's going to be a test on every level, right? You're going to get tested with the duelists. You're going to have tests on the macro level, who can call better, who can kind of have an idea of what's happening, right? Who's reading the alternate, who's reading the economy. But there's also going to be a lot of that micro stuff that's going to be happening, right? Both of these teams are very strong at team fighting. We're going to be seeing a lot of those clashes. We know how aggressive both of these teams love to play. I think the confidence for both of these teams is through their roof right now. And I feel like we're about to see some insane level of Valorant, whether it comes to those brawls, whether it comes to those plays, those set plays, the support. It's going to be there for every one of these teams.
Hitting the stage as well. I mean, one of the big stories with Ascension is looking at this playoffs. There is 3 North American teams and only 1 Brazilian team. You know the crowd is going to be 100% on their side, but it was an NV2 that wasn't afraid to stand up and, chirp back a little bit, Dan. So they're feeding off the energy as well. You know that there's going to be an electric stadium today.
Oh my God.
They were not afraid at all. If anything, the crowd is going to be even louder for Team Solid today. But
100%.
If you missed what happened, don't worry about it. The thing is, the Brazilian team, they are playing in Sao Paulo at the end. The players have talked about how you feel the difference, how you feel the cheers, how you feel that energy too. But for Envy, they also kind of feed a little bit on that. They take advantage of how the energy is going against them, how they're not the favorite team to win, and that is something that can play for both sides.
Ooh, getting into this map picks and bans. Again, we're at playoffs. We've gotten tape on these teams and everything else. Envy, Roy with Lotus. This is one we've seen a decent amount.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the weird thing for me, guys, in this first map is Team Solid's actually a solid. They're a great, I didn't want to use the word solid, but they are a great Lotus team as well. I feel like these first 2 maps, there are no real weaknesses. It's not like they're counter picking. I feel like both teams are just playing to their own strength. There's a lot of just focus on, our strengths, not worrying too much about what the enemy team is going to bring. Obviously, the second map coming out here, guys, being Ascent is no surprise whatsoever for Team Solid. We saw what Dgzin did to those previous teams. We saw the way he dismantles teams on that map. The operator, the Jet, is a real problem. So I'm not surprised to see that pick.
Ascent is definitely in that comfort zone for this other Team Solid and Dgzin specifically, but even talking about that map of Lotus, both of these teams most recently played it against those LATAM squads, Envy being able to win against 9C at 13-2, and also Team Solid being able to win it against Shinden at 13-8. So both of them with recent experience, we already saw a little bit of the compositions and the things that they were trying to bring, and it seems to me like this first map for sure should be a close back and forth between the two.
Ooh, getting into the agent select, I think one of the most exciting things about Lotus is we get to see those two very talented duelists that we've been propping up, those big difference makers, both taking on the Yoru. Not necessarily Roy surprise coming out from Eggster, but to see that now head-to-head come to light with Dgzin, ooh, I can't wait.
Oh, it's going to be amazing. We're also getting the double duelists as well. We saw the way Havoc played the Raze last night. He looked phenomenal on the Raze. I was really impressed by it. I think the fact that we're going to be seeing these kind of double duels between Eggster, KaneZera versus Havoc and Dgzin is going to be an interesting dynamic between these two teams, right? Because I'm thinking back on the fact that Team Solid, they love to brawl with one side and they love to have Operator. They love to have trap setups on the other side. That double controller composition for Team Solid is going to be a factor here on the defensive side. So I'm looking to see how Envy is going to push and pull and minimize the value of Dgzin and Havoc on that defensive side.
Ooh, one that is a map so good for all of these players, for both of these teams, and being able to see this double duelist come to light and compositions that are very, very similar. I think this is going to be a great first map in the series. Again, it's an Envy that have always stuck to their own play style, and a Team Solid that throughout this tournament, you've gotten to see how important Dgzin has been to their winning. He has been so good in the server so far, and have to see if he starts rolling today, how Envy can look to push back. It's time to head into the first map of the series, everyone. It is time for Lotus. I know you're ready, and I hope our casters are as well. Let's send it over to Tenrek and Mars.
Thanks, Sierra. It's the best villains Brazil could have asked for versus the only heroes Brazil has left. Team Solid trying to do what Stelli Gaming couldn't with a cushion below them, mind you, in the winners semifinals. If they lose here, they'll still get to play against Winthrop University to keep their life in this tournament. But Envy look hungry. They look ready to take this here and now. And starting out on the high-flying Lotus, Marks, you can bet everybody on the lobby is going to start out hot.
Yeah, this is so crazy. Like, just taking a look at the double duelists alone, it's like we are set up for a crazy matchup. Obviously, we've kind of highlighted the Titans on the side of Team Solid. Of course, Havoc as well as Dgzin on the Yoru and the Raze. And then on the other side, KaneZera and Eggster. Eggster, we've talked about a lot. KaneZera, a little bit of a slower start to this tournament, but has really started to turn it up as for the last matches. And so you know that these two teams are going to be bashing heads against each other. Brazil up against NA. Let's see who comes out on top as Inspire finds Havoc right off the rip.
Yeah, quick catch after the jump up to the root, and Inspire is just going to check Rafa as well. A quick walk-in, a quick try two frags for Envy as they'll take over the A side. Inspire, okay. All right, he's going to just get started like this. I suppose that's how it's going to be. Do they let him go for 4? Of course they do. He's Inspired. Dgzin can at least shut that down, but Envy will take over the A site just as Envy does just about every round.
Yeah, and that time around, I mean, you don't expect, out of all the possible agents to kind of push through, you don't expect the Cypher to be the one to just kind of walk in and find a couple of heads. Craziness, but now, going in and Dgzin, moving through here, up against 4. This is asking for a lot.
Yeah, a lot with basically nothing in the tank. Dgzin is just going to walk quite a bit up without even using that blind side. Conan just having to go for the 1-4, and Envy has more than enough resources. And yeah, a lot of these rounds are going to be very much dictated by moments like that, where players just sort of get away with stuff like that and Inspire. The first to fire gets them the pistol.
Yeah, and once again, like, you talk about the NA style, I genuinely think that Envy really just kind of impacted all the other teams in Tier 2 as well into the aggression, just the confidence peaks, the catching people off guard, being in the right position at the right time. That's a lot of the Envy playbook. And the thing is that all of the players are willing to kind of take those opportunities and take those fights. So pretty quick first round here, but Havoc starting us off with a crispy headshot on the Eggster.
Getting a little further forward this time to try to combat the A presence that they know is there. And in fact, Rafa's gone up and taken that Marshall and tried to get some extra free fire with it. They'll grab 2 out of this cluster. So they'll once again have to work off of Inspire, who was the one who did not buy the gun. And he turns Dgzin, ready for the second time in that duel. And he'll be met by a lot more of the firepower this time around. But now Conan's here to counteract, and with the help of the snake bite, they're able to condense. And Team Solid have caught Envy with their pants down out the gate, stolen away the follow-up.
And I think that this is really going to be the style that we have to see Team Solid kind of do in order to really counteract Envy. You know that these guys are going to be aggressive, so just take the fight when they're not expecting it, because you've got some absolutely crazy talent on the side of Team Solid. You know that these players are going to be shooting, and Envy, you can't just kind of continue to win by, you know, bum rushing the site, bum rushing the players, be so aggressive, because I genuinely think Team Solid are going to have answers for that in just the experience and the talent that is coming through from the team.
It's Team Solid. They've had more than enough time and prep to be able to withstand the firepower that Envy boasts. The paint shells by Kane, unfortunately, don't seem to hit their mark, so they'll have to just enter with the double TP, but Kane has made this work with this Bucky, and he's walked up the river to find a free kill too!
Not again.
He is just unstoppable with this Bucky. It doesn't matter what else he does for the rest of the round. So stupid. And so Envy will get the free plant onto C. Kane! Now he's got a little more. Don't you worry, he'll do just fine.
Yeah, and 2 more members on the side of Team Solid left standing. But Envy, off the back of Kane's era, with a shotgun, mind you. It's something that, honestly, I didn't see a lot of Kane's era pull out during Challengers, but during Ascension, Kane's been having a little bit of trouble kind of getting some of these kills online, and so the shotgun just makes it a tad bit easier there. Things get dicey for a second, but Ion shuts any of shenanigans down.
Yeah, PXS does back in a bit of a crowd and gets away with 2, but that'll be all she wrote. Some impressive damage done, but still an even more impressive round by Envy, as Kane's era is the one that just skates right under.
It's so free.
That was so free. It's so, and that's what they're gonna say every time. It's so free. You're gonna see that thrifty on your screen quite a bit, I feel, y'all. Just be prepared.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think that kind of goes both ways here, but
yeah.
What's more impressive to me about this play is that it's on Raze. Usually it's like Neon, okay, yeah, sure. You know, you expect the shotgun slide, you expect the running through, but that time around, like, it's the space that's created from Kane's era that allows the rest of the team to easily just walk into the site and claim it as their own. So, it's gonna be Team Solid, bit of a weird buy here. It's gonna be 1 Sheriff coming out, but the rest of them will have rifles. On the other side, popping only with a Guardian in hand, as NB poke and prod. We're interested in this C site hit. Be looking for the speed and aggression, but Dgzin just on the other side.
Yeah, very close this time, ready for that double TP after it's conditioned with the fake, and Dgzin can easily catch Ion, who is actually a little too solo for the time being. And now you have to worry about Extra, who has been that frontline fragger so consistently for Envy whenever Kane Zero wasn't able to turn up. And he's gonna be right at the forefront. Ready for that frag, ready for that stack. Backing away after the first one is given away, and Dgzin repositions on the low. TSS slowly but surely chipping away at the space. Second blindside, Extra catches 2. Immediacy in the swing. Into the follow-up frag, and Poppin is watching the angle. Envy attempts to lock it down, but Team Solid find the opening from the back line, can start running it down. Inspire slowly backing away, facilitating Poppin to get that second crossfire angle. But PXS can crunch it, and Rafa can close it. Team Solid will equalize. It's 2-all.
Oh, man. Like, this is going to be so fun to watch between these 2 teams there. I like the way that they kind of zone them out. Envy just walk in there, put the spike down. But Team Solid on their retake, even losing Dgzin so early on, they're still more than confident to be able to push through there. They know the angles that they need to check, and all of them are firing. Dgzin starting us out with an excellent pick, and I think that just once again shows some of the experience that this roster is bringing with them. A lot of these players, former VCT players as well, and Dgzin, I remember, just lighting up the stage in Tier 1, so you know what, like, they've got all the puzzle pieces put together to really just take on this Envy squad, who genuinely a lot of people thought would go uncontested.
Intending to disallow mistakes.
Bring them down.
That Envy has almost made part of their trademark style. Rounds just sort of happen for them. And it's some of the most entertaining VALORANT I've ever seen. That Boombot actually found, I think, the clone, and then Poppin took a bit of chip damage from it? Or maybe that was Havoc. No, that wasn't, no, that was Kane's Boombot.
Yeah, it was. So, all right, shenanigans.
All right, so we've taken over the C site, but Team Solid fully prepared for that. They're going to dimensional drift their way back in. Havoc with the paint shells to try to clear the crowd, but they do have Extra way ahead of it, and then the Nightfall to try and let him go forward, but Team Solid will just duck into it. Dgzin with the TP to the back as well. And the timing is once again far more perfect than Envy's. In they enter. KaneZera, next point of attack. This Bucky not ringing true this time, though it comes close. At Envy, this rate, they might just try and conserve the 2 remaining rifles while trying to take the pot shots that they can, but those will quickly get policed as Conan finds a solid angle to hold that defuse the whole way through. Team Solid will take the lead.
Wow, that was a crazy retake coming in from Team Solid. You see the idea from Envy. They want to take the fight nice and early on. They let the Nightfall go. They push up. They're ready to just take that advantage. And we've seen them on this stage, on this map, just find so many free kills, forcing unforced errors onto their opponents. But that time around, Team Solid, they were 100% ready for it. And in the midst of all of this, Dgzin gets so much information thanks to the Dimensional Drift and goes back to support the squad. Once again, the level of coordination to kind of coordinate with the rest of your team to push in despite the fact that they are blinded and then hop out of the Dimensional Drift to get that crossfire set up online is crazy. Team Solid really feel like they're coming out very explosive out the gate, and it's a little bit different because Envy are not used to this level of pressure.
Certainly not. Not this level of cleanliness coming from the opposing side. And everyone on Team Solid is just looking so disciplined at the moment, so well set. It's clear that Envy has to add just a little more structure to the play when it comes to actually getting onto the site itself. These pack fights that they set up on the openings of A, Rubble, and C Mound, it feels like they're very much prepared for members to step out and try and go for those early bits of damage as they were able to punish onto Havoc in the opening rounds. But it feels like Team Solid have just kind of minimalized the opening of that and have made it so that they can be the ones to fully util up. And it looks so much more concentrated, so much more synchronized from them so far. I mean, this is the veteran level gameplay we expected from these Brazilian players.
Yeah, and once again, they've got the home crowd behind them as well. And you know that's got to feel nice and good, especially when you win some of these rounds so decisively. It's like they're taking the Envy playstyle in just kind of that aggression and tempo, and they're putting it into a little bit of a microcosm, making it so much more condensed, but Inspire starts soft with kill.
He's going to go for that Cypher ulti to pressure Rafa to make a decision on this solo. But he's certainly elongating it, and he'll still win against Inspire. Ego for ego, and Team Solid wins it out to equalize to 4v4. KaneZera extending beyond the smoke set across the stairs, but the Boombot is not going to be able to only find it, but still gets the kill, and Dgzin on the drop still cracks open one. It's only Havoc that can be properly punished at the moment, and only KaneZera that's left standing on site. Once again, he'll have to extend as the Spike is left deserted in the 1v2. He's quickly found Dgzin, though. And Envy have the opportunity to make this 3-all if Kane locks in that last angle. Paint shells and a blast pack in the tank. And Rafa still a ways away. Not able to guarantee this angle, but KaneZera able to guarantee 0 intel.
Still 45 seconds left on the clock too, so Kane has quite a bit of time to play off of. And Rafa just being so cautious with it. But now that the spike is recovered, a lot of opportunity here for some shenanigans, and I don't know if Kane's aware of Rafa's position, but as soon as that goes, that might be the
30 seconds left.
round here as Rafa finds the kill. It's that patience that plays off. Kane just completely unaware where Rafa was hanging out just at the very end there, and then just gives it up, unfortunately. It was a little bit of a gamble, but it doesn't work out for Envy.
That's so rough for Kane. You wonder what exactly he's checking for, or if he would rather just go for that sweep across the box in the pocket and just go for that, which it seems like he almost was doing. But Rafa had absolutely no reason to move, and no way to, really. At that point, he knew he had the A-site cornered, and if you go anywhere else, you lose any guarantee of space. Kane trying to go for the bamboozle with his door potentially, but just moves right into the open spot that can be punished. And Team Solid now have that streak going and Envy relegated to the eco, but the Thrifties have been quite popular so far, and Team Solid notably not watching this peek from Rubble that Exter's able to go 1-for-1 on.
Yeah, and Exter's out of there. Nice, quick, and easy. Regroups with the rest of the squad. KaneZera still has that Bucky in hand. Blast pack still available. Might be seeing an explosive play, but Dgzin trying to get ahead of it.
Oh, there's the first outlaw shot. He's gonna have time to reload on top of the Toxic Orb as KaneZera tries to punish, but Dgzin is ready! Every semblance of these duelists stopped by Dgzin thus far. And Exter has to be the next victim that wades into the Shark Tank. Envy, once again, set up on all reliable C, but still continuously pressured before the full storm comes calling. Team Solid set up from the back hall. And let's do this little dance all over again. First flash in, set up the high-low. Team Solid haven't really had to change any semblance of their game plan so far. Ion now close quarters with the blind, but PXS so quick from the river. And Egster solo giving away the position. And this pistol round will not do jack. Dgzin up to 3. Team Solid, 5 ultimates, 5 rounds. Unstoppable aggression so far against Envy.
Yeah, and sure, like, Envy, you know their playstyle, you know they're going to be lurking, trying to find all of the things necessary. As once again, Dgzin should be able to go back and pick up the weapon. Yeah, okay, so they're going to make sure that everything is nice and easy, but they are just cruising right now. The economy's looking nice, the ultimate cycling is all online, and they've been doing an excellent job at matching Envy's aggression and actually beating them out on it. Sure, there are a couple of holes in where they are kind of setting up when you're going up against someone like Dgzin who can just kind of shut things down before they even happen, that a lot of that Envy magic, a lot of that Envy pop-off skill gets taken right off the board. And so, Envy, rifle round coming into this time around. Egster, Dimensional Drift online. I imagine that's going to be the play here, but it's going to be the aggression from Team Solid yet again that they're going to be faced with.
Havoc, this time with his own bit of aggression on top of a seize, and he's just going to spray on top of the haunt into the showstopper. Havoc and Dgzin lay waste. Ion left to just pick up what little pieces are left on the main line. And Team Solid completely wiped clean yet another Vandal round.
A fast play that, to be frank, I would have expected to see Envy do. But Team Solid, it's executed to perfection. Everything just felt so rehearsed there, and sure, it looked flashy, it looked cool, but you know they spent a lot of time cleaning up a lot of that movement just to make sure that the pop can happen. And the round is over before it even begins. Envy immediately met. Sure, the utility flies out, but the kills on the board come all Team Solid. Now, after they find this final kill onto Inspire here, it will be 6-2 as Envy are falling behind. Team Solid have everything behind them right now, and they are looking really clean.
There are not many teams that have even made it look this strong against Envy in their tenure so far.
Oh, jeez.
Only one of them's in this tournament right now. I will say that much. This is already an unprecedented level of counteraction put up by Team Solid, who just looks so individually locked as well. Anytime the weight has to rest solely on PXS's shoulders, solely on Dgzin's shoulders to pick up that extra frag in the long run, they manage.
In the midst of all of that too, they only used a single ultimate. So much information gained off of PXS's haunt at the start of that last round, so they've got more than enough to work off of as Envy, they cool things down. They slow down their style. Inspire once again going to be the person leading things up here. Playing off the cyber cage will be Rafa, just hanging out in the back who can kind of keep this honest.
Inspire starting to get a little antsy on these lurks, and so the pack fights mean that much more to Envy on the pistol. Nightfall to counteract, but a beautiful TP setup from Egster to quickly get the drop on the A site that Envy's already crunched. This looks like a well-choreographed play. And TSS kind of boxed out for the time being. PXS a bit alone. There's no way he wants to play off of this. Instead, he'll wait for Dgzin's Dimensional Drift to make sure that the rest of the courtyard is clear. And Root has still crucially not been checked. Now it will be. Poppin caught, and Dgzin gonna just take that solo fight quickly now that that drift is done. But Poppin still wins it with the stinger, no less. Now the duel against PXS. Let's see how well he can manage this. The clock already seems to have gone Envy's way. It just comes down to how many guns you can get rid of in the meanwhile, and Poppin might deal with PXS too. Nearly, yes. But even so, yeah, clock is not Team Solid's ally this round, and they'll already have to give this away. So Envy will get a third round on the board, an unconventional Thrifty that will net some guns back for their side as well.
Thrifty.
Yeah, and that's going to be good. PXS trying to stay alive here, is able to find Ion, so we'll carry this rifle over. But that is a good round for Envy to start to pull back here. Show that they still got that confidence. They still know their plays, and they can still win out those fights. Especially, too, on a Thrifty round. Inspire finding that first pick here, and then, thankfully, just the backup that comes through makes sure that a lot of these bullets find purchase, and they're able to get it all down. Like you said, a little bit of a pull the carpet out from under you against Team Solid, going for the TP, getting the spike back to that A site. It's so fast and so furious for both of these teams. This has to be some of the most entertaining Valorant I've ever casted.
Yeah, this has been so back and forth, so scrappy already, and you know it's only going to get better from here. Havoc once again with the aggression onto the courtyard, but this is a very early dimensional drift from Eggster to take over once again that C site that Envy has continued to bank on. Dgzin is going to stay quite present for this for the time being, and he's going to get purchased for it before getting punished by Ion. That Yoru ult will only get the site and a 4v4 for Envy. Still though, Inspire, this is the most vintage version of himself he's played so far this game. Really tough lurk that might have to be the linchpin yet again, as a post-plant Nightfall will guarantee the backhaul positions, and Inspire does indeed find Rafa. Team Solid now able to focus solely on making their way back in after that door is hit from the mound. Envy playing for a long-range post as Ion is kept close. Time once again ticking, and Team Solid have to act. Creeping down the river, this is where they felt strongest. Havoc trying to gauge some of that gunfire as the orb goes up from Conan and they spin the box.
Crunch.
Ion easily taken care of. PXS already extended to the mound, but Poppin quickly punishes Conan, the next line of defense, and that's all Team Solid need. Coming away with stuff to spare again as they take back the defense.
And what a smart play. Make sure that the entire site is clear. Despite the clock ticking down, you could feel the pressure mounting, and they just make sure that Ion can't get away with anything. Immediately punishing that one, and then the double swing out just to make sure that mound can't get anything. It's just so well orchestrated coming in from Team Solid. Inspire trying to do the most with that flank, honestly, was massive at making it so much more difficult for Team Solid to get anything online. But unfortunately, it is not enough to get Envy that round win. Inspire right now, top of Envy at 7 kills. On the other side, Conan, 4th in the team for kills, is also at 7.
Inspire, another walk-up, another first blood connection for him. Seems like the more ridiculous he gets, the better he does in a game like this. And he's already almost had to discipline himself a bit because he recognizes how clean Team Solid plays. Assumes he can't necessarily get away with as much, but now that KaneZera has applied the showstopper, PXS will get sandwiched from the baby door and allow Inspire to get his second of the round. And the showstopper actually forces Dgzin quite far back, so Envy have a lot of space to play with in this B post plan in a 5v3 with, once again, way worse guns. Keeps happening on rounds like these, man.
It's always the thrifties. You never see them come.
It is always the thrifties. Team Solid knocking on the front gate, and you do have some slightly worse guns tossed in the mix here, so get away with a solid backstab. But speaking of backstabs, that's where Inspire excels, and he's still sticking on this door. Easiest catch on a Havoc of his life. 3 kills for the Cypher and a guaranteed round again for Envy here, as Team Solid will relent and settle.
And right now, just trying to keep those rifles alive. Dgzin, oh boy, almost went for 1, but is able to walk away with still 2 kills. 3 away now from getting the ultimate back online here, but a lot of respect being given to Envy on that round. Unfortunately, Team Solid cannot make magic happen. Thankfully, like you said, the showstopper does an excellent job at zoning them out so that it makes them uncomfortable. Gives Envy enough time to get themselves set up. Inspire in that very tricky position, but the rest of the squad as well, holding these tight angles, making sure that they can make no mistake here on this post plan. So, still, blow for blow, they're swinging at each other like crazy. Dgzin still looking as sharp as ever. And last round in this half, as Conan finally uses the Viper Pit to zone out C.
Which is where Envy will look to maybe find an early footing, as TSS keeps the rest of the stack on A, just, assuming that Inspire is going to be hanging out here anyway. Beautiful TP by Ion, and Conan's prepared, but Ion sticks it and wins that. That's odd. Inspire does get his as well on a PXS before it's counter-fragged, and this time Envy does feel like they've outpaced the situation. Exactly what you want to see from them. Popping on the back step. Rafa's gotten here early, and now KaneZera has to police it in the 1v1, meaning Team Solid have a lot more pressure from the back hole. Rafa wins again against KaneZera, and it goes back the way of Team Solid. A showstopper out from Havoc to try to zone away, and Rafa's finally dealt with, but Team Solid have repositioned to the waterfall swing, attempting to breach through this last smoke. And Dgzin does have one more curveball in the tank, but it's countered by extra zone. Yoru for Yoru frag, and the instant reposition by Dgzin. Is it in time? No, Ion is prepared. And Envy lock it down to keep this half steady at 5-7.
Man, and you can see Envy right now are being pushed to their maximum. And thankfully, once again, all of the players just so good individually. They know that they can kind of make these things happen. So a very, very, very abrupt first half here on this map, which once again was Envy's map pick. But Team Solid, they look so good on Lotus.
Taking the lead to start things out, but nonetheless, this round by round matchup has been so high flying. You can get the Brazilian crowd is beyond pumped the whole way through. We have a quick interview with one of the streamers from the community. It's Forsaken on the floor.
Salve, tô com o homem aqui, filho. Forsaken da EG. Rapaziada aí, dá um salve também. Pô, quero saber dele, claro, o que tá acontecendo nesse jogo, porque também, pô, a Envy, não sei o que, bicho papão não tá aparecendo. So I'm here joined by Evil Genius' content creator, Forsaken, and I want to know from him, like, where's that Envy so scary that everybody talks about? Cadê os caras, mano?
Cara, eu achei essa Envy aí muito hype, pouca bala. Se juntar uma ranqueada do Radiante, tá melhor que isso aí.
So he basically said, well, I think this Envy is like a lot of medium, but not really a lot of quality, like a lot of aim. And if you have a Radiant team, probably they're gonna be able to beat them. So that's basically it. E agora, mano, pô, falando depois de uma TSM, já tô contando que nós ganhamos. Essa é a realidade. TSM depois, te bota medo também ou não?
Cara, acho que não. Eu acho que a Solid, eles esperaram a pressão logo no primeiro jogo que eles ganharam. E agora, mano, agora vai pra cima e ganhar isso daí, já era, pô.
So, yeah, eu tô falando inglês já, você viu? Que o bagulho já fica desse jeito, né? So basically I asked like, are you afraid of TSM after this match if we win? And he said, well, I don't think so. Solid had went through a lot of pressure in the first match, but after that we're just so cool, so okay with everything, like everybody's so confident. Eu estou com você, vai dar nós, 2-0 suave, né?
Eu acho que hoje é o speedrun 2-0 ali, muita mira do DG, do resto do time também. Já...
Esse aqui os gringos até entendem, ó, speedrun, tá vendo? Speedrun, for us, speedrun.
I feel weird having to say Forsaken when there are like 3 other Forsakens that everyone already memorized, but I can't be like the Brazilian Forsaken. But super happy to see such a prominent streamer for the Brazilian community show out and cheer on Team Solid. As Marks, they'll be on the attack half now with this double duelist composition up against an Envy that is just now started to outpace them. The question is just going to be, can that streak continue?
Oh man, just to return to what Forsaken said there, you know what he was aiming for. He was rage baiting a little bit, just says like, oh yeah, let me go against the Radiant, and then just the biggest grin on his face as he stares down the camera. Yeah, I mean, once again, the Brazilian crowd very much behind Team Solid. They've been such a fast momentum team in that first half here, and now Envy on the defense. Let's see what they've got cooked up here. It's going to be a B-side attack.
Starting out quick, Havoc inside. And Dgzin taking the other prong in the B site. Nice condensed space for both these duelists to run amok. Kane's Era and Inspire, though, finding their pokes. Able to get a quick 3v5 established, and thus Team Solid will abandon ship, head over to the A site, snake through the stairs, and they found Kane's Era. But still so many cutoff points, and yeah, this attack is looking weaker by the second. So many open angles that Rafa has to manage, and he will. Spike is well protected, and now Rafa stands alone with 39 HP. Envy were able to pluck the feathers of that attack quite quickly, and from there it seems Solid. They try to fly the coop, but Envy... Oh, Rafa! Don't make me do it now! Inspire. He's done this every damn round, and he will do it again to save the pistol and give Envy their sit. Yo, Shanks chat, what score?
Crazy stuff coming through. I thought for sure, like, to be fair, that pistol round literally just looked like a deathmatch at that point. Like, it was just people taking fights all over the map. No rhyme, no reason. Oh, there's a paranoia. Gets nobody. Doesn't matter, because we're just fragging out and clicking heads. And Rafa, once again, the one player on Team Solid who feels a lot more calm, a lot more like quiet when it comes to actually going through things, a lot more methodical, if you will. But that time around, that patience does not get rewarded as Inspire just hunting for those kills. Once again, it is going to be a pretty good pistol round coming through from Envy here, as this time around they buy up and look to punch out that B attack.
Yeah, once again, gonna try and carve this out. And this time Envy, yeah, once again trying to poke. But smokes set up, and Rafa very close to it with the shorty. Envy understanding the immediate threats. I love this response from Poppin with the Ares in tandem with his Guardian that he's now gotten for himself. Fun little arsenal that Conan is going to start pressing. And yeah, there's plenty of round left, and not much time for Envy to try and press this. And Conan has fully circled the boat. Team Solid, they only got to deal with one front, and Inspire has approached. It's another follow-up to the pistol that Team Solid is stolen away.
Oh boy, things are ramping up in the stadium over there. Team Solid up on their feet. They're able to get it exactly like you said. the round right after the pistol, and the fans are going nuts on the stage. But once again, one of the big things about Envy is they love being the heels. They love being the evil guys just on the stage, and they feed off of that energy, and it gives them even more power, more opportunity to try and make magic happen here. A crazy round still coming out, just so many different angles that Team Solid kind of approach that attack that time, and that post plant was just something completely out of pocket.
Very quick as well. Again, Envy outpaced in a rare moment here, and yeah, Envy gonna try and just spin the block immediately on the lobby, and Team Solid will mow him down. Let's take this 2-9-6. Inspire. I mean, maybe he does it again. Maybe he gets away with another stupid one.
If that happened, that would be crazy. Like, at this point, like, go buy a lottery ticket, you know? Like a 1v4. They've got all the weapons necessary. The spike hasn't even gone down. They've still got a minute on the clock. Team Solid have everything just kind of in their corner as Inspire, the lone lurker who honestly has been playing really well this time around at just like finding the holes in Team Solid and kind of going for that backstab. But once again, like, once Team Solid just kind of decide that they're like, hey, we're gonna go here, it is such a steamroll coming in from them, and it really feels like there's nothing that can stop them.
Coming into this tournament, Conan kind of stood out as the one player on the team to me that maybe didn't have as much propensity to kind of frag out. Also being the one player that was not on a tier 1 Brazilian organization this year, perhaps not getting that main stage experience. I expected a lot more of the pressure to fall on him. But he has been just as locked in as every other member of this team. And I mean, it shows Conan, you know, he wants this new win for himself on his very long resume, just as bad as all of the other very storied members of Team Solid. But look what Inspire has done while we go on in Yap. He's managed to pick up a twofer before PXS can kind of shut that down. Again, Inspire just doing Inspire things. Envy just continuing to stick a couple of devil's advocate moments into these rounds that could just keep on making them interesting.
Like, the read here coming through from Team Solid. Rafa making the right call. Hey, they're probably going to be aggressive. Let's set up a trap and get ready for it. When it comes down to the Envy side, I really got to say, like, I think you highlighted an excellent point. Inspire is the only one who's kind of been in that high pressure scenario, and honestly is keeping cool throughout a lot of this. I feel like a lot of the other Envy players might be feeling the pressure a little bit more. They're not able to get like that level of synergy online as we've seen them previously. But Ion right now has a chance to kind of make magic happen here.
Havoc yet again the startup, and the showstopper has found its entryway as the baby door was burned early. Kane is gone. Ion found in the meantime on the rubble peak. And Envy's early sticks yet again come up near empty. Havoc is on 1 bloody HP after that send-off. Popping early to this. Of course he's gonna fight it. Shoots the decoy cut out by Dgzin, but he still manages to take the 1v. Swings out into PXS again. God, Envy's members just do not want to stop fighting. Ridiculous. And now the rest of Envy, forced to just dive into the fire. This looks about as done as it could get. And the Brazilian crowd is starting to feel it, Marks. 10-6 on the board for Team Solid.
You could hear the cheering in the background here as Team Solid, like, it's just such a clean execution. I thought for sure Ion was going to be able to walk away with a couple of kills from that position. We've seen Ion kind of take like 1v3s, 1v4s, and still walk away with like a multi-kill or something. But just the coordination coming through from Team Solid. Make sure to check every single angle. And in the midst of all of that, Havoc still able to stay alive as Rafa tries to go for it, but Inspire right now just padding the stats, if I'm being honest, cannot be stopped. But the rest of the team, unfortunately for Envy, has not come online as they crumble under the pressure that Team Solid is currently weighing upon them.
This feels like the point you must call a timeout to try to get some discipline back again, because clearly it feels like Envy, when they're meeting with these beam clashes, it's just not working. Team Solid are boasting more firepower at the right pockets of time. It feels like Envy kind of have to go again for this this melding, this terraforming of the map that they like to do in the late portions of the rounds, where they can again take the late stage flanks, play with the double doors a little bit, just keep Team Solid guessing a little extra bit.
One of the big questions I had for Envy coming into the Ascension bracket was, well, how are they going to stack up against the other regions? And to be fair, they've stacked up really well against the other regions up until now. There's a lot that can be said about their playstyle, influencing a lot of how Tier 2 Valorant has happened in North America, especially with kind of that fast, rambunctious, just play for those frags, play for that hyper aggression. And you could see that some of the cracks were starting to show, and they put a lot of time in trying to calm things down, try to pull together the strategies just a little bit more, play a little bit more coordinated and together to enable those micro plays to even come through. But now they are really being pushed to the edge because unfortunately Team Solid is beating them at their own game on this map. It looks like when it comes to that head-to-head clash, Team Solid are just 100% of one step ahead of it. And I wonder if it does come down to some of the comfortability of these players or some of the experience that a lot of them are bringing in from feeling that pressure and, you know, staying calm amidst everything that is going on, because Team Solid has just been so consistent at outgunning Envy, which is something that I never thought I would say.
Yeah, going Envy definitely sounds like a bit of a double negative here, which some of Envy's players are on the verge of becoming at this rate if Team Solid continues to stay as locked in as they are. Close setup by Kane. Got the judge again. One of two duelists on it. Smoke on top of that one way that he's moved up to on the river. Team Solid's not gonna budge.
The patient play this time from Envy. Using their time out, deciding, let's just slow things down, let them push into us and set up these traps. Honestly, kind of like the counter strat that a lot of teams that have gone up against Envy have done themselves. So let's see how this one goes. It looks like Team Solid are set onto this C site as they flood in.
Showstopper out from Kane-Zera, and he's blinded, decapitated by Havoc. He's not done. Catches Inspire in the back as well. That was all that they needed, too. Everybody else just focusing on their own little home. That felt like one of the weakest, things I've ever seen from Envy. Like, ever.
Which is
just
crazy to say.
It's insane. This is a wet noodle of a defense compared to what Envy normally brings to the table. Team Solid have, fully, discombobulated this. That TP from Rafa was everything, for sure, to get that easy crunch. Kane just feels so pressured, man. Poor guy is just feeling the burn of this tournament.
Yeah, and Ion able to at least get one away, but will be just trying to run for his life as Havoc closes out that kill as well. Just Egster and Poppin still alive. Egster got the judge in hand, but yeah, you look at that C site take. It's the teleport from the Omen, the teleport from the Yoru, and then the Raze just walks in the front door. And amidst all of that pressure, Envy, they just can't find any kills in the midst of all of it. There's too many locations all to look at the exact same moment, and so Kane-Zera blinded up as well, just gets gunned down by all the kind of pressure that is applied on top of this. So once again, it is just crazy the level of coordination that is kind of coming through from Team Solid on these takes.
So the question comes back to Envy, can they meet the threat here, or does the streak continue, and does Team Solid get this first map in one of the most dominant fashions we've seen any team take any map against Envy in their history? Once again, hard to speak to how few teams are on the list that have bested them to even this degree, but certainly not like this. Kane yet again. God, he might have to get another booster shot after this. Clearly, something's still up. Poppin will take his place, and Conan just goes back in, cashes out. Oh, let's bait Ion next with a decoy, sure. There's two people still hanging around the route, and Team Solid have barely had to move.
Here. Oh, man. Just hitting a little rich flex on Envy that time around. Hey, we know exactly what you're gonna do, and we're ready to punish you, and you're gonna have nothing to do because of it. An excellent read once again from Team Solid, and obviously there's a lot of individual prowess that kind of factors into these matches, but they just have their fingers on the pulse for everything that Envy want to do, and they're so ready for it. Look at that, they kind of know what's happening there, and actually Inspire and Egster find a couple of picks, so this is still contested 3v3.
Inspire's rested on that camera quite a bit, and it's once again brought him so much ground off rip here for Egster to feel comfortable enough to go for the crunch. And Ion ready at the door. It's once again all about timing here for Envy, but if Team Solid are the ones that can spring the trap, you paranoid Extra, he's trapped away. Inspire has to police, but Conan gets both, and he's on for the ace!
Oh!
Are you kidding me?
Oh no! Just when it felt like there was going to be a chance, Inspire and Eggster, two players that were highlighted by the desk just at the start of this set, this matchup on Envy, who have had incredible performances. And then it's just a Viper on the other side, walking around, finding those kills, baiting out Kane Zero, baiting out Poppin as well. And then when they decide to crunch it, it just looks so good. I was gonna compliment Envy actually, because I thought that time around, their utility, the playing off of each other, was looking so sharp. Except all it takes is a bit of heroics from Conan, and all of that goes goodbye, as Havoc says goodbye to Inspire. Team Solid on map point.
Out the gate, you still have one shotgun in the tank from Ion, and he's gonna be the first threat to meet here. Eggster able to tap quite a bit of damage away from the high ground before getting cleared back, but Team Solid have rounded out the site in a 3v2. And Conan on the way back with a Viper's Pit just in case Team Solid decide to aggravate that much more. But Eggster's gonna get there first and use his Dimensional Drift now to force away so much of this preventative util onto solely Ion, who can't do jack. It's just Eggster left, and he's able to get away with two with the Judge. Havoc on a crumb of health. Both members of these teams can breathe on each other, and it's over. Havoc gets one away, and that's it. Team Solid! It hasn't been many teams before that have done it like this to Envy. And Team Solid does it in front of a full building. What does Envy have now? Into map 2.
Wow, that was a crazy performance coming out from Team Solid. Once again, the narrative being that they beat Envy at their own game. And even the fact that they were standing up, egging on the crowd, egging on the enemy team as well. This is something that you would have expected Envy to do if they were the winners here. It is like a mirror matchup between these two teams, and Team Solid, it's coming in a lot more rehearsed, a lot more coordinated. And I'm gonna be honest with you, they look like a crazy coordinated team that show zero signs of slowing down.
Yeah, so heated up by this point. They hit the ground running after they started that streak and haven't looked back yet. We'll head to map 2 in just a moment. We'll see if Team Solid can round it out or if Envy has got more fight left in them.
One enemy remaining. Satisfying. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
exactly what Core needs to do. And then there was trust into Aya.
Going to the evening.
Throughout this year, not many teams have matched this level of aggression that Envy has had, but going into Ascension, into the playoffs, they might have found their match. Going up against Team Solid, we had praised Team Solid for just how much of a boon they've had during this Ascension run, everything else. And getting into the map, Roy, I mean, it was not just a Team Solid that stood up to the aggression game, but beat out Envy there to take the first map in the series.
Yeah, I think the first 4 opening rounds of this series, guys, this first map completely describes this entire map, right? The brawling, the team fighting, the aggression. We highlighted this coming into this map that it was going to be very brawly, it's going to be very team fighty, and it played out exactly like that. I think Team Solid's strategy was pretty on point. They don't want to get pushed and pulled by Envy. They've seen how Envy dismantles other teams with Inspire's lurks. They were not down for that gameplay, guys. They wanted to resolve the rounds as quickly as possible, as cohesively as possible, and that's exactly what they did from beginning to end.
It was a bit unfortunate for this side of Envy. They couldn't really get anything going. You look at the 6 rounds that they got at the end. 2 of them were the pistol rounds, 2 of them were the eco rounds as well. So when it came down to the rifle v rifle rounds, every single time it was Team Solid because of that aggression that they were not only matching but winning against every single time. For Envy, it seemed like the only hero was Inspire because everybody else was taking those fights and was getting taken down. So it came down to the lurks, it came down to the timings for Inspire to get something going for them. But even then, there was, I mean, nothing that you could do. Team Solid were just playing a perfect game.
And I think an element of Team Solid that kind of speaks to the level of locked in that they are right now is their ability to switch on and off that kind of individual risk, that team risk as well. Because you saw many times where they brawl, they get that player advantage, and immediately they're shifting into like a full-on team retake, right? Like their ability to be dynamic in this kind of risk-reward spectrum has been on point in this first map. And obviously their opening kills were also on point. We saw how much they were willing to team fight early on. It worked out in their favor with all these set plays, specifically towards that C site, specifically towards that A lobby, early fighting as well. Just look at the first kills, guys. 12-7 for Team Solid. I mean, they're doing a fantastic job at playing Envy's game and beating them at it.
Yeah, the fact that they're willing to go for these aggressive plays, they're willing to go for the aggressive peaks, but they're also just mechanically beating out Envy. Because we've seen teams try and get aggressive and in Envy's face before, and just kind of maybe being outmatched on the mechanics end hasn't gone too well. But to be able to see Team Solid step up in this way was crazy. We had highlighted Dgzin at the very beginning of it, but this was a map when you're talking about the double duelist that we got to see Havoc at the top. Conan put in a wonderful game. Like, Roy, looking across the board, it was just so much. And as Dan had called out, only Inspire to be at the top because the others were just losing out on those brawls.
Yeah, I feel like if you're Envy right now, this is a little bit concerning, right? Especially if you're the Envy fans, because you don't want to see Kane Zera, you don't want to see Poppin, who's had a phenomenal event so far, to be performing like this against Team Solid, right? We talked a lot about Team Solid's ability to have all these players that are willing to take risks, right? They're willing to match Envy kind of on the either whether it's team fighting, whether it's 1v1s, and to see that, you know, Team Solid's they're feeling it. They understand how this you know, this play style is working right now. It feels like everything's clicking. Then you have Havoc. Then you have Dgzin, who are doing a great job on the duelist, right? Disrupting, interrupting, reflanking, retaking together. Like everything's on point from utility to fighting. It feels like Team Solid's doing a great job at it. And then of course you have Conan, who's also popping off in the controller role. I mean, you literally have everything lining up perfectly for Team Solid to have a sweeping first map here.
Conan Ace too was crazy, but it just feels like you guys are wording it so well when it comes down to Envy. And what we've seen from them throughout the year is that they're playing this unique aggressive style with their double duelists, and everybody's trying to counter it in their own way. But Team Solid, what they're doing is trying to do exactly the same and even better of what Envy was doing, and that is why it worked out so well. And the two pieces why that happened the way that it did, it was because of Havoc and also because of Dgzin. Havoc, we didn't know what he was going to be playing coming into this Ascension. He's a player that has played the initiator role. He's a player that has proven to be flexible with different roles, doing whatever is necessary. But when in the 2 maps now that we've seen them play this double duelist, this is when Havoc is shining the most. He's finding a lot of openings as well. Dgzin is able to kind of be that second man in that doesn't even have to trade Havoc that much, and it just everything is going in the way that these two duelists intended to, and it's also the way that Envy wanted to play this map and they couldn't.
Let me give you guys some hard facts as well with these two players, guys. Havoc is 6-2 on opening kills. Dgzin is 3-0. That's 9-2 for these two, among these two players. That is an insane first kill success chance, right? Usually we say that about Envy. Kenzera has been highlighted as the #1 player the entire year. He's had the highest first kill, first death ratio up until the very end. He's been that player. And now to see it happening to them in this fashion is kind of crazy. Team Solid, they're putting up a great first map. I'm trying not to get ahead of myself, guys. I'm trying not to, but this is looking great from Team Solid so far.
I mean, something that we had called out as a win condition for Team Solid was don't let them get too confident. Don't let them get in your face, right? And it was kind of weird in the first few rounds with this map when we saw thrifties on both sides, right? But then we got to see as time went on and Team Solid was getting these rounds under their belt, they're standing up. They're chirping the other team. The crowd is going at Envy, right? So not only are you getting the momentum with the rounds, but just that pure confidence within the server. And for Envy, it was just an uphill battle from there. They have the entire stadium against them. They're getting beaten out in these fights, and that's a little bit of a tough one to come back from. Now down 1 in the series, heading into the next map, we'll have to see how much capability there is in a bounce back here. But of course, we are now going to Team Solid's map pick in the series, and it is Ascent. I do think that Envy, especially too, Poppin was talking about, yeah, you know, like we can bounce back and like we're having fun in the server. But again, I'm looking for an Envy that can just hit the battlefield with the same confidence that Team Solid has in this second map, and we should have yet another really brawly match, but something a lot closer.
Yeah, we're not going to Ascent, guys. We're going to Dgzin's playground, okay? The only savings grace that we have here for Team Envy is the fact that they're starting on that defensive side. I feel like that first half is going to be the deciding factor, right? You cannot let Team Solid have a comfortable first half finish on their attack side, because if it comes to that defensive side, if things start rolling for the Brazilian side, they're going to get the operator up as soon as possible, and that's when things get really murky here for Envy. So I feel like for Envy, that defensive half, it almost needs to be flawless. You need to answer back immediately. The crowd, the energy, the vibes, it's all in favor of Team Solid. You have to try to steal it away as quickly as possible, as early as possible.
One of the things that you were mentioning, Roy, also about the map pool that Envy has is how, you know, it's not the biggest map pool compared to the other teams. And this map of Ascent is one that we haven't seen in Ascension so far. Last time that they played it was in the grand final against TSM, and Envy lost it 13-4. So some big changes have to come through here if they want to make this comeback and make it happen. And I mean, we already see it. There's a waylay.
Oh my God.
There's a waylay.
My God.
I mean, Roy, we saw Kane on this waylay on Abyss just the other day, and it was a waylay that wasn't really too well supported by the team. So I'm curious. I definitely think there is a little bit more support here for him. So I'd be curious to see how this plays out. But yeah, that is a big one when, yeah, you're down 1 in this series.
Yeah, my eyes are on the kind of the Inspire setups as well on this defensive side, right? You have the pressure from the double duelists from Kenzera and Exer. I want to see Envy be very proactive in this first half, guys. Challenge A main, you know, react in middle, fight lurkers, and push and pull. Don't let Team Solid have the map control. Don't let them play around you, right? And for Team Solid, you have the KO. There's a lot of re-clear potential. There should be no real concern about giving up space against this double duelist composition. And of course, Cypher on the Team Solid side also adds that extra layer of information. So if Envy gets a little bit over-aggressive, they get a little overconfident to try to regain, you know, a little bit of dominance, they're going to have a ton of information to macro around Envy and shut them down.
Down 1 in the series, Envy has been a team that we've talked about for so long for good reason. Such a young team going up against some really veteran players here. It's time to see, with switching things up on Ascent, if this is where the team can bounce back. It's time to head to Ascent and find out, and back over to your casters, Tenric and Marks.
Thanks, Sierra. Well, we know Team Solid's composition quite well on this map of Ascent, and they play it quite well as well. Able to consistently manage the tempo of these teams, and Envy, with one of the highest tempos they'll have to manage, are bringing something new to the table. Kenzera on waylay. Marks, thoughts?
Yeah, we're gonna see how this one plays out. I'm not too sure whether or not this is necessarily the pick, but to be fair, we have seen Envy trying to change things up in this tournament, right? Like, I talked about some of the gaps that we kind of know from Challengers NA, and to be fair, they've been trying to adapt themselves around. The big question is, though, with all of this pressure to bring out something new, there has to be that level of confidence really to support that playstyle. I think that there is a lot of opportunity to use this waylay to try and trick and confuse your opponent, especially too because this is not something they'll be used to. But whether or not that actually holds ground against a team Solid that is just flying, that's really hard to say.
Already, you know you're going to have to babysit Kane a little bit more with this waylay pick, as he can only manage kind of one prong at a time. But turning back to PXS on the entry, and the rest of the stack of Envy has made it here. They are more than ready to fight it out, and Poppin is going to grab a quick creeper for Envy's sake. That's going to be their third pistol of the match here, Marks.
Yeah, good stuff kind of coming out just off the rip here. And yeah, it felt like that tempo that we saw from Team Solid on the last map just wasn't there on the pistol. And to be fair, it wasn't there on the pistol on Lotus either. So, you know, classic Envy start here. Let's see how this one plays out, because history tells us that it should be a Team Solid round. But once again, Envy taking a little bit of time for themselves, cool off those heads a bit. Let's see what they've got in store.
What kind of game plan does Team Solid have for this approach? Should be a little bit tougher on the attack for Ascent to steal this Thrifty away.
Bit of a slower approach here, but actually the information kind of given up. Inspire not really playing that lurky defense. This time just kind of hanging out, using Poppin as that support, but actually gets kind of dinked by Dgzin right off the rip, so all of that Cypher utility kind of gets taken out of the equation.
I don't know how Dgzin manages to not only find that gap so quick, but decide to act upon it, thinking that he's going to be able to get a kill before getting out. Very envy of him. I love to see it.
Wait a second. He's on the other team.
Fake teleport. Well, we're moving up market here, still playing it nice and safe and slow until you've got to actually go for the explosion. And we'll cross. Oh, Exter not managing to find a head here. And Dgzin finding Poppin off the rip here. Kane's quick backstab does force them to kind of save face for a second, and because of that, Havoc has been left alone with this classic. So it should be an easy 2v2 on the site that Team Solid settle on, which is not the B site, as Havoc is now alone. We split our resources, but we also have such split health for Team Solid that it doesn't really matter. Ion can just kind of breathe away that tree push and force Team Solid to try to break the ankles again.
And the spike very slowly is going to be making its way over to A, actually, as Havoc will be taking this space here, but this is a little bit of a gamble if you ask me.
Hit the door to try to convince them they're over here, and he's holding so close. Oh, I don't think they're keen to it, and yeah, the plant all the while, so Havoc is going to get the exit too.
There's no way.
Without them hearing, has he really been able to get this down? Do they turn? No, they don't! Ion down! Extra in the 1v1! And Dgzin has already gotten 2 on his plate now. If there's anybody who could get this last kill, it is him. Could it be a third Thrifty after the pistol? Exter, surely the read onto Hell is known, but that spike plant is unsafe. And Dgzin watching the outskirts of the Jenny! Team Solid's done it for the 3rd time in a row!
Unbelievable! Again, Team Solid, after losing the pistol, come back with the vengeance, and it's all because of this player right here, Dgzin, absolutely lighting things up, able to find 2 very important kills, and then of course, it's this weird little wraparound. I'm pretty sure even Team Solid were confused about what they were doing, but it works out perfectly because Envy just did not have a read. And with all of that damage, the backstab that Havoc was able to find, instrumental in making sure that that was so winnable for Dgzin just at the end. So 1 for 1. That is a tough round to lose if you're Envy.
Just consistently crumbling away at morale. And so these duelists have to make an effort to recoup it. Kane's will cut off Dgzin nice and quick this round. And Team Solid, by the appearance of it, seems like they're gonna default their way through it until they found an easy line. PXS, wow. Instant access.
Yeah, it's taking a lot of room here, but Team Solid still very, very, very spread out. So finally they are gonna recoup a little bit just outside of A. They will be walking into Inspire and Ion.
Are they aware of how far up PXS has been able to go? Surely they are when he's been smoked out, Ion.
I'd assume so.
Whoever steps back from CT has to be aware of this. Of course, you do have the worst guns. I don't expect you to necessarily be able to work it, but... Hey, Ion is with that shorty in the smoke, and Inspire from Hell gets those classic shots down. 30 seconds to go, and the spike ain't on site yet.
30 seconds
PXS.
left.
Oh, he ran out of points! What?
Last player standing.
Kane finds him, follows him, and Conan in the 1v3. It's a thrifty the other way, y'all.
Wow. Rambunctious as ever, and you know what? Like, it's so strange how PXS is able to walk that far up and walk away with the kill there. Dgzin falling down so early on is not how you wanted that one to play, but yeah, just gets popping for free. And then Inspire just anchoring down the site, able to find a couple of kills with the classic. Makes it so much more doable. Once again, Team Solid, when they play grouped up, they overwhelm Envy, but if they give up these small individual moments here, that's really where Envy like to shine. It's in those 1v1 scenarios that Envy kind of come out on top, and Egster finding Dgzin right off rip. A very aggressive peek, and it works out.
Yeah, peeking into everything there, staring into the abyss, and he finds a frag out of it. The Team Solid will kick up the gas, and PXS gets the opening pick off from the corner of the door. And it's reopened manually by Envy before the spike goes down. It feels like they're just gonna try and crunch this before Team Solid can like set up shop. Feels like the best MO, and PXS has taken over Hell. KaneZera has to get back in order to try and re-up the fight, and he will. The well-managed PXS still alive though, and he'll get a third in Hell. So Havoc in the 1v1, and Poppin barely comes away. I'm begging both teams to just get to all rifles. Just please, can we just get there?
Never. Never. Take that idea out of your brain at this point, but a good round from Envy. Once again, just isolating their fights, and that's when we see them kind of really just take off. Whereas the last map really was the tale of just team fight on team fight on team fight. This time around, it's just these individual little skirmishes that are going on all over the map to really determine who the winner is going to be. And yeah, like, you know, it's funny. They say Valorant is a very heavy utility game, but so far it's just been the peaks, it's just been the swings that have been coming up absolutely massive for both of these teams.
Some real dog fights for some real dogs here in Sao Paulo. Envy continuing to try and play spoiler. Smoke set up on the top to try and manifest a one-way. Hunter's Fury out from Poppin to scope out Hell. But PXS has still managed to zone himself away. Wow. And crack open too. This kid is insane today. Egster on high. Op shot to reopen. And a minute on the clock left with Team Solid. Yeah, PXS is in, so it feels like you have to commit to contesting.
Well, actually, Envy decided to hold back. Went away from getting Hunter's Fury online as well. Poppin does have that recon.
Team Solid gonna stick that down. Kane in with the light speed. PXS all rests on him. Is it gonna be 5? No, KaneZera manages to take out the far side and then makes it back. One standing again. This is, I mean, we're frolicking in the mud today.
Yeah, it's just like, what do you even analyze? All right, let's move it together off of the convergent paths, and life is good. Oh, PXS finding 4 kills that round, hanging out in the Hunter's Fury in the midst of all of it as well. You know what? Like, I think when the scoreboard actually does come up on your screen, it's crazy to see it on the side of Team Solid, because I think PXS is up at like 9 kills, and then the next highest is like 3. So right now, PXS has been having a lights out game on this KO, but Team Solid just have not pulled together their heads when they want to engage on these sites, and as a result, they're getting picked off one by one from Envy just kind of rolling in and isolating those individual fights.
Tough time to know when exactly you can call the timeout, when it just feels like this is non-stop, just both teams throwing freight trains at one another. And Envy has been more consistently coming away because it feels like they're able to at least chunk out the fight a little bit more than Team Solid. And as Roy has mentioned, it feels like Team Solid are trying to make it so the pack fights are more consistent for them because they rely on that more than the individuality. I think they have a feeling that Envy is able to kind of meet them more often than not when it comes to those one-for-ones. So it's tough for Team Solid to set up the traps consistently, especially from the attack side. But you see with PXS getting in so far on the inserts, you see with them really focusing on KaneZera like as quickly as possible so that you can't get that overextension. You can tell Team Solid are really trying to keep Envy in a bubble and Envy keep bursting it.
Yeah, and you know, like at the same time, Dgzin has not been able to get online. It feels like he's kind of getting the Cainzera treatment right now of just being shut down round after round. But I imagine this time we'll be a little bit more coordinated. Keep Dgzin alive in the midst of all of it. The Blade Storm's popped. And it's gonna be this mid push here, but Egster walking away with murder. Dgzin, put those knives away.
Calm down, my guy.
There's no way.
Poppin'. Yeah, the crowd is starting to get a little gobsmacked again. TSS can at least hold down Kane. Don't get too antsy here, y'all.
PXS.
The no-scope. PXS continues to just get away with it. Poppin now has to go for the backstab, and he runs up to it and continues to spray on the bodies. As we're in a 2v2, Poppin once again early to it, but he'll choose to drone on top of the pings from Inspire's ultimate to guarantee Rafa's position. Keep him terrified. And now the fake TP to see if he gets any sight out, but no, Poppin will wait for Inspire to go for that lurk up. Poppin, can I get Aura Max by Rafa? He's run him down with this stinger. Forced him pretty far back on Heaven. So it's two segmented 1v1s, but that's where Envy feels the more comfortable. Poppin's just gonna bust out that Hunter's Fury and almost finds Conan with the final tap. But it's Conan who can get a tap of his own to save this round for Team Solid. Nothing in the tank though. So Poppin can tap to his heart's delight. Has to check all these extra corners though. First one. Does Conan buckle? No. Second tap. He'll go for it. And he will be met. Poppin is the one standing left after this round is said and done. And Envy make it 5-1.
Man, that is a crazy call to make there. But at the same time, like, you know, in the interview, Poppin saying just like, we're just having fun out there. I was laughing at my own mistakes. We were getting a little bit silly. I feel like this was a silly round, if you ask me.
Yeah.
PXS still walking away with like 3 kills uncontested. And then at the very end there, it's so much pressure being applied to Poppin. So he just pops the Hunter's Fury to guarantee the kill. It's so bananas, man. Like, it's crazy. But it is so important to secure those rounds. PXS, now the kill leader, 12 kills on the board. Next highest on the team is Dgzin with only 3. So, you know what? PXS can do no wrong, but the rest of the Team Solid are yet to get online.
Trying to get it started here with the rifles that they've been able to fully buy up now. And PXS is 1 away from this null command. A lot of win con entry tools that Team Solid have to once again force their issue despite being on the attack. Shock Dart to clear out that wire that has been conditioned. Inspire much more hold up on the B site, and Team Solid will recognize the burrow, as will Envy. Just set up the split condition as we pass the minute mark.
Very patient play by Team Solid this time around. Ion gonna be hanging inside of here with the Judge. Honestly, it's this middle presence that Team Solid are very set on at this point. Dgzin still with that operator very far forwards there, and unfortunately misses the shot there onto Cainzera.
That's Dgzin using both of his cloud bursts to try and bait a fight on the entry through market, and instead, he doesn't find a thing. Cainzera is still kicking him. The Dimensional Drift is gonna target him down. None of that play from Team Solid came up right. And Envy is able to once again lock it down. Havoc on this lurk is yet again Team Solid. Get a free sight, but Egster can nip that in the bud and keep it to a 3v2 retake. Still though, time is crunching. Team Solid is held to this. Rafa has the 1v. Egster contact, and he's low. You get sequenced back though, and Envy can try again. Clear out with the recon to let Egster in for free, and Conan to swing it. Now Poppin having to clear that early. Shock Dart knocks him down to 29. As Inspire has once again made his way up to main. Rafa prepared for his own 1v. And Inspire's down in the pool too. Everybody's walking away with bruises in this round. As Inspire holds the defuse for Poppin on top of the smoke. Poppin's gonna hold it, but Conan can spray. And Team Solid, that is perhaps the 5th round in a row where 1 player is left alive at the end.
It's crazy, man. This is... Once again, I said it earlier, but this is some of the most entertaining Valorant I think I have ever seen between these two teams. It's so wild, some of the calls that are being made. But yeah, exactly like you say this time, it's a bit of a split up from Team Solid. They go onto 2 sides, and then that guarantees the spike plant. And then it's these like far advanced forward positions from the initiators that kind of run things down. Conan just at the end spraying down, kind of taking the reins away from PXS, but it will guarantee that second. As once again, we go again. It's going to be Envy, though. Onto a save this time. Kane-Zera, Bucky in hand, going to be looking for something. It walks away with PXS.
He gets shot down to 20, but man, he just makes those windows work every time. I'm losing my mind. What else does Envy have to offer this round? Are you going to see Thrifty on your screen again here? So likely at this stage. Extra with the first blindside to throw apart the Owl drone push. Team Solid creeping up the catwalk, trying to fully push this pack fight. And the Hunter's Fury will allow Team Solid to clear the board harder. Conan's going to track down Inspire, make this a triviality. But Envy in response, they can bring the group here. Try to get their own fight started. Oh, off a recon bolt. Yeah, they'll try and swing it there, and Havoc has it all managed. So pissing around is nothing doing this time around, despite Kane-Zera's opening frag.
Yep, and this is the first wheels starting to spin on the car that has Team Solid in it. It's slow, but it is starting to ramp up a little bit of momentum. That round, we see a much more aggressive performance. And sure, PXS does get shut down, but once again, the players that you want to start to heat up are Havoc. You want to see that heat up happen. You want to see Dgzin start to hit some of those operator shots if you are a Team Solid fan, and then that will make sure that the rest of the pieces are flowing. Meanwhile, on the side of Envy, we're still seeing them try and take those advantages. The Waylay has been working out pretty well for Kane-Zera thus far, and now the Convergent Pad's yet another tool for them to use to kind of stall things out. The Team Solid back to this slow style of gameplay. They want to force out an error from Envy.
Seeing if any member of this roster pokes out too much of a foot. And Kane toying with that death in the catwalk, but it's actually Havoc that'll take the first breath of damage this round. I'll try to toy with B main. That Extra is going to go ahead and lock down. Inspire ends up finding Dgzin.
Crazy.
That's insane ADS tracking, man. How do you recover in that?
I don't know, like Dgzin was just having such a phenomenal first map, and then this time around has been pretty much the first kill fairly consistently. And that takes off a lot from the plates of Team Solid to work with on these engagements. Inspire down to 2 HP, but still alive. While the rest of Team Solid, they're going to be kind of using that middle presence to guarantee a safe passage over to this A site where Ion is the only person left standing.
Walking in with that null command to negate the danger of Inspire's util. That trapwire still has to get burned away, though, on the entry. And Ion, beautiful paranoia to crunch this fight, and Kane and Poppin are here for it. It's Havoc that has to wrap it up, and he can't do a damn thing. Envy once again meet the problem before it makes its way to them, and they can turn that into their round.
Yeah, and now Envy, like, we're seeing the heat up that we kind of expected from them on that last map. We're seeing them get comfortable, and once again, one of the biggest win conditions that all the teams have to think about when they go up against this team is they have to make sure Envy does not heat up. And right now what we're seeing is Envy heated up. Whether or not it was off of Poppin's crazy play with the Hunter's Fury, whether or not it's Kane-Zera flying through with the Bucky in hand, right now Envy are starting to feel it as it is 6-3 on this first half.
Couple more rounds for Envy to make this convincing in their journey to map number 3. Cage trigger. Set up on the Team Solid's B entry and Inspire with the one-way on the cage.
Again.
Yeah, I mean, what did PXS Flash Drive do for that, respectfully? Barely had to move. Oh, and Inspire just gonna walk it down! Get away with a freebie! Hey! That's some Envy stuff.
I know
and look at the push-up from the other two. Yeah, you're gonna have to back it up thanks to that piece of information, but Rafa is watching this, so we'll be able to find one. Looks for the other, but Ion comes out on top, barely staying alive. Safe passage, though, still onto this B site, but actually the call gets made. PXS wants to go on to A. Probably a group up here, but Extra and Ion are both watching this site.
Yeah, on top of the high-low. So PXS, he has to use his other flash just to clear out the tree room, so it's going to be dry contact into the Jenny. And that is easy for Envy. Yeah, if you're able to, like, drain the bank before Team Solid makes it on, I mean, that's a lot of what Envy tries to do, right? Is they try to meet you early, they try to go for the solos. And this time it meets them well.
Yeah, meets them so damn well as once again, Dgzin, the first player down. Envy, they're just always looking for that opportunity there. They're willing to play things slow just at the start because they know that that is how they want, that's how Team Solid wants to take these rounds. And so they'll give them that time because Team Solid has to attack. But as soon as they realize, okay, it's been about a minute, let's poke out here. Let's see if we can find anything. And usually they're walking away with a kill or two.
Couple shots is popping. We'll try to, by the looks of it, bait Extra's angle, and yeah, you're not checking him, man. Extra gets a second. TSS can't frag it back either. Yeah, this eco round isn't gonna do a damn thing. Rafa with the TP in doesn't get away with the one, but that should be all she wrote. Kane, nice one. Little extra flourish for that round.
Oh, jeez. You look at the last map with how Kane's arrow was like, look at me, I've got an ultimate. Oh, and I'm dead in the air. I couldn't see a thing. This is a terrible game. Why am I playing this? To suddenly this heat up performance where I do believe he might be the top of the kill feed right now for Envy. He's definitely stacked up quite a few kills in these last rounds, and the very aggressive playstyle is working out really well for this Waylay player. Once again, usually for this double duelist, you expect the Waylay to be a little bit more on that like kind of solo lurk type of play style. But instead, like, you know, Kane's just kind of played with the team, going out, finding that space really early on, and finding a lot of punishes as we are now in the last round in this half. Kane still holding on to the convergent paths too.
Very a la how Neon was interpreted in last year's Ascension is Kane's Waylay at the moment. Just able to kind of feast on the scraps. Open season for Extra's op to start things out, and the Hunter's Fury, thrown in reaction by Poppin to try and go extra hunting, will catch PXS.
Slow and steady now, but I like Ion's position. Okay, Extra actually goes for the Dimensional Drift to get that information. And once again, this is an aggressive Envy play.
And that's everybody, and Ion's Paranoia, once again, so well timed this time around on top of it. So Spike stranded. Rafa is gonna go ahead and use that from the shadows to make his way to the A site with that spike he faked to, but I mean, Havoc is still stuck, so Rafa, yeah, he's got to do extra work before he can safely get this spike down, and he's checking back before Heaven! Inspire through the glass!
30 seconds
and
left.
that should be a 9-3 scoreline for Envy. Havoc, yeah, 25 seconds to go. Miles to conquer, and Envy make it 9-3.
A phenomenal bounce back from Envy on this map. We're seeing Team Solid not be able to play how they want to play. Like, they're going for those individual moments, trying to work the map. Dgzin consistently getting gunned down. Meanwhile, Envy, this looks like their hunting ground. I know they said, like, oh yeah, Dgzin, he's gonna go crazy here. And unfortunately, the only thing he's gone so far is dead just at the start of the round as First Bloods. It's so hard for Team Solid, but once again, got to keep that mental clear. We're going into the second half, 9-3. Curses may exist. Curious to see how it'll go when they swap sides.
Yeah, still so much for either side to play as Brazil and NA's best continue duking it out. We have some Latin American legends in the audience, David and Ponix on the floor.
Tô aqui então com o Davi da Shinden e também com a Ponix, que era jogador aí da Leviathan, jogador, enfim, do Latam do Game Changers. Quero saber rapidamente deles, primeiramente do Davi, como é que foi jogar aqui, né, na frente da galera, enfim, na frente da torcida brasileira. So I'm here joined by Davi from Shinden, and I want to know from him, how is it like to play in front of the Brazilian crowd? Como foi, cara, então, jogar aqui na frente da galera brasileira?
É muito da hora ficar aqui com toda a gente brasileira. Eu já joguei uma vez com o público brasileiro e é muito gostoso, mano. Tipo, a torcida muito quente. Então, eles torceram contra mim, mas depois torceram pra nós e foi muito da hora. Amo muito o Brasil aqui, mano.
So I said it was very, very good to be here. Like, the Brazilian crowd was so passionate, and of course, everybody was being so grateful, like, so nice to him, and he really loved to play here. E agora eu quero saber da Ponix, o que ela acha que vai acontecer nesse Last Chance Qualifier aí do Game Changers. Vai dar Latam, o Latam vai ganhar, o Brasil vai ganhar, o NA...
Mano, não sei, esse ano o nível do Game Changers aumentou muito, mas pode ganhar qualquer. Eu acho que Brasil, confio muito, mano. Tem muita promessa lá.
So I asked her about the last chance qualifiers for the Game Changers. Who does she think is going to win? And she said, well, the level of the Game Changers has increased a lot, so everybody's very good, but she thinks that maybe Brazil is going to win. She trusts them, so that was it. Brigadão, valeu, tamo junto. De volta com vocês.
Envy just needing 4 more rounds to take us to map 3 here in Ascent. As marked, it seems like they've gotten enough of a finger on the pulse against Team Solid, but they'll be swapping sides to the more aggressive attack. And once again, a lot of eyes fall on the current top fragger, Dgzin. Can he continue his now solid performance against Team Solid?
Well, Inspire actually gonna be moving things forward, but Dgzin actually finds it and gets all that info.
Very overextended, and Dgzin quickly able to counteract and deal a second frag in the meantime, but Dgzin will clip PXS's wings before he can get out scot-free. So a 3v3 when all is said and done in the opening of this round.
Yeah, and at least that pressure gets stalled for a second, down to the 3v3. The weapon, or sorry, the health advantage going to Team Solid at this point. And Envy, they're all grouped up here. And I'm curious to see where they want to decide to end, because if they do move into this B side, well, Havoc has all the utility set up here. And that Cypher is going to be very instrumental, at least slowing things down, as the slow creep forwards happens for Envy.
Dgzin still with his light speed available to break apart this B site. They've heard the camera get tapped by Havoc. Gotta catch it though. Cage looks up, they pinged it, Havoc pings back. Deals a load of damage to Poppin on their way in through the lane, and he'll finish! The pool as Poppin dares to challenge, Ion will as well, and he will come up all right. But still a 1v2 when all is said and done, and not much time or space to get this spike safely down. Still though, literally zero util in the bank here for either of these players after the smoke goes down from Rafa, so he'll just walk right up, and Ion with his own smoke on the stairs to negate one of these sight lines, and one of the players immediately in the 1v1 against Conan, Ion clutches it up and gets a 4K to start out Envy's 4th consecutive pistol this series.
Ion closing things out. I thought for sure the value that we see Dgzin get just at the start there was going to be more than enough to make sure that they win out this round. Excellent utility place just to make sure that everything was just perfectly lined up. Take those long duels, and even Havoc as well, being able to find a couple of very key kills to make it so winnable. And yet Ion finding the very single tap out moments and then goes for that kind of wide swing, as we've seen Ion do so many times, and catches the headshot there. So NB get their way to double digits, and it's looking more and more likely that we're going to be going to map number 3.
Cover going out.
So close now, surely. The momentum is all there. Dgzin, the bum rush. Rafa finds a backstab with the shorty even still, but that should be all the damage done by Team Solid. Can't find too many more opportunities to get the drop on them like this.
Spike planted.
Yeah, 3v4 on this retake, just pistols. Dgzin all the way on the other side of the map. Just gonna be looking to get a couple kills. Havoc actually finds one.
Wow, yeah, before falling down, so keeps the gap kind of limited here. Getting rid of one more gun would be a really decent follow-up by Team Solid, but of course not even close to the performance that we've seen from them until this point, so why not aim higher? Conan clears Ion as Dgzin has still made his way up, but too much to clear, and Dgzin will scrape him. Conan has to clutch up with the Sheriff to keep the streak going, and finally, Envy will lock down the second round of the half in tandem with the first.
A good time for that to happen, as they now are on 11, and you know what, it was looking pretty doom and gloom on the side of Envy. Meanwhile, the other side of Team Solid were like super hyped up. They were smiling, they were yelling, doing all sorts of crazy stuff, and then now Envy, we're starting to see those smiles come back. Things are starting to click together a little bit more, and Team Solid, like, that once again, the group up play that they were doing so well in Lotus. Right now, it's just individuals, and when they go for those individual plays, right now, Envy are just consistently winning them out. Envy now 2 rounds away from forcing map number 3.
Fantastic performance by them consistently throughout this map. As warm as Team Solid's players now. Dgzin, light speed for intel, rest of the stack comes in, and Dgzin guesses wrong. Oh, that's one of my favorite clones I've seen yet from Exter, and that's been one of my favorite parts of his, that's been my favorite part of his kit this whole time. Conan locking it down in Boathouse though with this Phantom, and Havoc is back as the cavalry arrives. PXS finalizes, and the bonus is swiftly dealt with after that amazing opening.
What the heck happened back there? I thought surely all of the utility would have been perfect, but it felt so reminiscent of some of those earlier rounds that we saw in the last map, where as soon as the utility flies through, it's just kind of a step out from the players of Team Solid. So ready to go out on a dime and just find all of the kills. And yeah, Conan going to be the hard anchor, supported by Havoc. Make sure that that round works out well for them. So Team Solid, they find their fourth, but this is still a lot of work that needs to be done if they want to climb back up.
Yeah, I want to make sure that Envy have to fully reset rather than go for something estranged like this, where you're holding on to 2 rifles. Kainzera still going for that pocket bucky. They still want to take this here. They want to stick another thrifty on that board. Dgzin, as always, ego peeking before Envy does. Not many players can say that.
Whoa.
And the spray into the smoke as well. I love that aggression on top of Rafa's smoking, but Envy strikes back with their own level of aggression and gets 2 for 2 on the entryway. Still, Kainzera has to act now with this Bucky, and Ion actually takes the spread with him, so knocks it down to a 3v2. And Kane again! How does he infect continuously like this? And Ion, I mean, that's half for funsies, but half to truly guarantee this. Give Kane one more as you hear him running on down. Oh, Conan gets good timing, so we can reset. At least make it a 1v2.
Those full shields as well. Recon Dart should be coming on. Oh, yeah, it's actually too far out here, so I'm gonna just try and take this one normally.
The double one-way too? That's pretty gross. Yeah, again, well set by Envy despite the tougher buy. Kainzera able to kind of facilitate the rest of the players in their swinging almost through contact alone. That was incredible patience coming from him.
Yeah, and once again, like, you know, hopping around here, you expect, once again, the waylay to fly out. You know you've done a little bit of damage, but instead it's Ion who kind of takes that aggression forwards. Still, though, I like the anchoring on the site for Team Solid. They're doing a good job at kind of contesting this level of aggression, but once again, this is just Envy's game at this point, and they're running away with it, as they now are on map point and look like they are ready to go to mine to make this a 3-map series.
Oh, and they'll immediately dig their elbow into PXS, who has tried to get up in the pocket, and Conan actually able to strike back with the Hunter's Fury onto such an aggressive channel, and the lurk also caught. So it's a 3v4 entering, and Rafa and Conan burn it down. So It's not done just yet. Envy can't get that over aggressive.
I'm just gonna say, I think, oh no, we've seen a convergent paths at this point, but I don't know that we've really seen the ultimate that often, despite the fact that Kainzera has gotten so many kills and had the ultimate in the pocket for so long. But that time around, you know, it just kind of comes down to some tricky shenanigans on the flank, as well as an excellent Hunter's Fury coming through. But the win fight against Inspire was actually so key to make sure that they kind of got that forward pressure, and Envy, they have to rush into it. So it's going to be a save round coming through. Kainzera, Bucky in hand.
This is the place that Team Solid wants Envy to stay in as long as possible, so they can try and claw their way back into it. But Envy just live to play from the weaker side of things, and live to play spoiler against this Brazilian crowd. Inspire on his island, trying to just get some attention, and he will. Dgzin daring to peek into it. Inspire, no stranger to ego peek and stuff like this, but instead Team Solid, yeah, they'll continue to play respectfully, back away, ready for the full stack. And Rafa, gonna be that first point of contact for the drone. Is the TP in from Eggster is good, and A-Site is Envy's as they'll hop on down. PXS, once again, early first point of defense to man the corners, as the rest of Team Solid will make their way back on and shut down that semblance of a push.
Yeah, and then also Neural Theft giving up that information. Given how this game is going, like, you gotta cross your T's, dot your I's, play everything perfectly. As Inspire did gain a lot of room, but actually Poppin makes the call. Going back to the safe site should be good. Poppin does have the Hunter's Fury here, but Havoc should be waiting just on the other side of the smoke.
Could just spray through on the tap. Oh no, Havoc will wait. He doesn't know how much of a stack is here. Oh, as the door gets burned. Staying patient. Oh, okay. 12 seconds to go. Team Solid thinks they can just, take the crunch right as the spike goes down, catch them at their most vulnerable, and that seemes like the right way to go about things. Free stay standing for Team Solid, taking it to 6.
Yep, and they're just doing a good job at kind of locking that defense up a little bit more. Just mitigating a lot of that aggression coming through with a little bit of utility, making sure that they swing out, take out the key members on the side of Team Envy. And that just makes this round a little bit easier for them to win out in the end. It's a lot more patient coming through from Team Solid, and I think that this was a very necessary change because they were kind of going gung-ho with it in that first half, and you know what? It wasn't exactly the best there. And again, someone inside of the smokes making a huge amount of difference on the side of Team Solid. So I think that Rafa usually is the perpetrator of that one, but watch out for those smokes, Team Envy.
Oh, Inspire! Nice flick by Dgzin. The crowd's losing it over that one. Gonna keep screaming until this is 12-12. Envy, again, yeah, they need to stop this now before the momentum gets going the other way. Envy can't get out envied.
Enemy tag.
Waylay is in. KaneZera not firing. Saturate to guarantee the kill. A little bit of overextension, so Havoc can at least skirt this and find the remainder of KaneZera's health pool, but they've already made their way to lane, and Eggster is solid for that. Ion re-extending from the shack, and that's the spike in his hand. So Eggster in this 1v3, and this would be another rifle round shutdown on behalf of Team Solid, once again dragging advantage back in their direction here on the defense. Paranoia, to let the walls start to close in, you still gotta play this surgically, and Team Solid will.
And this is what happens if you let Dgzin stay alive, right? Like, so many rounds in this map, I have called out the fact that Dgzin has gone down so early. Usually the first pick goes for a peek, immediately just gunned down, and it's like, okay, well, there goes a lot of the firepower. But an excellent flick to start things out, and then Havoc just anchoring down the site. It's so much more pressure that Envy kind of have to deal with, and they just kind of crumble underneath it. An excellent attempt being made, but Ion looking for a kill, getting a little bit greedy, double dipping back, guarantees that the kill from Team Solid can come through, and then the spike goes down, and it is an unwinnable scenario. So, timeout being called now, as Team Solid are starting to heat up themselves, but Envy, they still just need one more round to take us to map number 3, and hopefully off this timeout, they'll have a couple of strategies to do so.
Yeah, the playbook's still got to be wide open here for Envy. They have plenty of rounds to still make this happen. And yeah, I think Stunner's just going to try and bring them down to earth with a timeout like this. Just tell them, see this through, and we can start back at 0-0 like everybody else wants us to. Just setting that attitude here and now. With still another timeout in the pocket, it should be said. So Stunner will have another chance to do this if this next cycle economically is lost.
How many rounds until we start to get a little worried, you know? Because at this point, it's been like 3 in a row now. But
I mean, we're buying up Stingers and Spectres this round, so it feels like Envy have an idea here of how they want to carry this out. We do have Eggster's Dimensional Drift and Papa's Hunter's Fury. They love this combo.
Oh boy.
We'll see how much they can get out of it, I guess.
Let's go. Let's see this one play out as KaneZera goes in.
Yeah, first light speed in for Intel on the market, and he still finds Dgzin. He gets a buff with this Bucky, I swear. He's unreal with it. And we're in. No Dimensional Drift required, by the way. And Inspire has found his lurk pick. Everything's coming up, Envy. Of course it's the round that you least expected. The timeout doing everything for Envy. And sure, let that Hunter's Fury fly. You won't get another round to use it. Twin 13-7s to take us to map 3, y'all. Team Solid, Team Envy, they're both giving everything.
That was just unbelievable. Like, for that to be the round that happens, that is crazy. They just gotta run in there and then just find all the necessary kills. But this is an Envy that is calm and collected. This is what we expected from them, and a completely different look than what we saw on map number 1. Team Solid, they started off like kind of keeping things at exactly how you would expect. But once they started giving up those individual opportunities, Dgzin getting taken down so early in so many of these rounds, they just lost to the Envy flood. And as a result, like, we're going to map number 3 now.
Yeah, one more chance to win this foot race out to guarantee your spot in the upper finals. One more map of the night. We'll be back in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Last player remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Exactly what Core needs to do. Trotch in, and there was Tristan to hide.
Going to the evening.
It seemed a little stark for Envy after the very first map in the series, an aggressive team that had that match. And worries arose when it came up to Ascent as the next map of choice. But getting into it, we get to see Kane on the waylay, we get to see a team with the confidence, and we get to see a strong Envy victory to push the series onward into a third map. I mean, Roy, looking back at that, like, yeah, when we saw a waylay on Abyss the other day, you know, there's going to be questions, there's going to be concerns, but I mean, this time it kind of seemed like it was Envy that could do no wrong, winning out on these first engagements, everything else.
And taking down Team Solid on their playground. I mean, that's supposed to be their best map. It's supposed to be Ascent. It's supposed to be the Dgzin playground. And to come out in such a dominant fashion here for Envy is crazy, guys. The defensive side, it wasn't just about the score line. It was the fact, it was the energy. It was the way that Envy was playing. It was the gameplay that, to me, has inspired a huge confidence in this potential third map here for them, because they look so much better, right? They're winning the team fights. They have a lot of set plays. The micro seems a lot less hesitating. It's a lot more decisive, and it feels like Envy kind of had a much bigger read on coming into this map, and their execution was just so on point.
It was a really good defense, and it's an Envy as well that now has won every single pistol so far. But on top of that, a lot of these early rounds came to the 1v1s that Quintera were winning. He won 2 1v1s back to back. That allowed the side of Envy to get some economy going. And then every single round, it was a Dgzin that was getting shut down every time he was trying to find an entry, whether it was by Inspire with the one-way cage towards B side, or it was Exter as well, Quintera. Everybody was shutting that star player that we talked about so much down, and it didn't really allow them to come back. You see some individuals plays as well that Team Solid were trying to make to come back, trying to be that hero that allows that second half to go their way, but it was just not possible. Dgzin tried, and Envy just knew exactly how to kill him every single time.
Yeah, and a big difference for me from map to map, guys, is the fact that I feel like in this map, caneZero was actually able to do the thing that he does best, which is be very annoying, right? Like we saw a lot of these set plays with Waylay where he's buckying them off rip. Hey, that's gotta be frustrating. Then you look at the first kills on this map, a huge complete domination here for the Envy side. 16-4, guys. That is insane. It's supposed to be Dgzin's best map. It's supposed to be Team Solid's best map, a team that they have dismantled so many teams on before, but it feels like Envy has responded back. A lot of the players that we expected to step up are finally stepping up, and it feels like Envy has been rejuvenated after a dominant win here in the second map.
It was either anchoring the sides with Inspire into that first half, or it was going for those aggressive plays on the defense too, like we talked about with caneZero. There was a very clear plan of how they wanted to take control of that defense, and it worked out so well against Dgzin for that first half on the attack. When he was trying to find openings, it was 4 rounds in a row that he was getting taken down first, and it's not even his fault. It was just everybody was ready and expecting that push, whether it was going to be towards mid, whether it was going to be B as well, where Inspire was waiting all the way back. No answers that could be found, and one of the things that we've talked about too is how important those openings are. For that last map, it really allowed Team Solid to get the win, but for this one too, you talk about Ion going 3-0 in openings, caneZero going 6-0, and Poppin as well going 1-0. Every single opening, I mean, you see it in the stats, was going their way.
And I feel like the best version of these teams, guys, is whenever we see caneZero and Ion popping off, right? Like that is the trademark. Exter's taken on a lot of the pressure for the past few matches, but I feel like for Envy to reach that final form, to reach Ascensions, to ascend into VCT, they're going to need caneZero and Ion stepping up. And I feel like the form that we saw them on the second map right here is a lot better. We saw a lot of life force in caneZero. We saw a lot more decisive action. We saw just so many instances where caneZero was able to have impact. And of course, Ion there with the support, with the trades, as well as holding it down on defense. It was perfect for them.
And just in time as well, down 1 in the series, to see these two youngins just have the confidence, get those kills. I mean, some of the kills that Ion was getting out in the server was insane. And to see the confidence too with Kane on the Waylay, that is more of the Envy that we've known and come to really see throughout the year. Now they're going to push it into a third map. And for the Envy fans that have been patiently waiting throughout this series, Bind looks like some great news on the horizon. This is where we saw that 13-0 going up against Stella Gaming, which was... it was a statement, to say the least. And on the opposing end for Team Solid, I mean, Dan, their most recent appearance wasn't... it didn't spark the most confidence, right? I will say we've seen a lot more from Team Solid with game after game and more after more, but I think just on paper that looks a little stark for the Brazilian squad.
Yeah, it was lacking a little bit last time that we saw Team Solid on this map of Bind. They lost it to Shinden 13-6. But this is also a map where, you know, you shouldn't really base it on what happened in the last series, because I do like in general what they're doing. Once again, they should be playing this double duelist that we saw in that map 1 of Lotus, but instead is going to be Dgzin on this Euro, and as you see, Havoc on the race. Last time Havoc was really good on the race, so even if he's played other maps where he's trending a little bit more, I do think, you know, you have to ignore what happened against Shinden and just go for this series.
I'm trying really hard to ignore that series, guys, but there is a bit of a question mark here because Team Solid's attack side had looked completely shut down by Shinden. And also, on the other hand, for Envy's defense last time as well, it was stalwart. It was completely unstoppable on the defensive side. I feel like for Team Solid, maybe their chances were on that Ascent side. Otherwise, I'm going to have to see a huge step up here for the attack side for Team Solid. They need as many rounds as they can get. Their defense looked solid overall, no pun intended, but they're going to need a lot more on this attack side, guys. They need more rounds to work with, and they definitely need some pistols. We cannot go 0 for 6 on pistols if you're Team Solid.
Both of the teams needing that confidence, and for Envy, they're used to sometimes not having the strongest start, losing that first map, and then bouncing back and doing it stronger than ever. We talked about it, and to what happened in the last years for Envy, they closed it out 13-0. This time around, they get more and more confident. Those youngins as well look better and better for Team Solid. It's also that pressure is on to try to be undefeated and to be that undefeated team for the Brazilian side.
Two teams that have showed that they can go toe-to-toe within this series. It was Team Solid for the first mark, but time to see if they can overcome this Bind Demon going up against a strong Envy taking that momentum. Let's head into the third map to decide with your casters. It's Tenric and Marks.
Thanks, Sierra. Envy are heels off of a 13-0 against the other Brazilian team that made Ascension's main event. Team Solid certainly have a lot to ask coming into their attack half against this composition, Marks. But if there's any team that could match up to this level, it's Team Solid.
Yeah, it's so like, if you just look at the books on this one, like, what should happen here, right? The fact that they 13-0'd against Stelle, that is quite a statement, and you know that they really wanted this map number 3 because they were certain it was going to be going their way. On the other side of Team Solid, got to make sure that you're ready for this Envy aggression. You see as well, Kainzera back on the Clove. Everything pointing to just going in. And Team Solid's composition looks like it is ready to kind of stall things out, playing that double controller. Egster already getting a little bit of information, but just kind of step out of that one.
We saw this the last time Envy played against Stella, just conditioning that TP presence on the A showers. He doesn't actually go for the TP this time, though, so Envy is willing to sell the stack on B, as it seems. Nice bird out from Poppin, just to guarantee that the stack is still here. He's been fine with using these a little early for the dry contact offs. And a regrowth onto the first damage pool trade as Ion is able to hold down the lurk from Conan. So it is just that presence from the Garden. And last time Envy just had to manage this one line of attack. It went pretty well for them. Rafa, though, has a bit more to say about it. Dgzin escorted upward, and so it's a 1v2 at the end. But Poppin, with all that dry contact, is able to negate it. Envy keep 2 standing and are now 5 for 5 on pistols this series.
Yeah, their pistols seem like they simply cannot be stopped at this point. Envy on the pistol round. Name a better combination because, yeah, they just completely shut things down, but you can already see a lot of their plans getting solidified right off the bat. Exactly like you say. I love that call out. Get it early on that Egster is going to be right by TP. That is going to raise so many questions about what's going on. Is he going to be able to take the TP? Then we got to wait for the crunch out just in case they use the TP to crunch us on showers. It raises so many different questions that last time Stelle looked completely lost on. And so I'm wondering how much of an impact that will be coming around here as Kainzera tries to find that early kill.
Havoc has barely made it through, and he's turned it into a frag against Kane. And Dgzin, in the meantime, has sprung the trap on Inspire from the long visage. Egster with this Outlaw has to do a lot of heavy-duty work, and Ion has made his way back. The cavalry has come calling, and so Envy should be able to close this, right? Conan! Shot rings true on the Sheriff. Dink goes popping, and Envy have to re-up the wide angles. Dgzin holding it down from lips. Has it really happened again?
Yes.
Team Solid are 4 for 5 on anti-eco pistols. I am aghast at how they've been able to recover these rounds, Marks.
These are like things that should not happen, just consistently happening here. And I gotta say, the pathing from Havoc this time around was so impressive to me. You know, the initiation kind of flying through there. Immediately the wraparound happens. Dgzin sharp as ever to find some of these frags, but enabling the rest of the squad to be able to walk things through. It's those single tap headshots that allow him to continue to thrive. And now that he's not getting shut down, we are seeing the Dgzin show light up yet again. Outlaw in hand, Rafa got the Vandal, and yeah, this is going to be back to pistols for Envy.
And remember, both these teams do have that cushion of the lower bracket, but to have to get that extra match in would definitely wear you out, and your playbook as well. You want to get to this matchup against TSM and get to that grand final ASAP. No extradition just yet. Inspire may dare. Saying hi to the cam.
That's good though, because at the same time, they've gotten so much of Envy all the way over onto this B site. Well, meanwhile, it's just Havoc alone.
Great discipline by Kane to hold that as the screen goes up. Envy know how little intel they're working with, and they'll deal with the immediate threat first. And yeah, so Kane is going to be able to get a free rifle out of that.
30 seconds
Definitely
left.
dangerous going forward. Inspire, unchecked. Oh, but bides his time, because no one's checking him. And the Classic needs a couple shots to guarantee the kills. Does a hell of a lot of damage to Rafa. Looks like Envy could be able to wrap back this Thrifty here. As Poppin circles, makes his way back. PXS the only line of defense left now, and on the Stinger, it's so hard for him to do it on his own. The Haunt destroyed, Spike left half, PXS in the pool, and Inspire gets 3. Eco for I believe the 3rd time this series.
Yeah, these teams, they love their eco rounds, that's for sure. But that time around, it just goes for a little bit of a misplay coming through from Team Solid. Inspire went completely unchecked, was able to get the full wraparound, nothing to really check where that Cypher was going. It's unconventional, but knowing Envy's playstyle, you know that that flank is always going to be set up online. And Inspire has been shooting immaculately this game. And so a little bit of a misread from Team Solid this time around, as finally we get a full rifle round on both sides, but it will be all half shields bot on the side of Team Solid.
W keying to the nth degree in the last bit of this match. Poppin', that bird gets absorbed by a whole stack of TSS. Bum rushing down the sand. Havoc still does have a blast pack to go for entry number 2. But it seems like Team Solid are just favoring the neutral space as they're trying to carve out a portion. And now the TP as the entry from Poppin' and Exter comes through and kills 2 for 2. But Dgzin ends up recovering and making the space back to play for Team Solid, having a slightly advantageous 3v3. Inspire does have to stay a tad bit back.
Okay, Dgzin also going for the dimensional drift now, just to get a little bit of information here. Inspire the only person on this site, and this time around not doing a flank. You can see Dgzin is going in there just to clear that with how painful it was last time in showers. But will be nice and easy. They should be able to get the spike down, but NB are already here, and you know they're going to take the fight.
Yep. Gainzera ready for it immediately. Oh, but he's so in the open at the moment. Still able to find Dgzin. Turns on a Conan! Sure, he has a couple people helping and watching, but the kid does it all on his own. And Envy will make it 3-1.
That is unbelievable play coming through from Gainzera. One of the players, once again, who we've been highlighting as the stats player in NA, the one who can do it all. And has been a little bit quiet in the Ascension tournament. I think that first map did an excellent job of kind of demonstrating that, but once Gainzera starts to warm up on the stage, we get unbelievable plays like that. Like, what is that flick, man?
Insane.
Just makes sure to find Conan and then shuts down PXS. Doesn't need any utility or anything, just zipping around at all the different angles to shut that down. And so Envy, they find themselves up to 3-1, as the Team Solid have not looked nearly as stable as they did on map number 1 yet.
Yeah, need a couple more wall breakers to get through. And the Eco clearly showed some positional awareness that can get them over the line, but you can only farm that so much, especially once Envy farms away more advantages like the ultimates and like this operator that Exter's now holding. Kane, gonna get braggadocious in the rounds that he can, and this is certainly one of them. But Dgzin will match him, and perhaps already the heat's been checked. Orbital strike on Team Solid's approach. Very telegraphed, but Poppin has to be prepared for this backstab as Dgzin maintains this flank watch. As Team Solid will slowly make their way through the lamps. Inspire, 1 for 1. Snake Fight will keep them from moving any farther forward, but Poppin has made his way through the showers, and so Team Solid pretty boxed in, actually, at Envy, and they take full advantage of that. Easy swings for Ion and company, and yeah, it feels like the moment that you relent off the showers, Envy feels so much more confident.
Oh, 100%, and it's just so, like, interesting there, because you see Team Solid, they dump all their utility, they dump the orbital strike just on the back of the site. They're so confident that some of the MV players are going to be playing forwards that, yes, by far, this should definitely flush some people out. Give us a couple of angles, make it so that this is so much more winnable. And yet, Rafa, no one shoots out the trap, and so immediately gets kind of one-tapped here. And then it's just the swarm in from Envy, and once again, there's simply no answer as they just walk in and clean the rest of house. This defense from Envy always looks so dangerous, and I really think that push through from the TP play is one of the largest things that the Brazilian teams have had issues dealing with.
Yeah. Clearly a lot of training of Brazilian pacing after the 13-0 against Stella. I feel like Envy are very attuned to exactly when Team Solid are going to go for the push itself, and they save practically all of their flashes for that. I mean, Exter is kind of just spamming Q a little bit inside some of these smokes, and it's just working because Envy's here to fight. They're again calling it so quick. Poppin is making calls a little bit earlier as well for Envy to kind of meet the threat, and it's resulting in some very quick ground control, which Envy can turn into very easy pack fights with the resources they have on the defense as well. I mean, to start on this half after coming away with your 12-0 right before this, like, this is the perfect position for Envy to just start soaring.
100%. And yeah, like, you look on the side of the ultimates, Kane Zera, is the Not Dead Yet available? There's so many tools to continue to get those frags, get that pressure applied upon Team Solid. And we're not seeing Team Solid, once again, take that initiative themselves. We're not seeing them trying to play so fast forward, initiate it onto Envy and just steamroll them like we did on map number 1. It's all falling apart, and Dgzin goes for the shot, not able to secure it, so will back off. And once again, Dgzin alone is the person who has to keep Showers honest, even with the pressure that might be applied through that teleporter.
Dgzin's just doing such a great job of single-handedly running down that clock. Just taking that extra op shot, extra 5 seconds. TPing out, conditioning the spot in the TP. Now that the Viper Orb is down, extra 5 seconds. Team Solid are starting to get scared, and Envy know it.
A little bit of a flash here. PXS, though, does have quite a bit to work off of. Looking at that Nightfall.
Yeah.
Could be helpful in moving some of this through, but Dgzin just watching up top with that op.
You need Dgzin, and he's still manning out Showers. He's gonna even toss his decoy at this. Maybe sell a rush down, but nobody else from short's going. So Envy, yeah, they'll just let it go
30
by.
seconds left.
Still play for the crunch itself. Popping
your
more
fear!
birds, though. So this is probably the best chance that Team Solid has to condense.
Ooh.
Nightfall, another Trapwire. Inspire, these TikTok-ass setups. Just catching so much! Come on, man, he does it again! Kane! Give it all to Inspire!
Last player standing.
And everyone from Envy's gonna get in on the fun for that round.
The Trapwires. That's what that round came down to. The Trapwires. No one from Team Solid are clearing the Trapwires. We've seen previous rounds that the Trapwires were how they guaranteed kills, and that time around it leads to 3.
I can't believe he got 2 on the same freaking wire.
Literally, like, it's just like nobody from Team Solid is kind of keeping that in check or so aware of where they could be, and they're just kind of running in. Like, it feels so discoordinated, disorganized even. And so they're just able to walk away with murder. Tenrek, that is crazy to see, especially given how dominant Team Solid started out this match.
Unbelievable stuff from Inspire to just continue getting the drop. Now Team Solid just gonna try and amp up the gas again. Kane Zera, the stopper. Oh, Envy is locked. I mean, they're still confidently taking the Showers. This is the exact same space that Team Solid didn't feel as capable on before. Kane Zera, he almost feels like hitting that ultimate because he wants the ace that bad, but Ion's gonna clear it away before he can ask for it. So very quickly stomped out. Hey, they can't get a 13-0. How's a 13-1 sound?
Don't say it. Oh, man. But I'm going to be honest with you. Like, there's zero sign right now of Envy stopping. Like, it just feels like they can do no wrong. The kill so early on onto Dgzin, and then on top of that, Kane Zera just flying through, activating as the rest of Envy are just wrapping around like ants that have tasted a little bit of sugar. They're just so bloodthirsty, ready for those kills and ready to pounce on them. They don't give Team Solid a moment to breathe before they suffocate all the players and find the round just like that. This time around, though, it will be a little bit more support from Team Solid on the side of Showers. It's Havoc and Dgzin. They realize that this has been such an issue for them, so they're going to try and take that space, and Kane Zera the only person on the other side. Inspire watching, though, from all the way up top.
Yeah, he's definitely got help, so this is still a controlled confidence from Kane. Definitely an evolved version of it. Exactly what Envy needs to find their own huge gaps to carry them into the top echelon of this tournament. Hop in, another swing out, he catches PXS, and he gets out before the punish frag from Conan. The timing this guy finds in this garden is immense. Spray down on it to Dgzin too! These reads are nuts, man! Oh, Kane, wow, didn't wait a second to pop that ultimate. Wants to nail down Havoc here and now. And Havoc will luckily take care of that. But in the meantime, Ion is still puppy guarding this spike, and yeah, Conan, I mean, he's a mountain dwarfing a molehill at the moment. Havoc, what do you do here? Yeah, 12 seconds to go. I say you just save, Bubby.
10 seconds
You
left.
save, but look, Inspire's already trying to wrap around. Secure that kill too. Like, it's just so crazy. I'm not gonna lie, Team Solid just look like they're lost on some of these rounds.
Yeah.
They're not able to get anything online and are consistently just under so much pressure. Every time they want to just execute onto the site, they fly in, and then somehow one of the members of Envy walks away with 2 kills and is still somehow able to walk away with their life in the midst of all of this chaos and pressure. And yeah, like this time around, Poppin goes in for one. Kane's on the other side, able to find a couple of kills, activate the ultimate as well. Havoc, though, shutting that one down. It doesn't matter because the defense from Envy is simply just completely uncontested. While Team Solid are having issues even getting that spike down. There's just so much pressure from these kills from the players.
Extension with the operator is aggressive. Despite the flash, they can get nailed down. And so Viper's Pit will get tossed in here by Ion to try to discourage the aggression, but PXS is able to find him in the swarm and take down Poppin on the counter. TSS is all over this round, and they'll make it look easy. Have the guns they need to set up for the remainder of this half. Try to go for the recovery. It had to happen basically now or never. But with that level of punishment, perhaps a bit unexpected, Envy fall into the fray and dig their own grave to an extent that round. Kane's gonna see how much he can come away with to keep this economy dicey. But again, TSS has branched out way too much for that to make any headway.
All right, here we go. The climb begins.
Yep.
That time around, like you said, it was just kind of the pop out there and then just the understanding from Team Solid to go for some of these sprays, go for some of these opportunities. And PXS, the one who was kind of just deadlifting the rest of the team on the last map, comes up massive with 3 kills right off the bat and allows that entry to go through. You see how coordinated it looks coming through from Team Solid when they get what they want going, but it's just been so hard to get to that original point.
The audience watches here in the Sao Paulo arena. Any round, any inch back, they will deafen this house. And as Inspire said, Envy, they're loving it. They love that crowd presence. They love getting to have their banter with the audience, which they'd like to continue as the villains of Brazil, if they can best this here.
Oh, look at this. It's a little bit of a different defensive setup from Envy this time. It was Eggster and Inspire on this B site. And as soon as they realize it's not exactly what they're intending, then the call gets made to move back around. Envy feel like they've added enough pressure, enough conditioning onto Showers to make Team Solid second guess themselves. And so it kind of funnels them into this one area. Dgzin will go for the Dimensional Drift now.
Just gonna carve out the lamps again. What Team Solid has been able to rely on more often than not. Now the showstopper from Havoc in. It's altitude instead of length, and so Envy get a little discombobulated because of it. Orbital Strike to kite out the rest of the site. That's a lot of ultis used by Team Solid. You better make it work from here, right? Another one in as well. The Viper's Pit 2. Team Solid, they really want to guarantee this now, and it's not even an economy toppler for Envy. In we go. Nothing to lose. Everything to keep gaining here if you're Envy. Off watch from Dgzin, it's not good. Has to toss out the blind side to get another free peek, but the snakebite is going to prevent him from getting that so easily. He has to skirt back over to short, where this Viper's Pit is still sitting, and the clock is ticking. Envy running out of opportunities to be able to break through this, and Conan holding close, the shorty ready for him. He just sprays down Ion, but Inspire is taken down too. Simply put though, Spike's got too little time left on it. Team Solid are able to lock it down and make a third round theirs.
Yeah, the similar execution off of the Orbital Strike back onto that A site. You see, they just blasted the back there just to split up the site a little bit more, make it more digestible, easier to clear. And then this time around, it works out perfectly as they just kind of fly in. But like you said, so many ultimates tossed in just to kind of guarantee that. Look at that! Inspire gets 2 headshots like that! It's crazy, man! Like, the kills that have been flying through some of these smokes are just unbelievable. And still, like Team Solid walk away with the win there. If the Viper's Pit went down, it could have honestly gone either way. But Envy now taking a timeout. It's Team Solid. They're getting a little bit of momentum behind them. Popping, chapping those lips, making sure they're ready to go to keep those calls crisp.
couple more rounds of this to wrap up. Make this nice and secure before Team Solid can get their own lockdown going. And I mean, looking at, you know, Team Solid's composition for something like this, they're going to be able to do a lot of the same sorts of things that Envy's gotten away. I mean, they're going to be able to out-envy Envy to some degree. I mean, the one thing that I'm paying attention to really is Rafa. Just because the smokes are going to be a little more sequential and a little more like game altering. For the side of Team Solid, it feels like they're going to almost need to play around them a little bit heavier. But even so, 2 more rounds to gain on this half. Dgzin with the attack operator, still that Nightfall in the tank. You have tools of disposing of these last 2 rounds, but Envy, they still look so like keyed in.
Yeah. They really do. And on top of that too, Egster has the dimensional drift. Hasn't been having a bit of a slower game here, but honestly, you're gonna take the Kane's era heat up over the Egster just frying. One of them always gonna be good for it. It's popping under a lot of pressure here. Well, Rafa just plays close, but gets sprayed down right off the rip. That is not how you wanted to start this round.
That is, yeah, a tough start for Team Solid. Inspire does wait out the Boombot, does confirm his position. Poppin gonna let the Seekers go. And, I mean, yeah, typical Envy to kind of step into those. As it'll confirm the crowd's still in the sand. Inspire is very close to this. He gets ahead of the Prowler and finds Havoc! How does he find that window, bro? I'm losing my mind. And Kane has made his way in and T-boned this entire push. It's all Envy in the scoreboard. 8-3. That's nutty, bro.
It's like they just always consistently find the right timings to move out and secure the kills. Like, that's kind of crazy. First the spray down here, and then yeah, just dodging the Prowler. I don't even think Inspire saw it, if I'm being honest with you. And still, it just works out perfectly. Kane's era so far back, playing the Clove, has a lot to work off of, closes out the round. Like, once again, it just feels like Envy can do no wrong. Last round in this half, Nightfall still available. But Team Solid, it is looking rough on their end.
You still got the Nightfall, you still got the guns, you can still make a cry for 4-8. Egster, aggressive dimensional drift to confirm a mini crowd here. Havoc ready for the other lineup though. Ion stepping into things. Egster now exiting and Kane crunching with him, so the spike is dropped on Showers. Envy guessed right on Egster's ulti, and they'll use it to try to babysit the rest of this round. Conan forced in the cubby. Kane's era beats him out and is now gonna run it down. 3! And it's just one of those days for him now. Maybe his flu's cleared up.
That was the trick. No Michael Jordan flu games here. That's okay. Once again, though, just a fantastic round being called from Envy as you know what, like the way that they played that round, it was just so like surgical. They still seem like they're always consistently finding the timings and just wanting to move in at the exact moments that you would expect. You see that there are a couple of moments here, but the crunch from Showers was perfectly executed off of Egster's dimensional drift. Like, this is the defense that looks extremely rehearsed and got them their 13-0 win against Stelle. As we switch sides now, I got there eventually. It's now going to be 9-3 in this half. Envy looking as dominant as ever, really close to closing out this match.
Some of the most ever-present Clove I've seen from a kid who is like known for playing Clove very self-servingly as coached by the team. This is a tremendous shift of discipline coming from a guy that so many of us expected to have trouble being able to move the needle in that regard.
Yeah.
I really appreciate how keen Kane has been to continue evolving as a player, to continue learning and growing. And you have to give it to Stunner, you have to give it to Poppin for fostering that level of hunger and for letting him warm up across this tournament. Statistically, Kane came into this match as the worst performer in the entirety of the tournament, and he has completely turned things around. Absolutely incredible work coming from him to lock the hell in and get Envy that step farther against Brazil's best.
Yeah, like you look at Kane's era starting things out was kind of getting dominated. You could even see it in map number 1. And especially in some of those earlier matches that Envy had, you could see just not really heating up to that level. But as time has gone on, Envy getting comfortable with this stage, going up against the home crowd favorites consistently, and still feeding off of that energy, still able to convert things around and win things out. 9-3 in this half. Team Solid, you got the veteran experience from all these Tier 1 players. You got to pull your heads together and get ready to pull back if you want a chance at winning this. Otherwise, Envy, they're just going to continue to run faster and faster over your team.
Final half of the night to determine our final candidate for the winners finals. Who will face off against TSM for the spot in that final matchup of Ascension, and who will have to face off against Winthrop University to keep their tournament live stable? Envy on the attack here. Wondering how this double flash is going to be able to fight for longer than just the one round they've had to on this side of Bind at Ascension thus far.
I'm sorry, look at the scoreboard here. Dgzin has 18 kills. The next highest in the lobby is 9. He's literally doubled the number of kills as the next best person. And there's 2 people, and they're both on Envy's side. Like, it has just been a fragging masterclass coming through. But Dgzin not ready to let go. Finds 2 at least before Dgzin trades that one back.
And he might have to Thanos his way through this round as well in the 4v3, just running it down past the incendiary. Kane is over it, folks. That's a 20 bomb before round 13 is hit fully. It's an I'm him game from him. Does it wrap up the round though? Still a lot of it to go. And Inspire trying to facilitate the extension. Still not dead just yet, but PXS has done a lot of the damage pool. Is it all to set up Kane again? As he extends from the cage, Kane gets PXS! And Inspire once again babysitting. Conan falls. And the 3v4 falls to a 3v1 as Havoc's ankles are broken. And Kane, once again, held up as the first point of contact. Give it all to him. No, Havoc can at least beat that, but Inspire yet again with the follow-up. And Envy is 6 for 6 on pistols this series.
Forget that calm, collected strategy book. Toss that out the window. Dgzin literally picking up the spike, mind you, just runs his way on in and finds so much value, runs over the incinerary to find those kills, and then just back around, all while carrying the spike. Unbelievable stuff, unbelievable confidence play coming through from Envy. And I'm not gonna lie to you, now that he's up at 21 kills, that might have sealed the nail in the coffin for Team Solid in this matchup. Havoc gonna take first point here up against Inspire.
Yeah, it might just be too late. Kane might have decided the game is over for you. Oh, but the rest of Envy, still keen too. And Team Solid just as keen to take away this eco as well. Do they go 5 for 6 on those? Dgzin can hold him in the TP this whole time. Inspire will finally punish him. Still some shower presence persists. Havoc has been kind of quiet. But so the rest of Team Solid can make their way back and try to go for a full-blown flip. It's Trapwire though. Walling Conan away necessitates a little bit of extra movement, and Inspire's already found Rafa. Inspire is good for 3, and Envy swiftly shut down that attempt. It's 11-3.
All right, now Envy have won every single pistol round, and they're done giving out those bonus thrifties. No more. 11-3 in that scoreline. They are locked in right now. They are having fun. They look like they're just running a masterclass of just understanding the map. It's the presence all over the place, and they never lose those individual duels. Something that seemed to always peek through on Ascent and is only more showcased right now. Every single time Team Solid looks for those individual picks, it hardly ever works out in their favor. Dgzin is the only one who is sometimes able to convert those around.
Envy gonna try and get this close contact on the Dgzin. They're aware he's there, and Kane Zera waiting out. The Metal is still able to find the opening frag. On that push, Rafa can swing Inspire. Nice head tap, but he's been also hit by that. So still a 3v4 from Team Solid to retake this as Envy just go from 0 to 100 again. Exter extends out of the smoke, finalizes Rafa's health pool, and Team Solid might already have to give it up. They might not even be allowed to do that. Conan forced to fire it out, and it's Exter's turn to go on a kill streak. 4 for him, and 9 rounds of match point for Envy.
Hey, yo, my bad, Exter. I know I just talked a little bit of smack about you being at the bottom of the kill feed, but a confidence round comes through. Exter able to walk away with 4 kills this time, going up against the rifles as well. And honestly, once again, the desk highlighted this. Exeter has been really just expanding that skill set. Obviously, playing different roles, being a little bit more aggressive, ready to step in and be that carry factor when Kainzera is not turning up on the board. We get treated to a little bit of that prowess here, but once again, this is just Envy firing on all cylinders right now, and they show zero sign of slowing down. Team Solid, they have to win 9 rounds in a row to make this happen as Kainzera finds the first.
They don't care about the blind. They don't care about anything. Kainzera is just soloing. He's W King. He doesn't care anymore. Extra's on top, though. It's a foot race just to see who can get the kills first at this point. Team Solid are full tilted. And I swear, if Envy doesn't hard pick Bind for the remainder of this tournament, I'm going to be upset. They're about to allow a total of 3 rounds to Brazil as a whole. Kainzera popped, though, has to use his ultimate, and that'll waste a good amount of time on the spike itself as Inspire playing a foothold on the TP flank with the help of Ion. And after he will end up falling, it's just Exter on the site, but he'll dimensional drift to waste even more time. And the double peek out from the smoke, Inspire lays waste! PXS is only good for 1, and Envy have yet another dominant Bind performance to send another Brazilian team down.
An unbelievable turnaround. The bounce back from map number 1 where it looked like they could just do a nothing and Team Solid were slapping them around to pull themselves right back up and sends them to Ascent where they win out in 13-7 fashion. And suddenly Kainzera, heated up as always, makes this a very decisive bind. Right now, Envy can simply not be stopped on this map as once again, they have won in such a dominant fashion. First, the 13-0 against Stelle, and now a 13-3 against Team Solid. Unbelievable stuff coming through from Envy, and as Team Solid will now go into the lower bracket, I worry for Winthrop University because that was the team that sent them down in the play-ins.
Exter begging the crowd to make some noise. Oh, and it looks like they had the read for sure there. Wow. Envy's villain arc grows here in Sao Paulo as they'll make their way to the winners finals. And as you said, Marks, Team Solid will be relegated to fight for their lives against Winthrop University in the losers bracket. It's been a tremendous day for North America's best here in Ascension playoffs. The top seeds proving they deserve to be where they are.
Yeah, it's looking so competitive right now. Obviously, it seems like we've got our favorites coming into this with just how dominant the first round went with TSM being so good. And then suddenly we see Envy starting out slow and then suddenly turning up the heat to an immensible pressure. And yet still, like on the other side, I do think Winthrop University as well as Team Solid still have it in them. But what a crazy tournament we're getting ourselves into.
Yeah, a great mobilization game for Envy. A lot to review for Team Solid going into tomorrow where they will play for their lives. Let's have the desk talk about that. Again, amazing bind performance from Envy.
I mean, going into this, it was a 13-0 the other day for Envy on this map, and they're going to show that they still have that prowess. Final map in the series, it's going to be a 13-3 to close out on bind and find themselves in the upper finals. I mean, Roy, when I look back at this series, this Lotus was something where it was just so brawly on both ends. But as we got on further in the series, it was an Envy that just had so much confidence on maps, oh so familiar to them. And yeah, once they got that confidence, they couldn't be stopped.
Yeah, I mean, the Envy continues to show the maturity and resilience, guys. We're seeing this team evolve. We're seeing this team grow from match to match. I feel like their ability to bounce back from what was an absolute domination in this first map is a huge testament to their growth, to their evolution as a team. And honestly, it's just nice to see that they're capable of performing strategically on a micro level as well. I mean, just in terms of confidence, in terms of team fighting, it felt like in this third map, they were so on point with everything when it came to deciding where to fight and how to allocate their fights, moving around in these post plans, moving around on the defense side. It was all just on point here for Envy.
It's wild to think about too that it started the same way that we saw in that last map of Ascent, where that first pistol is a Dgzin that gets a 3K. You think they're finally going to be able to win a pistol for this out of Team Solid, but no, it's an Envy that closes it out. They win the second pistol too, by the way, so they won every single pistol that we saw today. Insane by itself, but on top of that, like you're saying, Roy, you have those individuals that are stepping it up, not only from series to series, but from map to map. A lot of the players that we highlighted, they're able to keep that same performance going into mine, but also Kainzera, for example, going from a little bit of a slower Lotus to an insane map of bind. He was not only finding a few of those openings, but also continuing to get 3Ks, 4Ks. It seems like every single round.
I mean, you say a little bit of slow start on Lotus. He was 7-19. Bro was almost triple negative. To bounce back from that, and he had a crazy performance on the Ascent side. He had an insane performance here on Bind, 23-12, 3-2 on the openers. A huge bounce back from him. And guys, I gotta be honest, it was starting to feel a little weird not talking about KaneZera whenever we talked about Envy. I'm just glad to see him return to form when his team needed it the most. I feel like Envy is going to really need KaneZera in his peak form if they really want to complete this Ascensions run.
I mean, again, when you look at Envy, they have such young players on the team. When you look at KaneZera and Ion all of a sudden playing in front of this crowd at the biggest stake matches of their life. But to be able to see Kane in this third map, be able to regain that confidence. Some of the peaks on this globe was just nutty. This is the KaneZera more so that we saw was incredible. And we got to see just going on in the series, like, yeah, maybe the map one, it was a little tough here. Obviously, we had a Team Solid that was just kind of running the server. But the Waylay is when we got to see that sparked back, Dan, even if it was questions about the agent. But yeah, that map 3, like, that's what we expect.
Sometimes the differences between maps is hard to show in stats because they don't really tell that full story. But for this one, I feel like it's a pretty good example of how slowly but surely KaneZera was warming me up until we got to see him just going insane on the Clove for this last map. He is a massive, very important piece for Envy and for Envy's success, not only that we've seen in North America, but also here in Ascension. He's constantly playing, or used to be playing, only that double duelist, and now that he's playing other roles, now that he's trying to fill for the team in a few of these maps, I feel like it looks amazing, and he's willing to play for the team instead of that early version of KaneZera where it was him kind of running it down and everybody else behind him.
I mean, if we see more of this going on forward, the Envy stocks will continue to remain high, and they are right now with finding themselves in the upper finals. But of course, great victory. And I'm excited to have the interview. We have Inspire on the line to chat a little bit more about the series and everything. Let's head on over to that. Congratulations on the win here. Oh, we got to talk back about this series because that first map of Lotus, it was Team Solid. Like, you guys are known for aggression and they came at you full force. So I want to know then, going into the next 2 maps, if you change anything up, was it just needing to build up your own confidence? Like, what was that difference maker into Ascent and Bind?
Map 1 wasn't Team Solid. They may have won, but they knew I was dominating them. So I was going into map 2 with full confidence, trying to step up for my teammates with my comms. Like, set people up or just give them, like, good protocols, or, like, play with me on site or wait for my timing or something on attack. So I knew we were going to win that series the moment I heated up map 1.
Okay, I like the confidence here, and I want to talk about something else in the series. Obviously, the other day you had spoken about a series being tough when it was always you guys more behind in the series, right? Looking back at the TSM loss. Today you won all 6 pistols, and I want to know just how much more confidence inspiring that is to be able to play the game with a stronger start.
Well, we can define stronger. We may have won the pistols, but we got eco quite a lot. I was happy that we got it back because, to be honest, like, you win that pistol, you lose eco. You don't try to plan for it, but if you take it back from them again, it messes them up for like the entire half, and it's so good for like our team's confidence. And like, I remember going to the Ascent, I was like, guys, do not get eco'd. And like, I immediately got 1D'd by Dgzin, and I was like, oh, maybe I should take my own advice. But after we cleaned it up, like definitely in the map 3 we cleaned it up, yeah, it was just like smooth sailing.
It definitely made the series entertaining for us, I will say that. Another thing that's been really entertaining is seeing you with this crowd. Obviously, you're playing up against a Brazilian team. We've seen this before. The crowd is heavily in their favor. So I want to know just your experiences playing in that environment too, being able to have this LAN experience.
I love the Brazilian crowd. Despite what, you know, people on the internet may say, like, I'm the one that sees them after the match. I meet them even if we lose. Like, I'm talking with them and they're really good sports, and I literally have conversations with them. Like, it's all banter, all love. Like, you played a good game, GG's, your team was really good. I'm sure they appreciate you guys coming out. So I try to like validify them, like coming out here wasn't a waste of time, and like it helps their teams play stronger. And I just hope to give them like a good experience.
That's really nice to hear. Last but not least in all of this, you take the win, you're in the upper finals, you're up against TSM again. I need to know your thoughts heading into this match, because there has been, seems like a rivalry brewing between you guys.
Yeah, just give me Guimon, that guy, that handsome guy. Give me him. I know Tim, he's strong. Seven's feeling it with his cringe Odin or Sage plays. Yeah, it's gonna be a good rematch. Hopefully, like, we gave them the 2 wins, give their confidence up, but like we're gonna destroy them next time.
Ooh. All right, that was. We're excited for it. It's been a fun watch between you two. Inspire, congrats on this win today. Go celebrate with the team. Go have fun. We will see you real soon. Thank you so much for chatting. As for us, back over
Appreciate
to
it
the
as
desk.
always. Y'all have a good day.
Oh, that was so nice. I hate the land delay, guys, because the players are always so nice, and I always feel like I'm a bad person cutting them off at the end. But there's a delay, I swear, y'all. But no, really, really nice to hear. Love to hear about the experiences with the crowd, everything else. And yeah, I mean, strong words at the end, Roy. They're going to destroy TSM. Like, okay.
I mean, I love it. I love the rivalry. I feel like with Kane Zera's form, with Ion stepping up as well, and kind of everybody on Envy having their individual moments, I feel like we're about to have an insane rematch between these 2 teams. TSM's form, though, it's looking dangerous, guys. I can't lie. TSM's looking fantastic. I still believe they're looking like one of the best teams in the event right now, if not the best team in the event right now. If hopefully Envy has learned, hopefully they've evolved on the stage, because tomorrow they're going to need everything they can get to defeat TSM.
Yeah, taking a look at the bracket, of course, for the teams that were not so on the winning end for today. They're not out of the tournament. They just have this lower bracket run ahead of them. For Winthrop University, it's going to be now a date with Team Solid, 2 teams that looked strong on the day. So I'm curious to see how that's going to be shaking out on the opposing end. Dan, I mean, again, TSM going up against Envy. They've matched quite a lot up against them lately, and it's been TSM on the winning end, and a TSM that have just looked so strong. So I'm curious with how this time is going to be different, because Envy, I mean, they have the confidence.
Yeah, they have the confidence, and they've been having that confidence every single time they go into this rematch. But whoever loses, you know that, okay, I'm going to say it, whoever loses, they're going to find themselves once again in the grand final. It's just, they're bound to continue to play each other. It's just the way that it has to be. This TSM and Envy, you mentioned it a few days ago when we were starting the tournament, Roy. This is like the guard and Melee that we used to see in 2023. It's that rivalry between the two, and you don't know when it comes down to the grand final who's going to be able to close it out. Even looking at that lower bracket, it's still pretty hard. You can't count those guys out just yet, because Team Solid, they look insane when they play Winthrop University last, but also Winthrop University, it feels like they could be finding themselves going into that series.
Yeah, I feel like that lower bracket game, guys, is going to be crazy too. I cannot lie. Winthrop University looking for the revenge. I feel like taking down Team Solid right here would be the definitive sign of growth, right? It would be like overcoming the obstacles. I feel like it will give them completely new life, a fresh air. I feel like it will reset them to kind of defeat a team that demolished them last time, be able to bounce back against them. So I feel like that rivalry is going to be kind of insane in the lower bracket as they look to keep their lifeline active, keep themselves in the tournament for a chance at VCT Americas, guys.
4 teams still alive here in Ascension, but tomorrow, one of those dreams is about to come to an end. You never know how these matches are going to be shaking up. This has been an insane tournament so far. You do not want to miss a single moment of it. Unfortunately, that is it for us today. We have had some banger matches, and I feel inspired to go queue up some ranked. Dan, I don't know if you're in or not, but
oh yeah, I'm in.
All right, let's go. I got my
Nice.
Reina Insta-lock over here. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed today. We will catch you tomorrow for some more VCT Ascension Americas.
It feels like another shot he totally should have hit, but whatever. 7. Hey, there's his own silly barrier play. He wants to get in on the fun too.
Spike planted.
Oh man, I feel like it's almost at this point, whoever's doing the silly barrier play is gonna win the round.
Feels pretty pivotal, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh, Governor, nice angle, but Timbo will get insta-rezzed on the drop down, so Governor's gonna have to try and either chase it down or just elect to go against another 2v4. He'll re-kill Timotino, but 7 really playing it safe.
Went away as well from getting the tour de force online. And play spoiler to Timotino, but everybody from TSM splits up.
That trademark, did he updraft? No, he didn't. Okay. Looks like he was able to avoid that trade.
Watch it, find it!
And then yeah, the flash out here. Yeah, they don't expect Timo! He floated above the trademark and it didn't catch him. Gets a free 2-piece with the blades and just... Cleared back, but Team Solid have rounded out the site in a 3v2. And Conan on the way back with a Viper's Pit just in case Team Solid decide to aggravate that much more. But Extra's gonna get there first and use his Dimensional Drift now to force away so much of this preventative util onto solely Ion, who can't do jack. It's just Extra left, and he's able to get away with 2 with the Judge. Havoc on a crumb of health. Both members of these teams can breathe on each other, and it's over. Havoc gets 1.
Let's see this one play out as Kinzera goes in.
First light speed in for Intel on the market, and he still finds Dgzin. He gets a buff with his bucket, I swear. He's unreal with it. And we're in. No Dimensional Drift required, by the way. And Inspire has found his lurk pick. Everything's coming up, Envy. Of course it's the round that you least expected. The timeout doing everything for Envy. And sure, I'm gonna be upset. They're about to allow a total of 3 rounds to Brazil as a whole. Kane's era pop, though, has to use his ultimate, and that'll waste a good amount of time on the spike itself as Inspire playing a foothold on the TP flank with the help of Ion. After he will end up falling, it's just Extra on the site, but he'll Dimensional Drift to waste even more time, and the double peek out from the smoke, Inspire lays waste! PX